Section 69 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 69. Judge Sewall's Courtship, 1720, by Judge Samuel Sewall. Judge Sewall lived in Boston during the last quarter of the 17th century and the first quarter of the 18th. It was much the fashion to keep diaries, and the judge kept one, from which the following extract is taken. His diary was written for himself alone, and it reveals with a fascinating frankness and a delightful egotism the details of Boston life in his day. The Editor. October 21. Friday. My son, the minister, came to me p.m. by appointment, and we pray one for another in the old chamber, more especially respecting my courtship. About 6 o'clock I go to Madam Winthrop's. Sarah told me her mistress was gone out, but did not tell me whither she went. She presently ordered me a fire, so I went in, having Dr. Sibb's Bowles with me to read. I read the 2 first sermons. Still nobody came in. At last, about 9 o'clock, Mr. John Eyre came in. I took the opportunity to say to him, as I had done to Mrs. Noyes before, that I hoped my visiting his mother would not be disagreeable to him. He answered me with much respect. When 'twas after 9 o'clock, he of himself said he would go and call her. She was but at one of his brothers. A while after I heard Madam Winthrop's voice, inquiring something about John. After a good while, and clapping the garden door twice or thrice, she came in. I mentioned something of the lateness. She bantered me, and said I was later. She received me courteously. I asked when our proceedings should be made public. She said they were like to be no more public than they were already. Offered me no wine that I remember. I rose up at 11 o'clock to come away, saying I would put on my coat. She offered not to help me. I prayed her that Juno might light me home. She opened the shutter and said 'twas pretty light abroad. Juno was weary and gone to bed. So I came home by starlight as well as I could. At my first coming in, I gave Sarah 5 shillings. I writ Mr. Eyre his name in his book with the date October 21, 1720. It cost me 8 shillings, Jehovah Jireh. Madam told me she had visited Mr. Micah Wendell and William Clark of the South Church. October 22. Dater Cooper visited me before my going out of town. Stayed till about sunset. I brought her going near as far as the orange tree. Coming back near Leg's Corner, little David Jeffreys saw me, and looking upon me very lovingly, asked me if I was going to see his grandmother. I said not tonight, gave him a penny, and bid him present my service to his grandmother. October 24. I went in the hackney coach through the common, stopped at Madam Winthrop's, had told her I would take my departure from thence. Sarah came to the door with Katy in her arms, but I did not think to take notice of the child. Called her mistress. I told her, being encouraged by David Jeffreys' loving eyes and sweet words, I was come to inquire whether she could find in her heart to leave that house and neighbourhood and go and dwell with me at the South End. I think she said softly, not yet. I told her it did not lie in my lands to keep a coach. If I should be in danger to be brought to keep company with her neighbour Brooker. He was a little before sent to prison for debt. Told her I had an antipathy against those who would pretend to give themselves, but nothing of their estate. I would a proportion of my estate with myself, and I suppose she would do so. As to a periwig, my best and greatest friend, I could not possibly have a greater, began to find me with hair before I was born, and had continued to do so ever since, and I could not find it in my heart to go to another. She commended the book I gave her, Dr. Preston, The Church Marriage. Quoted him saying 'twas inconvenient, keeping out of a fashion commonly used. I said the time and tide did circumscribe my visit. She gave me a dram of black cherry brandy, and gave me a lump of sugar that was in it. She wished me a good journey. I prayed God to keep her, and came away. Had a very pleasant journey to Salem. 31-2. At night I visited Madam Winthrop about 6 p.m. They told me she was gone to Madam Micah's. I went thither and found she was gone, so returned to her house, read the epistles to the Galatians, Ephesians, in Mr. Urie's Latin Bible. After the clock struck 8, I began to read the 103rd Psalm. Mr. Wendell came in from his warehouse, asked me if I were alone, spake very kindly to me, offered me to call Madam Winthrop. I told him she would be angry, had been at Mrs. Myco's. He helped me on with my coat, and I came home, left the Gazette in the Bible, which told Sarah of bid her present my service to Mrs. Winthrop, and tell her I had been to wait on her if she had been at home. November 1, I was so taken up that I could not go if I would. November, midweek, went again and found Mrs. Alden there, who quickly went out, gave her about a half-pound of sugar almonds, cost 3 shillings per pound, carried them on Monday. She seemed pleased with them, asked what they cost, spake of giving her £100 per annum if I died before her, asked her what sum she would give me if she should die first, said I would give her time to consider of it. She said she heard as if I had given all to my children by deeds of gift, told her 'twas a mistake, point, Judith was mine, etc. That in England I owned. My father's desire was that it should go to my eldest son. 'Twas £20 per annum. She thought 'twas 40. I think when I seemed to excuse pressing this, she seemed to think 'twas best to speak of it. A long winter was coming on. Gave me a glass or two of Canary. November 4th, Friday, went again about 7 o'clock. Found there Mr. John Wally and his wife. Sat discoursing pleasantly. I showed them Isaac Moses' An Indian writing. Madam W. served comfits to us. After a while a table was spread and supper was set. I urged Mr. Wally to crave a blessing, but he put it upon me. About 9 they went away. I asked Madam what fashioned necklace I should present her with. She said none at all. I asked her whereabout we left off last time, mentioned what I had offered to give her. Asked her what she would give me. She said she could not change her condition. She had said so from the beginning, could not be so far from her children. The lecture. Quoted the Apostle Paul affirming that a single life was better than a married. I answered that was for the present distress. Said she had not pleasure in things of that nature as formerly. I said, you are the fitter to make me a wife. If she held in that mind, I must go home and bewail my rashness in making more haste than good speed. However, considering the supper, I desired her to be within next Monday night, if we lived so long. Assented. She charged me with saying that she must put away Juno if she came to me. I utterly denied it. It never came into my heart, yet she insisted upon it, saying it came in upon discourse about the Indian woman that obtained her freedom this court. About 10 I said I would not disturb the good orders of her house, and came away. She not seeming pleased with my coming away, spake to her about David Jeffreys, had not seen him. Monday, November 7th, my son prayed in the old chamber. Our time had been taken up by son and daughter Cooper's visit, so that I only read the 130th and 143rd Psalm. 'Twas on the account of my courtship. I went to Madam Winthrop, found her rocking her little Katy in the cradle. I excused my coming so late, near 8. She set me an armchair and cushion, and so the cradle was between her armchair and mine. Gave her the remnant of my almonds. She did not eat of them as before, but laid them away. I said I came to inquire whether she had altered her mind since Friday, or remained of the same mind still. She said thereabouts. I told her I loved her, and was so fond as to think that she loved me. She said she had a great respect for me. I told her I had made her an offer without asking any advice. She had so many to advise with that 'twas an hindrance. The fire was come to one short brand besides the block, which brand was set up in end. At last it fell to pieces, and no recruit was made. She gave me a glass of wine. I think I repeated again that I would go home and bewail my rashness in making more haste than good speed. I would endeavour to contain myself, and not go on to solicit her to do that which she could not consent to. Took leave of her. As came down the steps, she bid me have a care, treated me courteously, told her she had entered the 4th year of her widowhood. I had given her the newsletter before. I did not bid her draw off her glove, as sometime I had done. Her dress was not so clean as sometime it had been. Jehovah Jireh. Midweek, November 9th, dined at Brother Stoddart's. Were so kind as to inquire of me if they should invite Madam Winthrop. I answered no. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 70, An 18th-Century Voyage Down the Hudson River, by James K. Paulding. Catalina, accompanied by her father, embarked on board of the good ship Watervliet, whereof was commander Captain Baltus van Slingerland, a most experienced, deliberate, and circumspect skipper. This vessel was noted for making quick passages, wherein she excelled the much vaunted Liverpool packets, seldom being more than 3 weeks in going from Albany to New York, unless when she chanced to run on the flats, for which, like her owners, she seemed to have an instinctive preference. Captain Baltus was a navigator of great sagacity and courage, having been the first man that ever undertook the dangerous voyage between the two cities without asking the prayers of the church and making his will. Moreover, he was so cautious in all his proceedings that he took nothing for granted, and would never be convinced that his vessel was near a shoal or sandbank until she was high and dry aground. When properly certified by ocular demonstration, he became perfectly satisfied, and set himself to smoking till it pleased the waters to rise and float him off again. His patience under an accident of this kind was exemplary. His pipe was his consolation, more effectual than all the precepts of philosophy. It was a fine autumnal morning, calm, still, clear, and beautiful. The forests, as they nodded or slept quietly on the borders of the pure river, reflected upon its bosom a varied carpet, adorned with every shade of every color. The bright yellow poplar, the still brighter scarlet maple, the dark brown oak, and the yet more sombre evergreen pine and hemlock, together with 1,000 varied trees and shrubs of 1,000 varied tints, all mingled in one rich, inexpressibly rich garment, with which nature seemed desirous of hiding her faded beauties and approaching decay. The vessel glided slowly with the current, now and then assisted by a little breeze, that for a moment rippled the surface and filled the sails, and then died away again. In this manner they approached the Overslaugh, a place infamous in all past time for its narrow, crooked channel, and the sandbanks with which it is infested. The vigilant Van Slingerland, in view of possible contingencies, replenished his pipe, and inserted it in the buttonholes of his Dutch pea-jacket to be ready in an emergency. "Boss," said the Ebony Palinurus, who presided over the destinies of the good sloop Watervliet, "Boss, don't you think I better put about? I think we're close to the Overslaugh now." Captain Baltus very leisurely walked to the bow of the vessel, and after looking about a little, replied, a little further, Broom. No occasion to pee in such a hurry before you are sure of a thing." Broom kept his course, grumbling a little in an undertone, until the sloop came to a sudden stop. The captain then bestirred himself to let go the anchor. "No fear, boss, she won't run away." "Very well," quoth Captain Baltus. "I'm satisfied now. Perfectly satisfied. We are certainly on to Overslaugh." "As clear as mud," answered Brougham. The captain then proceeded to light his pipe, and Brougham followed his example. Every quarter of an hour a sloop would slide past in perfect safety, warned of the precise situation of the bar by the position of the water-light, and adding to the vexation of our travellers at being thus left behind. But Captain Baltus smoked away, now and then ejaculating, "Aye, aye, the more haste, the less speed. We shall see by and by." As the tide ebbed, the vessel, which had grounded on the extremity of the sandbank, gradually heeled on one side, until it was difficult to keep the deck, and Colonel Vancour suggested the propriety of going on shore until she righted again. "Why, where's the use, then," replied Captain Baltus, "of taking all this trouble, boss? We shall be off in 2 or 3 days at most. It will be full moon day after tomorrow." 2 or 3 days!" exclaimed the colonel. "If I thought so, I would go home and wait for you." "Why, where's the use, then, of taking so much trouble, Colonel? You'd only have to go and pack again. But why don't you lighten your vessel, or carry out an anchor? She seems just on the edge of the bank, almost ready to slide into the deep water." "Why, where's the use of taking so much trouble, then? She'll get herself off one of these days, Colonel. You are well off here, nothing to do, and the young woman there can knit you a pair of stockings to pass the time." "But she can't knit stockings," said the Colonel, smiling. "Not knit stockings? By main soul, then what is she good for? Then thee must smoke a beat. That is the next best way of passing the time." "But she doesn't smoke either, Captain." "Not smoke, nor knit stockings? Christus! Where was she brought up then? I wouldn't have her for my wife if she had a whole soup worth her fortune. I don't know what she can do to pass the time till next full moon, but go to sleep. That is the next best thing to knitting and smoking." Catalina was highly amused at Captain Baltus's enumeration of the sum total of her resources for passing the time. Fortunately, however, the next rising of the tide floated them off, and the vessel proceeded gallantly on her way with a fine northwest breeze, which carried her on with almost the speed of a steamboat. In the course of a few miles they overtook and passed several sloops that had left the water fleet aground on the Overslaugh. "You see, Colonel," said Captain Baltus complacently. "You see? What's the use being in a hurry, then? They have been at anchor, and we have been on the sandbank. What's the difference, then, Colonel?" "But it is easier to get up an anchor, Captain, than to get off a sandbank." "Well, suppose it is. If a man is not in a hurry, what then?" replied Captain Baltus. At the period of which we are writing, a large portion of the banks of the river, now gemmed with white villages and delightful retreats, was still in a state of nature. The little settlements were few and far between, and some scattered Indians yet lingered in those abodes which were soon to pass away from them and their posterity for ever. The river alone was in the entire occupation of the white man. The shores were still, in many places, inhabited by remnants of the Indian tribes, but they were not the savages of the free wild woods. They had in some degree lost their habits of war and hunting, and seldom committed hostilities upon the whites from an instinctive perception that they were now at their mercy. Still, though the banks of the river were for the most part wild, they were not the less grand and beautiful, and Catalina, as she sat on the deck in the evening, when the landscape, bronze with twilight, presented one unvaried appearance of lonely pomp and majestic repose, could not resist its holy influence. On the evening of the 6th day, the vessel was becalmed in the heart of the Highlands, just opposite where West Point now rears its grey stone seminaries, consecrated to science, to patriotism, and glory. It was then a solitary rock, where the eagle made his abode, and from which a lonely Indian sometimes looked down on the vessels gliding past far below, and cursed them as usurpers of his ancient domain. The tide ran neither up nor down the river, and there was not a breath of air stirring. The dusky pilot proposed to Captain Baltus to let go the anchor, but the captain saw no use in being in such a hurry. So the vessel lay still as a sleeping halcyon upon an unmoving mirror of the waters. Baltus drew forth his trusty pipe, and the negro pilot selected a soft plank on the forecastle on which he, in a few minutes, found that blessed repose which is the prize of labour, and which 1,000 times outweighs the suicide luxuries of the lazy glutton, whose sleep is the struggle, not the relaxation, of nature. The captain now strove to entertain his passengers by a ghost story, but was interrupted by the attempts of an owl to steal the chickens from a coop on the deck, and got no further than, "Once there was an old woman." A hollow murmur among the mountains suddenly interrupted him. "There is the old woman again," said the colonel. "'T is the old Torval," said Baltus, starting up and calling all hands to let go the halyards. But before this could be accomplished, one of those sudden squalls, so common in the Highlands in autumn, struck the vessel and threw her almost on her beam ends. The violence of the motion carried Colonel Valancourt and Catalina with it, and had they not been arrested by the railings of the quarter-deck, they must inevitably have gone overboard. The Watervliet was, however, an honest Dutch vessel, of a most convenient breadth of beam, and it was no easy matter to capsize her entirely. For a minute or two she lay quivering and struggling with the fury of the squall that roared among the mountains and whistled through the shrouds, until, acquiring a little headway, she slowly luffed up in the wind, righted, and flapped her sails in defiance. The next minute all was calm again. The cloud passed over, the moon shone bright, and the waters slept as if they had never been disturbed. Whereupon Captain Baltus, like a prudent skipper as he was, ordered all sail to be lowered, and the anchor to be let go, sagely observing that it was high time to look out for squalls. "Such an accident at sea would have been rather serious," observed the colonel. "I don't know what you think, Colonel," said Baltus, "but, in my opinion, it don't make much odd weather A man is drunned in the sea or in a river." The colonel could not well gainsay this, and soon after retired with his daughter to the cabin. Bright and early the next morning, Captain Baltus, having looked round in every direction, east, west, north, and south, to see if there were any squalls brewing, and perceiving not a cloud in the sky, cautiously ordered half the jib and mainsail to be hoisted, to catch the little land breeze that just rippled the surface of the river. In a few hours they emerged from the pass at the foot of the great Donderberg, and slowly opened upon that beautiful amphitheatre into which Nature has thrown all her treasures and all her beauties. Nothing material occurred during the rest of the passage. True it is that Skipper Baltus ran the good sloop Watervliet 2 or 3 times upon the oyster banks of the since-renowned Tappan Bay, but this was so common a circumstance that it scarcely deserved commemoration, nor would I have recorded it here but for the apprehension that its omission might at some future period, peradventure, seduce some industrious scribe to write an entirely new history of these adventures, solely to rescue such an important matter from oblivion. Suffice it to say that at the expiration of 10 days from the commencement of the voyage, the good sloop Watervliet arrived safe at Coenties Slip, where all the Albany sloops congregated at the time. This extraordinary passage was much talked of in both cities, and finally found its way into the Weekly Newsletter, then the only paper published in the whole New World, as may be seen by a copy now, or lately, in the possession of the worthy Mr. Dunstan of the Narrows. It is further recorded that some of the vessels which passed the Watervliet as she lay aground on the Overslaugh did not arrive till nearly a fortnight after her, owing, as Captain Baltus observed, to their being in such a hurry. After so famous an exploit, the Watervliet had always a full freight, and as many passengers as she could accommodate, so that, in good time, this adventurous navigator gave up following the water, and built himself a fine brick house, with the gable end to the street, and the edges of the roof projecting like the teeth of a saw, where he sat on his stoop and smoked his pipe, time out of mind. End of section 70. Recording by Todd.
Section 71 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 71. The Dress of a Little Boston Girl in 1772. By Anna Green Winslow. Anna Green Winslow, from whose journal the following extracts are taken, was a little girl of 12 years who had been sent from Nova Scotia to Boston to complete her education. The Editor. 1. The Headless Roll. After making a short visit with my aunt at Mrs. Green's over the way, yesterday towards evening, I took a walk with Cousin Sally to see the good folks in Sudbury Street, and found them all well. I had my Headless Roll on. Aunt Storer said it ought to be made less. Aunt Deming said it ought not to be made at all. It makes my head itch and ache and burn like anything, Mamma. This famous roll is not made wholly of a red cow tail, but is a mixture of that and horsehair, very coarse, and a little human hair of yellow hue. That, I suppose, was taken out of the back part of an old wig. But D made it our head, all carded together and twisted up. When it first came home, Aunt put it on, and my new cap on it. She then took up her apron, and measured me, and from the roots of my hair on my forehead to the top of my notions, I measured above an inch longer than I did downwards, from the roots of my hair to the end of my chin. Nothing renders a young person more amiable than virtue and modesty, without the help of false hair. Red cowtail, or D. The barber. Now all this, Mamma, I have just been reading over to my aunt. She is pleased with my whimsical description and grave, half-grave, improvement, and hopes a little false English will not spoil the whole with Mamma. Rome was not built in a day. 2. A party gown. I was dressed in my yellow coat, black bib and apron. black feathers on my head, my past comb, and all my past garnet, marquisette, and jet pins, together with my silver plume, my locket, rings, black collar round my neck, black mitts, and 2 or 3 yards of blue ribbon. Black and blue is high taste. Striped tucker and ruffles, not my best, and my silk shoes completed my dress. 3. The black hat. The black hat I gratefully receive as your present, but if Captain Jarvis had arrived here with it about the time he'd sailed from this place for Cumberland, it would have been of more service to me, for I have been obliged to borrow. I wore Miss Griswold's bonnet on my journey to Portsmouth, and my cousin Sally's hat, ever since I came home, and now I am to leave off my black ribbons tomorrow, and am to put on my red cloak and black hat. I hope Aunt won't let me wear the black hat with the red domine, for the people will ask me what I have got to sell as I go along street if I do, or how the folk at New Guinea do. Dear mamma, you don't know the fashion here. I beg to look like other folk. You don't know what a stir would be made in Sudbury Street, were I to make my appearance there in my red domine and black hat. But the old cloak and bonnet together will make me a decent bonnet for a common occasion. I like that. Aunt says, it's a pity some of the ribbons you sent won't do for the bonnet. I must now close up this journal, with duty, love, and compliments as due, particularly to my dear little brother. I long to see him. And Mrs. Law, I will write to her soon. I am on D, Papa and Mamma. Your ever dutiful daughter, Anna Green Winslow. N.B. My Aunt Deming don't approve my English and has not the fear that you will think her concerned in the diction. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org. The United States, Part 11, On the Eve of the Revolution. Historical note. In the 18th century, the general feeling in European countries was that colonies were established for the benefit of the mother country. Few people had dreamed of the possibility of religious freedom, and just as few, perhaps, had thought of a colony being established and ruled for the benefit of the colonists. England, like other mother countries, governed her American colonies for the benefit of the Englishmen who remained at home. For instance, she forbade the colonists to settle too far from the coast, for if they were crowded together, it was thought that they would buy greater quantities of British manufactures. To defend the colonies from the Indians, England planned to send over soldiers, who were to be paid in part by the colonists, and to raise this money, the colonists were to pay taxes. But the colonists declared that they were not represented in Parliament, and therefore should not be taxed, and they refused to buy British goods. A wail rose from the manufacturers and merchants, and the law was repealed. Next year, however, another law was passed, taxing a few things, and finally tea alone was taxed. The result of this was the Boston Tea Party and the destruction of tea by other colonies. In March 1775, a convention was held at Richmond, where Patrick Henry made his famous speech, ending with the words, "Give me liberty, or give me death." End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 73. Benjamin Franklin, Before the House of Commons, 1766, by James Parton. In 1766, Franklin was in England as the leading representative for the colonies. In this capacity, he was called before the House of Commons for an examination on the condition of the colonies and colonists. Burke said that this scene always reminded him of a master examined by a parcel of schoolboys. The Editor. This celebrated examination was by no means the impromptu affair which it seemed to be. Among the Liberal members of Parliament, Dr. Franklin had a large number of friends, with whom, as we know, he had many times conversed upon all the subjects in dispute between the colonies and the ministry. These gentlemen, knowing precisely what Franklin had to offer on every topic, kept proposing to him the very questions which they were aware would bring him out in his greatest force. All their leading questions, moreover, he expected, and was prepared for. The questions are therefore to be divided into two classes, those put by the opponents of the Stamp Act, and those proposed by its advocates. The object of one party was to give the American philosopher the best opportunity to serve his cause. The object of the other, to puzzle, entrap, and confound him. One set of questions enabled him to display his knowledge, and the other set his acuteness. The first 13 questions, all proposed by two of Dr. Franklin's friends, were designed to elicit certain facts, generally unknown in England, which being known the whole argument for the Stamp Act was untenable. These facts were, first, that the colonies were then struggling under a load of debt and taxation caused by the very war which it was alleged Britain had waged solely for their defense and aggrandizement. And, secondly, that the enforcement of the Stamp Act, owing to the vast extent of the country, the thinness of the population and the poverty of the frontier inhabitants, was impossible. A man in the back country, said Franklin, who happened to want a stamp for a deed or receipt, would have to take a month's journey to get it, spending perhaps 3 or 4 pounds that the crown might get 6 pence. When these points had been brought out with the utmost clearness, Franklin, citing his knowledge of the country gained by his connection with the post office, the concerted game between himself and his friends was stopped for a moment by 3 questions from an adversary. "Are not the colonies able to pay the stamp duty?" asked this gentleman. Their mere ability could not be denied, and the question was therefore answered thus: "In my opinion, there is not gold and silver enough in the colonies to pay the stamp duty for 1 year." This ingenious evasion did not throw the enemy off the scent. "Don't you know," continued the member, "that all the money arising from the stamps is to be laid out in America?" "True," replied the witness, "but it is to be spent in the conquered colonies, in Canada, where the soldiers are, not in the colonies that pay it." The member then asked if there was not a balance of trade against Canada that would bring the money back to the old colonies. Franklin thought not. The money, he said, would go to England for goods, as colonial money was only too apt to do. At this point, the enemy desisted, and the friend of Dr. Franklin succeeded in getting in 9 questions, which drew from the witness a statement of the population and resources of the colonies, designed to show the folly of estranging them. He told Parliament that North America contained 300,000 men capable of taking the field, and that the colonies imported every year from Great Britain 500,000 pounds worth of goods. This information was brought out with great force. The friendly questioner then tried to get Dr. Franklin to repeat before the High Court of Parliament a little joke with which he had amused a Tory member a few days before. They were talking over the various plans that had been suggested for making the Stamp Act palatable to the Americans. The Tory, who was a most strenuous advocate of the Stamp Act, told Dr. Franklin that if he would but assist the ministry a little, the act could easily be amended so as to make it at least tolerable to the colonists. I must confess, the doctor gravely replied, I have thought of one amendment. If you will make it, the act may remain, and yet the Americans will be quieted. It is a very small amendment, too. It is only the change of a single word. The Tory was all attention. It is in that clause, continued Franklin, where it is said that from and after the first day of November 1765 there shall be paid, etc. The amendment I would propose is for 1. Read 2, and then all the rest of the act may stand as it does. The examining member endeavored to bring out this piece of nonsense by asking the witness whether he could not propose a small amendment that would make the act acceptable. The witness, however, evaded the question and explained afterwards that he thought that the answer expected of him too light and ludicrous for the House. Mr. George Grenville, the proposer of the Stamp Act, now recurred to his fixed idea. Do you think it right, he asked, that America should be protected by this country and pay no part of the expense? To this, Franklin replied that the colonies during the last war had raised, clothed, and sent to the field 25,000 men and spent millions of pounds. Were you not reimbursed by Parliament? Asked Grenville. Franklin explained that the colonies were reimbursed only to the amount which Parliament thought they had exceeded their just proportion of the expense. Pennsylvania, for instance, had expended 500,000 pounds and received back 60,000. The advocates of the act continued the examination. One asked if the Americans would pay the Stamp Act if the rate of duty was reduced. No, replied the American, never, unless compelled by force of arms. Another asked, does not the Assembly of Pennsylvania, the majority of whom are landowners, lay the taxes so as to impose the heaviest burdens upon trade and spare the land? Franklin's reply to this was very ingenious and Adam Smithian. If unequal burdens are laid on trade, the tradesman puts an additional price on his goods, and the consumers, who are chiefly landowners, finally pay the greatest part, if not the whole. Besides this, he denied that the Assembly did impose unequal burdens. The enemy plied him with a dozen questions more, but extracted small comfort from him. Then his friends had an inning, and gave him several opportunities, which improved the most telling manner. Nothing that he said produced such an impression, either in the House or out of doors, as his next few replies. What, asked a friendly member, was the temper of America towards Great Britain before the year 1763? Best in the world, said the witness. They submitted willingly to the government of the Crown, and paid in their courts obedience to acts of Parliament. Numerous as the people are in the old provinces, they cost you nothing in forts, citadels, garrisons, or armies to keep them in subjection. They were governed by this country at the expense only of a little pen, ink, and paper. They were led by a thread. They had not only a respect, but an affection for Great Britain, for its laws, its customs, and manners, and even a fondness for its fashions that greatly increased the commerce. Natives of Britain were always treated with particular regard. To be an old England man was, of itself, a character of some respect, and gave a kind of rank among us. What is their temper now? Asked the same friend. Oh, very much altered, was the reply. In what light, continued the friendly member, did the people of America used to consider the Parliament of Great Britain? Franklin replied, they considered the Parliament as the great bulwark and security of their liberties and privileges, and always spoke of it with the utmost respect and veneration. Arbitrary ministers, they thought, might possibly at times attempt to oppress them, but they relied on it that the Parliament, on application, would always give redress. He added, in reply to another question, that this feeling was greatly lessened by the recent measures. The Stamp Act men then asked several questions, which were intended to draw forth an admission that the colonies were abundantly able to pay an additional tax. One question was, why the people in America increased faster than the English at home? Because they marry younger, and because more of them marry, replied this unrelenting political economist. Why so? Because any young couple, if they are industrious, can get land and support a family. Then are not the lower ranks of people more at their ease in America than in England? They may be so if they are sober and diligent, as they are better paid for their labor. How would the Americans receive a future tax imposed on the same principle as the Stamp Act? Just as they do the Stamp Act, they would not pay it. The friends of the Act then tried to corner the acute American by asking him whether, in case an assembly should refuse to vote the supplies necessary to the support of colonial government, Parliament would not be justified in taxing the people. He thought not, for if an assembly could possibly be so absurd, the disorders that would arise in the province would soon bring them to reason. But, persisted the questioner, suppose they should not. Ought there not be a remedy in the power of the home government? Franklin said he would not object to the interference of Parliament in such a case, provided its interference was merely for the good of the people. But who is the judge of that, Britain or colony? This was rather a home thrust. The witness parried it thus: those who feel can best judge. The Tory members affected to be incapable of perceiving any difference in principle between the duties laid upon imports from foreign countries, which the colonists paid without a murmur, and the Stamp Act, which with one voice they resisted. The difference is very great, said Dr. Franklin. The duty is added to the first cost and other charges on the commodity, and when it is offered for sale, makes a part of the price. If the people do not like it at the price, they refuse it. They are not obliged to pay it. By an internal tax is forced from the people without their consent, if not laid by their own representatives. But, asked a member, supposing the external tax to be laid on the necessaries of life? Franklin astonished Parliament by replying that the colonists imported no article which they could not dispense with or supply the place of. Cloth? Asked one. Yes, they could make all their cloth, but would it not take long to establish the manufacture? Before their old clothes are worn out, they will have new ones of their own making. But is there wool enough in America? The people have taken measures to increase their supply of wool. They combined to eat no lamb last year, and very few lambs were killed. In 3 years we shall have wool in abundance. But is not the American wool very inferior in quality, a kind of hair merely? No, it is very fine and good. A Liberal member asked whether anything less than a military force could carry the Stamp Act into execution. Franklin said that a military force could not do it. Suppose, said he, a military force sent into America. They will find nobody in arms. What are they then to do? They cannot force a man to take stamps who chooses to do without them. They will not find a rebellion. They may, indeed, make one. If the act is not repealed, asked one of Dr. Franklin's particular friends, what do you think will be the consequence? He replied, total loss of the respect and affection the people of America bear to this country, and of all the commerce that depends on that respect and affection. How can the commerce be affected? The goods, said Franklin, which the Americans take from Britain are either necessaries, mere conveniences, or superfluities. The first, as cloth, with a little industry, they can make at home. The second, they can do without till they are able to provide them among themselves. And the last, which are much the greatest part, they will strike off immediately. They are mere articles of fashion, purchased and consumed because the fashion in a respected country, but will now be detested and rejected. The people have already struck off, by general agreement, the use of all goods fashionable in mournings, and many £1,000 worth are sent back as unsaleable. Mr. Grenville returned to the charge. He asked whether postage, to which the Americans did not object, was not a tax. No, replied the Deputy Postmaster General. It is payment for service rendered, nor is it even compulsory, since no man is obliged by law to employ the post office. Having thus displayed his incapacity, Mr. Grenville next proceeded to exhibit his ignorance. Do not the Americans, he asked, consider the regulations of the post office by the act of last year as a tax? Franklin informed him that the act of last year reduced the rate of postage 30% throughout America, which abatement, he added, the Americans certainly did not regard in the light of a tax. Mr. Grenville was silent for a while. In reply to other Tory questioners, Dr. Franklin gave another point of difference between an external and an internal tax. The sea is yours, he said. You maintain, by your fleets, the safety of navigation in it, and keep it clear of pirates. You may have, therefore, a natural and equitable right to some toll or duty on merchandise carried through that part of your dominions, towards defraying the expense you are at in ships to maintain the safety of that carriage. To the questions of friends he gave answer after answer, demonstrating the impossibility of enforcing the odious act in America. When asked if the colonists would prefer to forego the collection of debts by legal process rather than use stamped paper, he replied, I can only judge what other people will think and how they will act by what I feel within myself. I have a great many debts due to me in America, and I had rather they should remain unrecoverable by any law than submit to the Stamp Act. They will be debts of honor. The leading advocates of the Stamp Act tried by a variety of questions to extort from Dr. Franklin an intimation that, in case the act was repealed, the colonists would not object to pay a small internal tax, imposed merely to assert the right to tax. The Tory members would not understand that the opposition to the Stamp Act was an opposition to the principle involved in it. They kept insinuating that it was merely a mean begrudging of the 6pence. They supposed that if the amount of the tax were reduced, the warmth of the opposition would be abated. To one of the questions founded upon this opinion, Dr. Franklin made a reply that was long enough for a speech. Reviewing the history of the two French wars, he showed that the colonists, so far from being parsimonious, had lavished both men and treasure in aiding the home government to execute its projects. They had done far more than their part. They had involved themselves so deeply that 20 years of peace and prosperity would be necessary to set them free from debt. He quoted from a king's speech in which the zeal and liberality of the colonists had been handsomely acknowledged. He reminded Parliament that the wars of which the colonies had borne the burden and suffered the calamities had not been waged chiefly for their own sake. It was for the honor and advancement of the British Empire that they had spent their substance and shed their blood, and all they had done for their country they had done with eager willingness, and asked no reward but the approbation of their king and of that house. When he had finished this long harangue, a friend asked him whether the colonies would help the mother country in a war purely European. This question gave him an opportunity to expatiate further on the same theme. He answered that they would not do so beyond question. They considered themselves part of the British Empire. Its honor was their honor, its welfare their welfare. He took occasion also to show that such expeditions as that of General Braddock were not a benefit to the colonies, for it was not until Braddock had been defeated that Indians had been troublesome. To show the willingness of the colonies to grant money to the crown, he said he had been specially instructed to assure the ministry that they were ready to vote all the aid they could afford whenever their aid was solicited in a constitutional manner. The Stamp Act members appeared still to find great difficulty in discerning the difference between an external and an internal tax, and seemed to think that to be consistent, the Americans ought to object equally to both. Dr. Franklin gave an exquisite reply to one who insinuated such an opinion. "Many arguments," said he, "have been used to show the Americans that there is no difference between an internal and an external tax. At present, they do not reason so, but in time they may possibly be convinced by these arguments." A rattling fire of short questions and answers brought to a conclusion this long examination. A friend asked at length, "What used to be the pride of the Americans?" "To indulge," said the witness, "in the fashions and manufactures of Great Britain." "What is now their pride?" "To wear their old clothes over again till they can make new ones." Dr. Franklin withdrew, and the committee rose. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Parsajafarian, Montreal.
Section 74 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 74. The Boston Massacre, 1770, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. It was now the 3rd of March, 1770. The sunset music of the British regiments was heard as usual throughout the town. The shrill fife and rattling drum awoke the echoes in King Street, while the last ray of sunshine was lingering on the cupola of the town house. And now all the sentinels were posted. One of them marched up and down before the custom-house, treading a short path through the snow, and longing for the time when he would be dismissed to the warm fireside of the guard-room. Meanwhile Captain Preston was, perhaps, sitting in our great chair before the hearth of the British coffee-house. In the course of the evening there were 2 or 3 slight commotions, which seemed to indicate that trouble was at hand. Small parties of young men stood at the corners of the streets, or walked along the narrow pavements. Squads of soldiers who were dismissed from duty passed by them, shoulder to shoulder, with the regular step which they had learned at the drill. Whenever these encounters took place, it appeared to be the object of the young men to treat the soldiers with as much incivility as possible. "Turn out, you lobster-backs," one would say. "Crowd them off the sidewalks," another would cry. "A redcoat has no right in Boston streets." "Oh, you rebel rascals," perhaps the soldiers would reply, glaring fiercely at the young men. "Some day or other we'll make our way through Boston streets at the point of the bayonet." Once or twice such disputes as these brought on a scuffle, which passed off, however, without attracting much notice. About 8 o'clock, for some unknown cause, an alarm bell rang loudly and hurriedly. At the sound many people ran out of their houses, supposing it to be an alarm of fire, but there were no flames to be seen, nor was there any smell of smoke in the clear, frosty air, so that most of the townsmen went back to their own firesides and sat talking with their wives and children about the calamities of the times. Others, who were younger and less prudent, remained in the streets, for there seems to have been a presentiment that some strange event was on the eve of taking place. Later in the evening, not far from 9 o'clock, several young men passed by the town house and walked down King Street. The sentinel was still on his post in front of the custom house, pacing to and fro, while as he turned a gleam of light from some neighbouring window glittered on the barrel of his musket. At no great distance were the barracks and the guard-house, where his comrades were probably telling stories of battle and bloodshed. Down towards the custom-house, as I told you, came a party of wild young men. When they drew near the sentinel, he halted on his post and took his musket from his shoulder, ready to present the bayonet at their breasts. "Who goes there?" he cried, in the gruff, peremptory tones of a soldier's challenge. The young men, being Boston boys, felt as if they had a right to walk their own streets without being accountable to a British redcoat, even though he challenged them in King George's name. They made some rude answer to the sentinel. There was a dispute, or perhaps a scuffle. Other soldiers heard the noise and ran hastily from the barracks to assist their comrades. At the same time, many of the townspeople rushed into King Street by various avenues, and gathered in a crowd round about the custom-house. It seemed wonderful how such a multitude had started up all of a sudden. The wrongs and insults which the people had been suffering for many months now kindled them into a rage. They threw snowballs and lumps of ice at the soldiers. As the tumult grew louder, it reached the ears of Captain Preston, the officer of the day. He immediately ordered 8 soldiers of the main guard to take their muskets and follow him. They marched across the street, forcing their way roughly through the crowd and pricking the townspeople with their bayonets. A gentleman, it was Henry Knox, afterwards general of the American artillery, caught Captain Preston's arm. "For heaven's sake, sir," exclaimed he, "take heed what you do, or there will be bloodshed." "Stand aside," answered Captain Preston haughtily. "Do not interfere, sir. Leave me to manage the affair." Arriving at the sentinel's post, Captain Preston drew up his men in a semicircle with their faces to the crowd and their rear to the custom-house. When the people saw the officer and beheld the threatening attitude with which the soldiers confronted them, their rage became almost uncontrollable. "Fire, you lobster-backs!" bellowed some. "You dare not fire, you cowardly redcoats!" cried others. "Rush upon them!" shouted many voices. "Drive the rascals to their barracks! Down with them! Down with them! Let them fire if they dare!" Amid the uproar the soldiers stood gazing at the people with the fierceness of men whose trade was to shed blood. Oh, what a crisis had now arrived! Up to this very moment the angry feelings between England and America might have been pacified. England had but to stretch out the hand of reconciliation and acknowledge that she had hitherto mistaken her rights, but would do so no more. Then the ancient bonds of brotherhood would again have been knit together as firmly as in old times. The habit of loyalty, which had grown as strong as instinct, was not utterly overcome. The perils shared, the victories won. In the old French war, when the soldiers of the colonies fought side by side with their comrades from beyond the sea, were not forgotten yet. England was still that beloved country which the colonists called their home. King George, though he had frowned upon America, was still reverenced as a father. But should the king's soldiers shed one drop of American blood, then it was a quarrel to the death. Never, never would America rest satisfied until she had torn down the royal authority and trampled it in the dust. "Fire if you dare, villains!" hoarsely shouted the people, while the muzzles of the muskets were turned upon them. "You dare not fire!" They appeared ready to rush upon the levelled bayonets. Captain Preston waved his sword and uttered a command which could not be distinctly heard amid the uproar of shouts that issued from 100 throats. But his soldiers deemed that he had spoken the fatal mandate, "Fire!" The flash of their muskets lighted up the streets, and the report rang loudly between the edifices. It was said, too, that the figure of a man with a cloth hanging down over his face was seen to step into the balcony of the custom-house and discharge a musket at the crowd. A gush of smoke had overspread the scene. It rose heavily, as if it were loath to reveal the dreadful spectacle beneath it. 11 of the sons of New England lay stretched upon the street. Some, sorely wounded, were struggling to rise again. Others stirred not nor groaned, for they were past all pain. Blood was streaming upon the snow, and that purple stain in the midst of King Street, though it melted away in the next day's sun, was never forgotten nor forgiven by the people. To this account Hawthorne adds the following: The town drums beat to arms, the alarm bells rang, and an immense multitude rushed into King Street. Many of them had weapons in their hands. The British prepared to defend themselves. A whole regiment was drawn up in the street expecting an attack, for the townsmen appeared ready to throw themselves upon the bayonets. Governor Hutchinson hurried to the spot and besought the people to have patience, promising that strict justice should be done. A day or two afterward the British troops were withdrawn from town and stationed at Castle Wigan. Captain Preston and the 8 soldiers were tried for murder, but none of them were found guilty. The judges told the jury that the insults and violence which had been offered to the soldiers justified them in firing at the mob. End of section 74.
Section 75 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2020. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 75. The Boston Tea Party, 1773. By John Fiske. The duty on tea had been retained simply as a matter of principle. It did not bring £300 a year into the British exchequer. But the king thought this a favourable time for asserting the obnoxious principle which the tax involved. Thus, as in Mrs. Gamp's case, a teapot became the cause or occasion of a division between friends. The measures now taken by the government brought matters at once to a crisis. None of the colonies would take tea on its terms. Lord Hillsborough had lately been superseded as Colonel Secretary by Lord Dartmouth, an amiable man like the Prime Minister, but like him, wholly under the influence of the King. Lord Dartmouth's appointment was made the occasion of introducing a series of new measures. The affairs of the East India Company were in a bad condition, and it was thought that the trouble was partly due to the loss of the American trade in tea. The Americans would not buy tea shipped from England, but they smuggled it freely from Holland, and the smuggling could not be stopped by mere force. The best way to obviate the difficulty, it was thought, would be to make English tea cheaper in America than foreign tea, while still retaining the duty of 3d on a pound. If this could be achieved, it was supposed that the Americans would be sure to buy English tea by reason of its cheapness, and would thus be ensnared into admitting the principle involved in the duty. This ingenious scheme shows how unable the king and his ministers were to imagine that the Americans could take a higher view of the matter than that of pounds, shillings, and pence. In order to enable the East India Company to sell its tea cheap in America, a drawback was allowed of all the duties which such tea had been wont to pay on entering England on its way from China. In this way, the Americans would now find it actually cheaper to buy the English tea with the duty on it than to smuggle their tea from Holland. To this scheme, Lord North said it was of no use for anyone to offer objections, for the king would have it so. The king meant to try the question with America. In accordance with this policy, several ships loaded with tea set sail in the autumn of 1773 for the 4 principal ports, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston. Agents or consignees of the East India Company were appointed by letter to receive the tea in these 4 towns. As soon as the details of the scheme were known in America, the whole country was in a blaze, from Maine to Georgia. Nevertheless, only legal measures of resistance were contemplated. In Philadelphia, a great meeting was held in October at the State House, and it was voted that whosoever should lend countenance to the receiving or unloading of the tea would be regarded as an enemy to his country. The consignees were then requested to resign their commissions, and did so. In New York and Charleston also the consignees threw up their commissions.
In Boston a similar demand was made, but the consignees doggedly refused to resign, and thus the eyes of the whole country were directed toward Boston as the battlefield on which the great issue was to be tried. During the month of November many town meetings were held in Faneuil Hall. On the 17th, authentic intelligence was brought that the tea-ships would soon arrive. The next day a committee, headed by Samuel Adams, waited upon the consignees and again asked them to resign. Upon their refusal, the town meeting instantly dissolved itself, without a word of comment or debate, and at this ominous silence, the consignees and the governor were filled with a vague sense of alarm, as if some storm were brewing whereof none could foresee the results. All felt that the decision now rested with the committees of correspondence. 4 days afterward, the committees of Cambridge, Brooklyn, Roxbury, and Dorchester met the Boston committee at Faneuil Hall, and it was unanimously resolved that on no account should the tea be landed. The 5 towns also sent a letter to all the other towns in the colony, saying, "Brethren, we are reduced to this dilemma, either to sit down quiet under this and every other burden that our enemies shall see fit to lay upon us, or to rise up and resist this and every plan laid for our destruction, as becomes wise freemen. In this extremity we earnestly request your advice." There was nothing weak or doubtful in the response. From Petersham and Lenox, perched on their lofty hilltops, from the valleys of the Connecticut and the Merrimack, from Chatham on the bleak peninsula of Cape Cod, there came but one message: to give up life and all that makes life dear, rather than submit like slaves to this great wrong. Similar words of encouragement came from other colonies. In Philadelphia, at the news of the bold stand Massachusetts was about to take, the church bells were rung, and there was general rejoicing about the streets. A letter from the men of Philadelphia to the men of Boston said, "Our only fear is lest you may shrink. May God give you virtue enough to save the liberties of your country." On Sunday the 28th, the Dartmouth, first of the tea-ships, arrived in the harbour. The urgency of the business in hand overcame the Sabbatarian scruples of the people. The Committee of Correspondence met at once, and obtained from Francis Roch, the owner of the vessel, a promise that the ship should not be entered before Tuesday. Samuel Adams then invited the committees of the 5 towns, to which Charleston was now added, to hold a mass meeting the next morning at Faneuil Hall. More than 5,000 people assembled, but as the cradle of liberty could not hold so many, the meeting was adjourned to the Old South Meeting House. It was voted, without a single dissenting voice, that the tea should be sent back to England in the ship which had brought it. Roch was forbidden to enter the ship at the custom-house, and Captain Hall, the ship's master, was notified that it was at his peril if he suffered any of the tea brought by him to be landed. A night watch of 25 citizens was set to guard the vessel, and so the meeting adjourned till next day, when it was understood that the consignees would be ready to make some proposals in the matter. Next day the message was brought from the consignees that it was out of their power to send back the tea, but if it should be landed, they declared themselves willing to store it, and not expose any of it for sale until word could be had from England. Before action could be taken upon this message, the sheriff of Suffolk County entered the church and read a proclamation from the governor, warning the people to disperse and surcease all further unlawful proceedings at their utmost peril. A storm of hisses was the only reply, and the business of the meeting went on. The proposal of the consignees was rejected, and Roch and Hall, being present, were made to promise that the tea should go back to England in the Dartmouth without being landed or paying duty. Resolutions were then passed, forbidding all owners or masters of ships to bring any tea from Great Britain to any part of Massachusetts, so long as the act imposing a duty on it remained unrepealed. Whoever should disregard this injunction would be treated as an enemy to his country, his ships would be prevented from landing, by force if necessary, and his tea would be sent back to the place whence it came. It was further voted that the citizens of Boston and the other towns here assembled would see that these resolutions were carried into effect, at the risk of their lives and property. Notice of these resolutions was sent to the owners of the other ships, now daily expected. And, to crown all, a committee, of which Adams was chairman, was appointed to send a printed copy of these proceedings to New York and Philadelphia, to every seaport in Massachusetts, and to the British government. 2 or 3 days after this meeting, the other 2 ships arrived, and, under orders from the Committee of Correspondence, were anchored by the side of the Dartmouth, at Griffin's Wharf, near the foot of Pearl Street. A military watch was kept at the wharf day and night. Sentinels were placed in the church belfries. Chosen post-riders, with horses saddled and bridled, were ready to alarm the neighbouring towns. Beacon fires were piled all ready for lighting up every hilltop, and any attempt to land the tea forcibly would have been the signal for an instant uprising throughout at least 4 counties. Now, in accordance with the laws providing for the entry and clearance of shipping at custom-houses, it was necessary that every ship should land its cargo within 20 days from its arrival. In case this was not done, the revenue officers were authorized to seize the ship and land its cargo themselves. In the case of the Dartmouth, the captain had promised to take her back to England without unloading, but still, before she could legally start, she must obtain a clearance from the collector of customs, or, in default of this, a pass from the governor. At sunrise of Friday, the 17th of December, the 20 days would have expired. On Saturday, the 11th, Roch was summoned before the Committee of Correspondence, and Samuel Adams asked him why he had not kept his promise and started his ship off for England. He sought to excuse himself on the ground that he had not the power to do so, whereupon he was told that he must apply to the collector for a clearance. Hearing of these things, the governor gave strict orders at the castle to fire upon any vessel trying to get out to sea without a proper permit, and 2 ships from Montagu's fleet, which had been laid up for the winter, were stationed at the entrance of the harbour, to make sure against the Dartmouth's going out. Tuesday came, and Roch, having done nothing, was summoned before the town meeting and peremptorily ordered to apply for a clearance. Samuel Adams and 9 other gentlemen accompanied him to the custom-house to witness the proceedings, but the collector refused to give an answer until the next day. The meeting then adjourned till Thursday, the last of the 20 days. On Wednesday morning Roch was again escorted to the custom-house, and the collector refused to give a clearance until the tea should first be landed. On the morning of Thursday, December 16th, the assembly which was gathered in the Old South Meeting-house, and in the streets about it, numbered more than 7,000 people. It was to be one of the most momentous days in the history of the world. The clearance having been refused, nothing now remained but to order Roch to request a pass for his ship from the governor. But the wary Hutchinson, well knowing what was about to be required of him, had gone out to his country house at Milton, so as to foil the proceedings by his absence. But the meeting was not so to be trifled with. Roch was enjoined, on his peril, to repair to the governor at Milton and ask for his pass, and while he was gone the meeting considered what was to be done in case of a refusal. Without a pass it would be impossible for the ship to clear the harbour under the guns of the castle, and by sunrise next morning the revenue officers would be empowered to seize the ship, and save by a violent assault upon them, it would be impossible to prevent the landing of the tea. "Who knows," said John Roe, "how tea will mingle with salt water?" And great applause followed the suggestion. Yet the plan which was to serve as a last resort had unquestionably been adopted in secret committee long before this. It appears to have been worked out in detail in a little back room at the office of the Boston Gazette, and there is no doubt that Samuel Adams, with some others of the popular leaders, had a share in devising it. But among the thousands present at the town meeting, it is probable that very few knew just what it was designed to do. At 5 in the afternoon it was unanimously voted that, come what would, the tea should not be landed. It had now grown dark, and the church was dimly lighted with candles. Determined not to act until the last legal method of relief should have been tried and found wanting, the great assembly was still waiting quietly in and about the church, when, an hour after nightfall, Roch returned from Milton with the governor's refusal. Then, amid profound stillness, Samuel Adams arose and said, quietly but distinctly, "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country." It was the declaration of war. The law had shown itself unequal to the occasion, and nothing now remained but a direct appeal to force. Scarcely had the watchword left his mouth when a war-whoop answered from outside the door, and 50 men in the guise of Mohawk Indians passed quickly by the entrance and hastened to Griffin's Wharf. Before the 9 o'clock bell rang, the 342 chests of tea laden upon the 3 ships had been cut open, and their contents emptied into the sea. Not a person was harmed, no other property was injured, and the vast crowd, looking upon the scene from the wharf in the clear, frosty moonlight, was so still that the click of the hatchets could be distinctly heard. Next morning the salted tea, as driven by wind and wave, lay in long rows on Dorchester Beach, while Paul Revere, booted and spurred, was riding post-haste to Philadelphia, with the glorious news that Boston had at last thrown down the gauntlet for the King of England to pick up. This heroic action of Boston was greeted with public rejoicing throughout all the 13 colonies, and the other principal seaports were not slow to follow the example. A ship laden with 257 chests of tea had arrived at Charleston on the 2nd of December, but the consignees had resigned, and after 20 days the ship's cargo was seized and landed, and so, as there was no one to receive it, or pay the duty, it was thrown into a damp cellar, where it spoiled. In Philadelphia, on the 25th, a ship arrived with tea, but a meeting of 5,000 men forced the consignees to resign, and the captain straightway set sail for England, the ship having been stopped before it had come within the jurisdiction of the custom-house. In Massachusetts the exultation knew no bounds. "This," said John Adams, "is the most magnificent movement of all. There is a dignity, a majesty, a sublimity in this last effort of the patriots that I greatly admire." Indeed, often as it has been cited and described, the Boston Tea Party was an event so great that even American historians have generally failed to do it justice. This supreme assertion by a New England town meeting of the most fundamental principle of political freedom has been curiously misunderstood by British writers, of whatever party. The most recent Tory historian, Mr. Lecky, speaks of the tea riot at Boston and characterizes it as an outrage. The most recent Liberal historian, Mr. Green, alludes to it as a trivial riot. Such expressions betray most profound misapprehension alike of the significance of this noble scene and of the political conditions in which it originated. There is no difficulty in defining a riot. The pages of history teem with accounts of popular tumults, wherein passion breaks loose and wreaks its full purpose, unguided and unrestrained by reason. No definition could be further from describing the colossal event which occurred in Boston on the 16th of December, 1773. Here passion was guided and curbed by sound reason at every step, down to the last moment, in the dim candlelight of the old church, when the noble Puritan statesman quietly told his hearers that the moment for using force had at last, and through no fault of theirs, arrived. They had reached a point where the written law had failed them, and in their effort to defend the eternal principles of natural justice, they were now most reluctantly compelled to fall back upon the paramount law of self-preservation. It was the one supreme moment in a controversy supremely important to mankind, and in which the common sense of the world has since acknowledged that they were wholly in the right. It was the one moment of all that troubled time in which no compromise was possible. Had the tea been landed, says the contemporary historian William Gordon, the union of the colonies in opposing the ministerial scheme would have been dissolved, and it would have been extremely difficult ever after to have restored it. In view of the stupendous issues at stake, the patience of the men of Boston was far more remarkable than their boldness. For the quiet sublimity of reasonable but dauntless moral purpose, the heroic annals of Greece and Rome can show us no greater scene than that which the Old South Meeting House witnessed on the day when the tea was destroyed. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the United States. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Patrick Henry delivering his celebrated oration by Peter Frederick Rothermel, American artist, 1817 to 1895, painting page 456. The place of meeting was the old church in Richmond. The proceedings of the Continental Congress were approved, and the delegates of the colony in Congress were applauded with perfect unanimity, and the Convention of the Old Dominion renewed their assurances that it was the most ardent wish of their colony and of the whole continent of North America to see a speedy return to those halcyon days when they lived a free and happy people. To Patrick Henry, this language seemed likely to lull the public mind into confidence at a time when the interruption of the sessions of the General Assembly left them no opportunity in their legislative capacity of making any provision to secure their rights from the further violations with which they were threatened. He therefore proposed that this colony be immediately put into a posture of defence, and that a committee prepare a plan for the embodiment, arming, and disciplining of a number of men as may be sufficient for that purpose. The resolution was opposed by Bland, Harrison, and Pendleton, 3 of the delegates of Virginia in Congress, and by Nicholas, who had been among the most resolute in the preceding May. The thought of an actual conflict in arms with England was new. They counted on the influence of the Friends of Liberty and the parent country, the interposition of the manufacturing interests, or the relenting of the sovereign himself. "Are we ready for war?" they asked. "Are we a military people? Where are our stores, our soldiers, our generals, our money? We are defenceless, yet we talk of war against one of the most formidable nations in the world. It will be time enough to resort to measures of despair when every well-founded hope had vanished." Then it was that Patrick Henry made the speech which follows. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 77. Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death. 1775, by Patrick Henry. It is natural for man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth, and listen to the song of that siren till she transforms us into beasts. Is it the part of wise men, engaged in the great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, and to provide for it. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past, and judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves and the House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, sir. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask gentlemen, sir, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can gentlemen assign any other motive for it? Has Great Britain any other enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministers have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer on the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves longer. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and Parliament. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week, or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed, and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs, and hugging the delusive phantom of hope, until our enemy shall have bound us hand and foot? Sir, we are not weak, if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. 3 millions of people armed in the holy cause of liberty, and in such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the active, the vigilant, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat, but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir, let it come. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dead or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, heaven! I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org by Betty B. The United States, Part 12, From Lexington to Saratoga, Historical Note. The people of Massachusetts had begun to prepare for armed resistance, and had stored powder in Concord. British soldiers were sent to seize this, but were opposed by little bands of the colonists at Lexington and Concord, and were forced to retreat. This was the beginning of the war. It was followed in June by the Battle of Bunker Hill, a defeat but yet a victory, for the colonists found that they, untrained as they were only kept from repulsing the famous British regulars by the lack of powder. Washington had been appointed commander-in-chief and was already on his way to take command of the army in Boston. The British sent a fleet to attack Charleston, South Carolina, but their balls were met by 2 rows of palmetto logs with sand between and did little damage. On July 2, 1776, Congress passed a resolution that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. To adopt the famous Declaration of Independence 2 days later was easy, but to force Great Britain to admit their independence was another matter. In August, New York was occupied by the British, and Washington retreated into Pennsylvania. The British thought that resistance was at an end, but on December 26th, Washington crossed the Delaware, captured a large force of Hessians at Trenton, and defeated the British in the Battle of Princeton. But in spite of these successes, and of the arrival of the Marquis de Lafayette and other notable volunteers, affairs at the close of 1776 looked black for the colonists. The following year saw a change of fortune. The British planned to cut off New England by sending an expedition under Burgoyne from Canada down to Albany, where it would be met by an army from New York. The Americans had no available force strong enough to oppose Burgoyne, but by delaying his advance and cutting off his detachments, they wore down his force until at Saratoga he was obliged on October 17th to surrender his entire army. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 79. The First Day of the Revolution, 1775, by Edward Everett Hale. On the 19th day of April, 1775, a day to be remembered by all Americans of the present generation, and which ought and doubtless will be handed down to ages yet unborn, the troops of Britain, unprovoked, shed the blood of sundry of the loyal American subjects of the British King in the field of Lexington. These words are the prophetic introduction of the narrative of the excursion of the King's troops under the command of General Gage, which the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts sent to England. With infinite care the Congress drew up depositions, which were sworn to before His Majesty's Justices of the Peace, that with all legal form they might show to all the world who were the aggressors, now that the crisis had come. Then they entrusted the precious volume of these depositions to Richard Darby of Salem, who sent John Darby with them to England. The vessel made a good run, arriving on the 29th of May with these official papers and the Essex Gazette, which had the published accounts. The Suki, Captain Brown, with the government accounts forwarded by General Gage, did not arrive till 11 days after. Meanwhile, Arthur Lee and all the friends of America in London were steadily publishing the news of the ministerial attack on the people and the people's repulse of the army. The public charged the government with concealing the news. Thus was it that when the embattled farmers stood and fired the shot heard round the world, they told their own story. All parties had fair notice that the crisis was coming, and they had a good chance to guess how it was coming on the 30th of March, by way of seeing how people would bear the presence of an army, and how the army would march after a winter's rest and rust. Earl Percy, with 5 regiments, marched out over Boston Neck into the country. Boston people can trace him by walking out on Washington Street, where the sea water then flowed on both sides, up the hill at Roxbury on the right of the church, and heeding Governor Dudley's parting stone, which still stands, let them take Centre Street to Dedham and Rhode Island. Along that road to Jamaica Plain, Earl Percy marched, his drums and fifes playing Yankee Doodle. The spring was very early. Some soldiers straggled and trampled down gardens and fields that had been planted, perhaps the fall before. From Jamaica Plain, Earl Percy led them across to Dorchester, and by the Dorchester road they came home. Very indignant was the Provincial Congress and the Committee of Safety at this first invasion of the country, and all people guessed that Concord would be the point of the next excursion, because at Concord was one of the largest deposits of stores which the province of Massachusetts had collected in its preparation against the British Empire. As early as February 9, the Provincial Congress had intimated their intention of stopping such excursions. They had appointed the celebrated Committee of Safety with the express purpose of checking them. Of this committee, the business and duty it shall be, most carefully and diligently, to inspect and observe all and every such person or persons as shall at any time attempt to carry into execution by force an act of the British Parliament entitled An Act for the Better Regulating the Government of the Province of Massachusetts Bay in New England, which said committee, or any 5 of them, provided always that not more than one of the said 5 shall be an inhabitant of the town of Boston, shall have power, and they are hereby empowered and directed, when they shall judge that such attempt or attempts are made, to alarm, muster, and cause to be assembled with the utmost expedition, and completely armed, accoutred, and supplied with provisions sufficient for their support in their march to the place of rendezvous, such and so many of the militia of this province as they shall judge necessary for the end and purpose of opposing such attempt or attempts, and at such place or places as they shall judge proper, and them to discharge as the safety of the province shall permit. This, it will be observed, was full preparation for war. Only the Provincial Congress meant that General Gage should strike the first blow. Meanwhile, Ensign Bernier of the 10th Royal Infantry, with a companion, Captain Brown, was sent to see what there was at Concord. They left their journal behind them when the next year the English army evacuated Boston, and so we are able to trace their march today. And so it happened that late in the evening of the 18th of April, when it was supposed most of the Boston people were in bed, about 800 soldiers, grenadiers, light infantry, and marines were embarked in the boats of the Navy very near the place where the old Providence station stood, where then the tide rose and fell. Remember that there was no bridge at that time from Boston to any side. The little army was ferried across to Lechmere's Point, not far from the courthouse today. It lost 2 hours in going so far, and then took up its silent line of march through Cambridge by what is still remembered as Milk Row. At the tavern in Monotamy, now West Cambridge, the rebel Committee of Safety had been in session the day before. Dear old General Heath, till then only our colonel, whose memoirs come in the most entertaining reading of the time, had been there, but he had gone home to Roxbury. Here, in the garrulous old 18th century style, is his account of what happened to those who stayed. On the 19th, at daybreak, our general was awoke, called from his bed, and informed that a detachment of the British army were out, that they had crossed from Boston to Phipps's Farm in boats, and had gone towards Concord, as was supposed, with intent to destroy the public stores. They probably had noticed that the committees had met the preceding day at Weatherby's tavern at Monotamy, for when they came opposite the house they halted. Several of the gentlemen slept there during the night. Among them were Colonel Orne, Colonel Lee, and Mr. Gary. One of them awoke and informed the others that a body of the British were before the house. They immediately made their escape, without time to dress themselves, at the back door, receiving some injury from obstacles in the way. In their undressed state, they made their way into the fields. Heath had met on his way home officers who tried to keep the news of the excursion from reaching Concord, but the country was alarmed, and Colonel Smith sent back to Boston for a reinforcement. General Gage had expected the request, and had ordered the 1st Brigade under arms at 4 that morning. These orders were carried to the 1st Brigade Major's. He was not at home, and when he came home his servant forgot to tell of the letter. At 4 o'clock no brigade appeared. At 5 o'clock Colonel Smith's express came, asking the reinforcement. On inquiry it proved that no orders were given, and it was not till 6 that a part of the brigade paraded. They waited till 7 for the Marines. Is not all this like a village muster today? At 7, there being still no Marines, it proved that the order for them had been addressed to Major Pitcairn, who was by this time far away, and had indeed begun the war already, without knowing it, by firing his pistol on Lexington Common. So the half of the brigade waited and waited till the Marines could be got ready, and when they were ready at 9 o'clock started over Boston Neck, for now they had no boats, so that they must e'en go 6 miles round by land, as every Bostonian will see, for there were then no bridges. So they came to Dudley's parting stone, playing Yankee Doodle again, but when they reached the stone this time, they took the right-hand road to Cambridge and Watertown. A Roxbury boy, who sat on a stone wall to see them pass, prophesied thus to Percy, referring to the history of his noble house: "You go out by Yankee Doodle, but you will come back by Chevy Chase." Well, the half-brigade was waiting for the Marines on what is now Tremont Street. Its line crossing the head of Beacon Street, a little boy, 9 years old, named Harrison Gray Otis, was on his way to the old school in School Street, where Parker's Hotel stands today. Here is his account of it. It is, so far as I know, the only glimpse we have of Boston life on that memorable morning. On the 19th of April, 1775, I went to school for the last time. In the morning, about 7, Percy's brigade was drawn up, extending from Scolay's buildings through Tremont Street and nearly to the bottom of the Mall, preparing to take up their march for Lexington. A corporal came up to me as I was going to school and turned me off to pass down Court Street, which I did, and came up School Street to the schoolhouse. It may well be imagined that great agitation prevailed, the British line being drawn up a few yards only from the schoolhouse door. As I entered school, I heard the announcement of Deponiti Libros, and ran home for fear of the regulars. Here ended my connection with Mr. Lovell's administration of the school. Soon afterwards I left town, and did not return until after the evacuation by the British in March 1776. Colonel Smith and his 800 had pressed on meanwhile. The alarm had been so thoroughly given in Lexington that at 2 o'clock the militia had assembled, 130 in number, and John Parker, their captain, had ordered them to load with powder and ball. This John is the grandfather of one Theodore, who will appear 2 generations afterwards. No sign of any troops, and the men were dismissed with orders to assemble again at the beat of drum. Most of them thought that the whole was a false alarm, but Gage's officers in the advance of the English column came back to it on its march, and reported that 500 men were in arms. Major Pitcairn of the Marines had command of 6 companies of light infantry in advance. He caught all of Parker's scouts except Thaddeus Bowman, who galloped back to Lexington Common and gave to Parker tidings of the approach of the column. Parker ordered the drum to beat, and his men began to collect. He ordered Sergeant William Monroe to form them in 2 ranks a few rods north of the meeting-house. The English officers, hearing the drum, halted their troops, bade them prime and load, and then marched forward at double quick. 60 or 70 of the militia had assembled. The tradition is that Parker had bidden the men not to fire till they were fired upon, but added, if they mean to have a war, let it begin here. Double quick on one side, on the other Sergeant Monroe forming his men as well as he can. Major Pitcairn is in the advance. Ye villains, ye rebels, disperse, lay down your arms. Why don't ye lay down your arms? He saw a gun flash in the pan. The men did not disperse. Pitcairn declared till the day he died at Bunker Hill that he gave no order to fire, that he commanded not to fire, and it seems to be admitted that he struck his staff or sword downward as a signal to forbear firing. But some men in his party fired irregularly and hurt no one. Then came a general discharge from the English line, and many men were killed or wounded. The militia returned the fire, some before leaving their line, some after, and the war was begun. Here is Captain John Parker's account of the fight, one of the papers which Captain Darby carried to London. I, John Parker, of lawful age, and commander of the militia at Lexington, do testify and declare that on the 19th instant in the morning, about 1 of the clock, being informed that there were a number of the regular officers riding up and down the road, stopping and insulting people as they passed the road, and also informed that a number of the regular troops were on their march from Boston in order to take the province stores at Concord, I ordered our militia to meet on the common in said Lexington to consult what to do, and concluded not to be discovered, nor meddle, nor make with said regular troops if they should approach, unless they should insult or molest us. And upon their sudden approach, I immediately ordered our militia to disperse and not to fire. Immediately said troops made their appearance, and rushing furiously on, fired upon and killed 8 of our party without receiving any provocation therefor from us. Middlesex, SS, April 25, 1775. The above named John Parker personally appeared, and, after being duly cautioned to tell the whole truth, made solemn oath to the truth of the above deposition by him subscribed before us. William Reed, Joshua Johnson, William Stickney, Justices of the Peace. That is the way those people went to war. They fought one day, and then they made depositions to secure the truth of history. Henry Clay was greatly amused when Dr. Palfrey, our New England historian, told him of these depositions. He heard the story in some detail, and then said, "Tell me that again." But they did not stop for depositions then. The militia retired, some here, some there. The English troops fired a volley on the common and gave 3 cheers. Colonel Smith came up with the main party, and they all pressed on to Concord. 2 of their party had been wounded. Major Pitcairn's horse was struck by a ball, and after the column left Lexington, 6 of the regulars were taken prisoners. The musket of one of them is in the State House today. Meanwhile, the Concord militia had the alarm and had formed. The Minutemen and some of the militia from Lincoln, the next town, had joined them. Some of the companies marched down the Lexington road till they saw the approaching column. They saw they were outnumbered, and they fell back to a hill about 80 rods distance back of the town, where they formed. Colonel Barrett, their commander, joined them here. He had been at work that day executing such commands as these, given by the Committee of Safety the day before. They are worth looking back upon as illustrations of the preparations of these days. April 18, 1775. Voted that part of the provisions be removed from Concord, viz., 50 barrels of beef from thence to Sudbury, with Deacon Plimpton, 100 barrels of flour, of which what is in the malt house in Concord be part, 20 casks of rice, 15 hogsheads of molasses, 10 hogsheads of rum, 500 candles. Voted that the musket balls under the care of Colonel Barrett be buried underground in some safe place, that he be desired to do it, and to let the commissary only be informed thereof. Still finding himself outnumbered, Colonel Barrett then withdrew his force over the North Bridge to the other side of Concord River, and the little English army marched into the town. 3 of their companies were stationed at the bridge. 3 companies were sent to Colonel Barrett's house, 2 miles distant, to destroy the magazine. Did they find the musket bullets? No. Another party was sent to the south bridge. In the center of the town they broke off the trunnions of 3 new cannon, destroyed what stores they could find, among others some wooden spoons and trenchers, which appear quite conspicuously in all the accounts. But from all such work all parties were called by firing at the north bridge. All this time minute men from all parts of Middlesex County had been pouring in on the high grounds where Colonel Barrett had formed his men. They saw at last that the troops had fired the town in one place and another. The courthouse was on fire. Captain William Smith of Lincoln volunteered to take his company and dislodge the guard at the bridge. Isaac Davis of the Acton Company made the remark which has become a proverb, "There is not a man of my company that is afraid to go." Colonel Barrett ordered the attack, bade the column pass the bridge, but not to fire unless they were fired upon. Again the passion for law appeared. It is the king's highway, and we have a right to march upon it if we march to Boston. Forward, march! They marched to the air of the white cockade, the quickest step their fifes could play. Laurie, in command of the English party, crossed back on the bridge and began to take up the planks. Major Buttrick, who commanded the attacking party, hurried his men. When they were within a few rods, the English fired in 3 several discharges. Mr. Emerson, the minister of Concord, the grandfather of Ralph Waldo Emerson, watched the scene and made his record on that day. 3 several discharges were made by the English, and Mr. Emerson was very uneasy till the fire was returned. Isaac Davis, the Acton captain, and Abner Hosmer were killed, and then Major Buttrick gave the order to fire. The English retired. The provincials crossed the bridge, and part of them ascended the bold hill, which visitors to Concord remember behind the meeting house on the right of the town. The English party under Parsons returned from Barrett's and crossed the bridge again, but they were left to join the main body without offense. 1 English soldier had been killed and several wounded. Colonel Smith delayed his return till he could find carriages for his wounded, and it was noon before he began his return. Meanwhile, north, southeast, and west couriers had been speeding, announcing that the Lexington militia had been fired on. The minutemen the county through had started on their march. They did not know what point to strike. They did not know what they were to do when they came there, but they marched. They were determined to be in time, and in time they were. The populous country between Boston and Concord was in arms. The men knew every inch of ground, and after they had had their shot at the regulars in one place, ran across country and tried them in another. They are trained to protect themselves behind stone walls, wrote General Gage to the ministry. They seemed to drop from the clouds, says an English soldier. Poor Smith and his party, after 30 miles of tramping, came back to Lexington Common, in no mood for giving 3 huzzas there. They made quick marching of it, and were there by 2 in the afternoon. They left Concord at noon. A number of our officers were wounded, says Bernier, so that we began to run rather than retreat in order. The whole behaved with amazing bravery, but little order. Here Percy met them with his late reinforcement. Here they rested, and then resumed the retreat to receive just the same treatment in every defile. At West Cambridge, the Danvers Company, the flank company of the Essex Regiment, had come up. 50 miles they had marched in 4 hours across Essex County. It was sunset before the head of such of the column as was left crossed Charlestown Neck. All Boston was on Beacon Hill watching for their return. Through the gathering twilight men could see from the hill the flashes of the muskets on Milk Row, and Percy had to unlimber his field pieces and bring them into use again. It was at West Cambridge that Dr. Warren so exposed himself that a pin was struck out of the hair of his earlock. General Heath was by this time exercising some sort of command. Late in the afternoon, when the head of the English column had arrived at Bunker Hill, an aide of Pickering's rode up to Heath to announce that the Essex Regiment was close behind him. Danvers had gone across country. The rest of the regiment had marched direct to Boston. Heath judged that it was too late for any further attack. The English on their side planted sentries at the neck. Heath planted them on the other side and ordered the militia to lie on their arms at Cambridge. But long before this, the news of the march had traveled north and west and south. The memory of the rider on the white horse is still told in tradition, reminding one, as Governor Washburne has said, of the white horse in the Revelation. The march and retreat were on Wednesday. On Sunday morning they had a rumor of it in New York, and on Tuesday they had a second express from New England with quite a connected story. This story was so definite that they ventured to send it south by express, as they received it from New Haven. To Elizabethtown, to Woodbridge, to New Brunswick, to Princeton it flew as fast as horses could carry it. The endorsements by the different committees show their eager haste. It was in Baltimore on the 27th. It was in Georgetown, South Carolina, on the 10th of May. It told how the King's troops were besieged on Winter Hill, how Lord Percy was killed, and another general officer of the English on the first fire. To counterbalance this good news, the story is that our first man in command, who he is I know not, is also killed. No man has since known who our first man in command was. There was no commander all day long. The dispatch was all untrue, but it told of war, and it fired the whole country. On the 20th of April, an army was around Boston, and the siege had begun. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 80 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 80. Grandmother's Story of Bunker Hill Battle. 1775. As She Saw It from the Belfry. By Oliver Wendell Holmes. 'Tis like stirring living embers, when at 80 one remembers all the achings and the quakings of the times that tried men's souls. When I talk of Whig and Tory, when I tell the rebel story, to you the words are ashes, but to me they're burning coals. I had heard the muskets rattle of the April running battle, Lord Percy's hunted soldiers, I can see their red coats still. But a deadly chill comes o'er me as the day looms up before me, when 1,000 men lay bleeding on the slopes of Bunker's Hill. 'Twas a peaceful summer's morning, when the first thing gave us warning was the booming of the cannon from the river and the shore. "Child," said Grandma, "what's the matter? What is all this noise and clatter? Have those scalping Indian devils come to murder us once more?" Poor old soul, my sides were shaking, in the midst of all my quaking, to hear her talk of Indians when the guns began to roar. She had seen the burning village, and the slaughter and the pillage, when the Mohawk killed her father, with their bullets through his door. Then I said, "Now, dear old granny, don't you fret and worry any, for I'll soon come back and tell you whether this is work or play. There can't be mischief in it, so I won't be gone a minute." For a minute then I started. I was gone the livelong day. No time for bodice lacing or for looking-glass grimacing. Down my hair went as I hurried, tumbling halfway to my heels. God forbid your ever knowing, when there's blood around her flowing, how the lonely helpless daughter of a quiet household feels. In the street I heard a thumping, and I knew it was the stumping of the corporal, our old neighbour, on that wooden leg he wore. With a knot of women round him, it was lucky I had found him, so I followed with the others, and the corporal marched before. They were making for the steeple, the old soldier and his people. The pigeons circled round us as we climbed the creaking stair. Just across the narrow river, oh so close it made me shiver, stood a fortress on the hilltop that but yesterday was bare. Not slow our eyes to find it, well, we knew who stood behind it, though the earthwork hid them from us, and the stubborn walls were dumb. Here were sister, wife, and mother, looking wild upon each other, and their lips were white with terror as they said, "The hour has come." The morning slowly wasted, not a morsel had we tasted, and our heads were almost splitting with the cannon's deafening thrill, when a figure tall and stately round the rampart strode sedately. It was Prescott, one since told me, he commanded on the hill. Every woman's heart grew bigger when we saw his manly figure, with the banyan buckled round it, standing up so straight and tall, like a gentleman of leisure who is strolling out for pleasure. Through the storm of shell and cannon shot, he walked around the wall. At 11 the streets were swarming, for the redcoats' ranks were forming. At noon in marching order they were moving to the piers. How the bayonets gleamed and glistened as we looked far down and listened to the trampling and the drumbeat of the belted grenadiers. At length the men have started, with a cheer, it seemed faint-hearted, in their scarlet regimentals, with their knapsacks on their backs, and the reddening rippling waters, as after a sea-fight slaughter, round the barges gliding onwards, blush like blood along their tracks. So they crossed to the other border, and again they formed in order, and the boats came back for soldiers, came for soldiers, soldiers still. The time seemed everlasting, to us women faint and fasting. At last they're moving, marching proudly up the hill. We can see the bright steel glancing, all along the lines advancing. Now the front rank fires a volley, they have thrown away their shot. For behind their earthwork lying, all the balls above them flying, our people need not hurry, so they wait and answer not. Then the corporal, our old cripple, he would swear sometimes and tipple. He had heard the bullets whistle in the old French war before, calls out in words of jeering, just as if they all were hearing, and his wooden leg thumps fiercely on the dusty belfry floor. Oh, fire away, ye villains, and earn King George's shillings, but you'll waste a ton of powder afore a rebel falls. You may bang the dirt and welcome, they're as safe as Daniel Malcolm, 10 foot beneath the gravestone that you've splintered with your balls. In the hush of expectation, in the awe and trepidation of the dread approaching moment, we are well nigh breathless all, though the rotten bars are failing on the rickety belfry railing. We are crowding up against them, like the waves against a wall. Just a glimpse, the air is clearer, they are nearer, 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 when a flash, a curling smoke wreath, then a crash, the steeple shakes. The deadly truce is ended, the tempest shroud is rended, like a morning mist it gathered, like a thundercloud it breaks. Oh, the sight our eyes discover, as the blue-black smoke blows over, the redcoats stretched in windrows, as a mower rakes its hay. Here a scarlet heap is lying, there a headlong crowd is flying, like a billow that has broken, and is shivered into spray. Then we cried, the troops are routed, they are beat, it can't be doubted. God be thanked, the fight is over. Ah, the grim old soldiers smile. Tell us, why you look so? We could hardly speak, we shook so. Are they beaten? Are they beaten? Are they beaten? Wait a while. Oh, the trembling and the terror, for too soon we saw our error. They are baffled, not defeated. We have driven them back in vain. And the columns that were scattered round the colours that were tattered, towards the sullen, silent fortress, turn their belted breasts again. All at once, as we are gazing, lo, the roofs of Charlestown blazing. They have fired the harmless village, in an hour it will be down. The Lord in heaven confound them, rain his fire and brimstone round them, the robbing, murdering redcoats that would burn a peaceful town. They are marching stern and solemn, we can see each massive column, as they near the naked earth mound with the slanting walls so steep. Have our soldiers got faint-hearted, and in noiseless haste departed? Are they panic-struck and helpless? Are they palsied or asleep? Now the walls they're almost under, scarce a rod the foes asunder. Not a firelock flashed against them, up the earthwork they will swarm. But the words have scarce been spoken, when the ominous calm is broken, and a bellowing crash has emptied or the vengeance of the storm. So again with murderous slaughter, pelted backward to the water, fly Pigot's running heroes and the frightened braves of Howe. And we shout, at last they're done for, it's their barges they have run for, they are beaten, 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 and the battle's over now? And we looked, poor timid creatures, on the rough old soldier's features, our lips afraid to question, but he knew what we would ask. Not sure, he said, keep quiet, once more I guess they'll try it. Here's damnation to the cutthroats. Then he handed me his flask, saying, gal, you're looking shaky, have a drop of old Jamaica. I'm afeard there'll be more trouble afore the job is done. So I took one scorching swallow, dreadful faint I felt and hollow, standing there from early morning when the firing had begun. All through those hours of trial I had watched a calm clock dial. As the hands kept creeping, they were creeping round to 4. When the old man said, they're forming, with their bagonets fixed for storming. It's the death grip that's a-coming, they will try the works once more. With the brazen trumpets blaring, the flames behind them glaring, the deadly war before them, in close array they come. Still onward, upward toiling, like a dragon's fold uncoiling, like the rattlesnake's shrill warning, the reverberating drum. Over heaps all torn and gory, shall I tell the fearful story, how they surged about the breastwork as the sea breaks o'er a deck, how driven yet scarce defeated, our worn-out men retreated, with their powder horns all emptied, like the swimmers from a wreck. It has all been told and painted. As for me, they say I fainted, and the wooden-legged old corporal stumped with me down the stair. When I woke from dreams affrighted, the evening lamps were lighted. On the floor a youth was lying, his bleeding breast was bare. And I heard through all the flurry, send for Warren, hurry, hurry, tell him here's a soldier bleeding, and he'll come and dress his wound. Ah, we knew not till the morrow told its tale of death and sorrow, how the starlight found him stiffened on the dark and bloody ground. Who the youth was, what his name was, where the place from which he came was, who had brought him from the battle and had left him at our door, he could not speak to tell us, but 'twas one of our brave fellows, as the homespun plainly showed us, which the dying soldier wore. For they all thought he was dying, as they gathered round him crying, and they said, oh, how they'll miss him, and what will his mother do? Then his eyelids just unclosing, like a child that has been dozing, he faintly murmured, mother, and I saw his eyes were blue. Why, Grandma, how you're winking! Ah, my child, it sets me thinking of a story not like this one. Well, he somehow lived along, so we came to know each other, and I nursed him like a mother, till at last he stood before me, tall and rosy-cheeked and strong. And we sometimes walked together in the pleasant summer weather. Please to tell us what his name was, just your own, my little dear. There's his picture Copley painted. We became so well acquainted that, in short, that's why I'm Grandma, and you children all are here. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 81 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The World's Story, Volume 12. The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 81. When Washington Took Command, 1775, by Henry Cabot Lodge. Without any serious opposition, in the name of the United Colonies, the Congress adopted the Army of New England men besieging Boston as the Continental Army, and proceeded to appoint a commander-in-chief to direct its operations. Practically, this was the most important step taken in the whole course of the War of Independence, nothing less than the whole issue of the struggle for ultimate defeat or for ultimate victory turned upon the selection to be made at this crisis. The choice of Washington for commander-in-chief was suggested and strongly urged by John Adams, and when on the 15th of June the nomination was formally made by Thomas Johnson of Maryland, it was unanimously confirmed. Then Washington, rising, said with great earnestness, "Since the Congress desire, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in their service, and for the support of the glorious cause. But I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I this day declare, with the utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with." He refused to take any pay for his services, but said he would keep an accurate account of his personal expenses, which Congress might reimburse, should it see fit, after the close of the war. John Fiske. Accompanied by Lee and Schuyler, and with a brilliant escort, he had ridden but 20 miles when he was met by the news of Bunker Hill. Did the militia fight was the immediate and characteristic question, and being told that they did fight, he exclaimed, "Then the liberties of the country are safe." Given the fighting spirit, Washington felt he could do anything. Full of this important intelligence, he pressed forward to Newark, where he was received by a committee of the Provincial Congress, sent to conduct the commander-in-chief to New York. There he tarried long enough to appoint Schuyler to the charge of the military affairs in that colony, having mastered on the journey its complicated social and political conditions. Pushing on through Connecticut, he reached Watertown, where he was received by the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts on July 2nd, with every expression of attachment and confidence. Lingering less than an hour for this ceremony, he rode on to the headquarters at Cambridge, and when he came within the lines the shouts of the soldiers and the booming of cannon announced his arrival to the English in Boston. The next day he rode forth in the presence of a great multitude, and the troops having been drawn up before him, he drew his sword beneath the historical elm tree and took command of the first American army. His Excellency, wrote Dr. Thatcher in his journal, was on horseback in company with several military gentlemen. It was not difficult to distinguish him from all others. He is tall and well proportioned, and his personal appearance truly noble and majestic. He is tall and of easy and agreeable address, the loyalist Curwen had remarked a few weeks before, while Mrs. John Adams, warm-hearted and clever, wrote to her husband after the general's arrival. Dignity, ease, and complacency, the gentleman and the soldier, look agreeably blended in him. Modesty marks every line and feature of his face. Those lines of Dryden instantly occurred to me. Mark his majestic fabric. He's a temple, sacred by birth and built by hands divine. His soul's the deity that lodges there, nor is the pile unworthy of the god. Lady, lawyer, and surgeon, patriot and Tory, all speak alike, and as they wrote, so New England felt. A slave owner, an aristocrat, and a churchman, Washington came to Cambridge to pass over the heads of native generals to the command of a New England army. Among a democratic people, hard-working and simple in their lives, and dissenters to the backbone, who regarded episcopacy as something little short of papistry and quite equivalent to Toryism. Yet the shout that went up from soldiers and people in Cambridge Common on that pleasant July morning came from the heart and had no jarring note. A few of the political chiefs growled a little in later days at Washington, but the soldiers and the people, high and low, rich and poor, gave him an unstinted loyalty. On the fields of battle and throughout 8 years of political strife, the men of New England stood by the great Virginian with a devotion and truth in which was no shadow of turning. Here again we see exhibited most conspicuously the powerful personality of the man who was able thus to command immediately the allegiance of this naturally cold and reserved people. What was it that they saw that inspired them at once with so much confidence? They looked upon a tall, handsome man, dressed in plain uniform, wearing across his breast a broad blue band of silk, which some may have noticed as the badge and symbol of a certain solemn league and covenant once very momentous in the English-speaking world. They saw his calm, high bearing, and in every line of face and figure they beheld the signs of force and courage. Yet there must have been something more to call forth the confidence then so quickly given, and which no one ever long withheld. All felt dimly, but none the less surely, that here was a strong, able man, capable of rising to the emergency, whatever it might be, capable of continued growth and development, clear of head and warm of heart, and so the New England people gave to him instinctively their sympathy and their faith, and never took them back. The shouts and cheers died away, and then Washington returned to his temporary quarters in the Wadsworth House to master the task before him. The first great test of his courage and ability had come, and he faced it quietly as the excitement caused by his arrival passed by. He saw before him, to use his own words, a mixed multitude of people, under very little discipline, order, or government. In the language of one of his aides, the entire army, if it deserved the name, was but an assemblage of brave, enthusiastic, undisciplined country lads, the officers in general quite as ignorant of military life as the troops, excepting a few elderly men who had seen some irregular service among the provincials under Lord Amherst. With this force, ill-posted and very insecurely fortified, Washington was to drive the British from Boston. His first step was to count his men, and it took 8 days to get the necessary returns, which in an ordinary army would have been furnished in an hour. When he had them, he found that instead of 20,000, as had been represented, but 14,000 soldiers were actually present for duty. In a short time, however, Mr. Emerson, the chaplain, noted in his diary that it was surprising how much had been done, and that the lines had been so extended and the work so shrewdly built that it was morally impossible for the enemy to get out except in one place purposefully left open. A little later the same observer remarked, "There is a great overturning in the camp as to order and regularity. New lords, new laws. The Generals Washington and Lee are upon the lines every day. The strictest government is taking place, and great distinction is made between officers and soldiers. Bodies of troops scattered here and there by chance were replaced by well-distributed forces, posted wisely and effectively in strong entrenchments. It is little wonder that the worthy chaplain was impressed, and now, seeing it all from every side, we too can watch order come out of chaos and mark the growth of an army under the guidance of a master mind and the steady pressure of an unbending will." Then, too, there was no discipline, for the army was composed of raw militia, who elected their officers and carried on war as they pleased. In a passage suppressed by Mr. Sparks, Washington said, "There is no such thing as getting officers of this stamp to carry orders into execution. To curry favor with the men, by whom they were chosen, and on whose smile they may possibly think that they may again rely, seems to be one of the principal objects of their attention. I have made a pretty good slam amongst such kind of officers as the Massachusetts government abounds in, since I came into this camp, having broke 1 colonel and 2 captains for cowardly behavior in the action on Bunker Hill, 2 captains for drawing more pay and provisions than they had men in their company, and 1 for being absent from his post when the enemy appeared there and burnt a house just by it. Besides these, I have at this time 1 colonel, 1 major, 1 captain, and 2 subalterns under arrest for trial. In short, I spare none, and yet fear it will not all do, as these people seem to be too attentive to everything but their own interests." This may be plain and homely in phrase, but it is not stilted, and the quick energy of the words shows how the New England farmers and fishermen were being rapidly brought to discipline. Bringing the army into order, however, was but a small part of his duties. It is necessary to run over all his difficulties, great and small, at this time, and count them up, in order to gain a just idea of the force and capacity of the man who overcame them. Washington, moreover, was obliged to deal not only with his army, but with the General Congress and the Congress of the province. He had to teach them, utterly ignorant as they were of the needs and details of war, how to organize and supply their armies. There was no commissary department, there were no uniforms, no arrangements for ammunition, no small arms, no cannon, no resources to draw upon for all these necessities of war. Little by little he taught Congress to provide after a fashion for these things. Little by little he developed what he needed, and by his own ingenuity and by seizing alertly every suggestion from others, he supplied for better or worse one deficiency after another. He had to deal with various governors and various colonies, each with its own prejudices, jealousies, and shortcomings. He had to arrange for new levies from a people unused to war, and to settle with infinite anxiety and much wear and tear of mind and body the conflict as to rank among officers, to whom he could apply no test but his own insight. He had to organize and stimulate the arming of privateers, which, by preying on British commerce, were destined to exercise such a powerful influence on the fate of the war. It was neither showy nor attractive, such work as this, but it was very vital, and it was done. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 82. How Fort Moultrie Was Held for the Colonies, 1776. By George Bancroft. On the morning of the 28th of June, 1776, a gentle sea breeze prognosticated the attack. Lee from Charleston, for the 10th or 11th time, charged Moultrie to finish the bridge for his retreat, promised him reinforcements which were never sent, and still meditated removing him from his command, while Moultrie, whose faculties under the outward show of imperturbable and even indolent calm were strained to their utmost tension, rode to visit his advanced guard on the east. Here the commander William Thompson of Orangeburg, of Irish descent, a native of Pennsylvania, but from childhood a citizen of South Carolina, a man of rare worth in private life, brave and intelligent as an officer, had at the extreme point posted 50 of the militia behind sandhills and myrtle bushes. A few hundred yards in the rear breastworks had been thrown up, which he guarded with 300 riflemen of his own regiment from Orangeburg and its neighborhood, with 200 of Clark's North Carolina regiment under Horry, and the Raccoon Company of riflemen. On his left he was protected by a morass, on his right by one 18-pounder and one brass 6-pounder, which overlooked the spot where Clinton would wish to land. Seeing the enemy's boats already in motion on the beach of Long Island, and the men of war loosing their topsails, Moultrie hurried back to his fort at full speed. He ordered the long roll to beat, and officers and men to their posts. His whole number, including himself and officers, was 435, of whom 22 were of the artillery, the rest of his own regiment, men who were bound to each other, to their officers and to him, by personal affection and confidence. Next to him in command was Isaac Mott. His major was the fearless and faultless Francis Marion. The fort was a square with a bastion at each angle, built of palmetto logs, dovetailed and bolted together, and laid in parallel rows 16 feet asunder, with sand filled in between the rows. On the eastern and northern sides the palmetto wall was only 7 feet high, but it was surmounted by thick plank so as to be tenable against a scaling party. A traverse of sand extended from east to west. The southern and western curtains were finished with their platforms, on which cannon were mounted. The standard, which was advanced to the southeast bastion, displayed a flag of blue with a white crescent, on which was emblazoned Liberty. The whole number of cannon in the fort, the bastions, and the 2 cavaliers was but 31, of which no more than 21 could be at the same time brought into use. Of ammunition, there were but 28 rounds for 26 cannon. At Hadrill's Point across the bay, Armstrong had about 1,500 men. The 1st Regular South Carolina Regiment under Christopher Gadsden occupied Fort Johnson, which stood on the most northerly part of James Island, about 3 miles from Charleston and within point-blank shot of the Channel. Charleston was protected by more than 2,000 men. Half an hour after 9 in the morning, the Commodore gave signal to Clinton that he should go on the attack. An hour later, the ships of war were under way. Gadsden, Coatsworth Pinckney, and the rest at Fort Johnson watched all their movements. In Charleston, the wharfs and waterside along the bay were crowded with troops under arms and lookers-on. Their adversary must be foiled, or their city may perish, their houses be sacked and burned, and the savages on the frontier start from their lurking places. No grievous oppressions weighed down the industry of South Carolina. She came forth to the struggle from generous sympathy, and now the battle is to be fought for her chief city and the province. The Thunder Bomb, covered by the Friendship, began the action by throwing shells, which it continued till more than 60 were discharged. Of these, some burst in the air. One lighted on the magazine without doing injury. The rest sank in the morass or were buried in the sand within the fort. At about 11:15, the Active, of 28 guns, disregarding 4 or 5 shots fired at her while under sail, the Bristol with 50 guns, having on board Sir Peter Parker and Lord William Campbell, the governor, the Experiment, also of 50 guns, and the Solebay, of 28, brought up within about 350 yards of the fort, let go their anchors with springs upon their cables, and began a most furious cannonade. Every sailor expected that 2 broadsides would end the strife, but the soft, fibrous, spongy wood of the palmetto withstood the rapid fire, and neither split nor splintered nor started, and the parapet was high enough to protect the men on the platforms. When broadsides from 3 or 4 of the men-at-war struck the logs at the same instant, the shock gave the merlons a tremor, but the pile remained uninjured. Moultrie had but 1/10 as many guns as were brought to bear on him, and was moreover obliged to stint the use of powder. His guns accordingly were fired very slowly, the officers taking aim and waiting always for the smoke to clear away, that they might point with more precision. "Mind the Commodore, mind the 50-gun ships," were the words that passed along the platform from officers and men. "Shall I send for more powder?" asked Moultrie of Mott. "To be sure," said Mott. And Moultrie wrote to Lee, "I believe we shall want more powder. At the rate we go on, I think we shall, but you can see that. Pray send us more if you think proper." More vessels were seen coming up, and cannon were heard from the northeast. Clinton had promised support. Not knowing what else to do, he directed the batteries on Long Island to open a cannonade, and several shells were thrown into Thompson's entrenchments, doing no damage beyond wounding 1 soldier. The firing was returned by Thompson with his 1 18-pounder, but from the distance with little effect. At 12 o'clock, the light infantry, grenadiers, and the 15th Regiment embarked in boats, while floating batteries and armed crafts got under way to cover the landing, but the troops never so much as once attempted to land. The detachments had hardly left Long Island before it was ordered to disembark, for it was seen that the landing was impracticable, and would have been the destruction of many brave men without the least probability of success. The American defenses were so well constructed, the approach so difficult, Thompson so vigilant, his men such skillful sharpshooters, that had the British landed, they would have been cut to pieces. It was impossible, says Clinton, to decide positively upon any plan, and he did nothing. An attack upon Hadrill's Point would have been still more desperate, though the Commodore, at Clinton's request, sent 3 frigates to cooperate with him in that design. The people of Charleston, as they looked from the battery with senses quickened by the nearness of danger, beheld the Sphinx, the Actaeon, and the Siren, each of 28 guns, sailing as if to get between Hadrill's Point and the fort, so as to enfilade the works, and when the rebels should be driven from them to cut off their retreat. It was a moment of danger, for the fort on that side was unfinished, but the pilots kept too far to the south, so that they ran all the 3 upon a bank of sand known as the lower middle ground. Gladdened by seeing the frigates thus entangled, the beholders in the town were swayed alternately by fears and hopes. The armed inhabitants stood every one at his post, uncertain but that they might be called to immediate action, hardly daring to believe that Moultrie's small and ill-furnished garrison could beat off the squadron, when behold, his flag disappears from their eyes. Fearing that his colors had been struck, they prepared to meet the invaders at the water's edge, trusting in Providence and preferring death to slavery. In the fort, William Jasper, a sergeant, perceived that the flag had been cut down by a ball from the enemy and had fallen over the ramparts. "Colonel," said he to Moultrie, "don't let us fight without a flag." "What can you do?" asked Moultrie. "The staff is broken off." "Then," said Jasper, "I'll fix it on a halberd and place it on the merlon of the bastion next the enemy." And leaping through an embrasure and braving the thickest fire from the ship, he took up the flag, returned with it safely, and planted it, as he had promised, on the summit of the merlon. The calm sea gleamed with light, the almost vertical sun of midsummer glared from a cloudless sky, and the intense heat was increased by the blaze from the cannons on the platform. All of the garrison threw off their coats during the action, and some were nearly naked. Moultrie and several of the officers smoked their pipes as they gave their orders. The defense was conducted within sight of those whose watchfulness was to them the most animating. They knew that their movements were observed from the housetops of Charleston, by the veteran Armstrong, and the little army at Hadrill's Point, by Gadsden at Fort Johnson, who was almost near enough to take part in the engagement, and was chafing with discontent at not being himself in the center of danger. Exposed to an incessant cannonade which seemed sufficient to daunt the bravest veterans, they stuck to their guns with the greatest constancy. Hit by a ball which entered through an embrasure, McDaniel called out to his brother soldiers, "I am dying, but don't let the cause of liberty expire with me this day." The slow, intermittent fire, which was skillfully directed against the Commodore and the brave seamen on board the Bristol, shattered that ship and carried wounds and death. Never had a British squadron experienced so rude an encounter. Neither the tide nor the wind suffered them to retire. Once the springs on the cables of the Bristol were swept away, as she swung round with her stern toward the fort, she drew upon herself the fire of all the guns that could be brought to bear upon her. The slaughter was dreadful. Of all who in the beginning of the action were stationed on her quarter-deck, not one escaped being killed or wounded. At one moment, it is said, the Commodore stood there alone, an example of unsurpassed intrepidity and firmness. Morris, his captain, having his forearm shattered by a chain shot, and also receiving a wound in his neck, was taken into the cockpit, but after submitting to amputation, he insisted on being carried on the quarter-deck once more, where he resumed the command, and continued it till he was shot through the body. When feeling dissolution near, he commended his family to the providence of God and the generosity of his country. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Commodore and of all on board his fleet were frequently and impatiently and vainly turned toward the army. If the troops would but cooperate, he was sure of gaining the island. For at about 1 o'clock he believed that he had silenced the guns of the rebels, and that the fort was on the point of being evacuated. If this were so, Clinton afterward asked him, why did you not take possession of the fort with the seamen and marines whom you practiced for the purpose? And Parker's rejoinder was that he had no prospect of speedy support from Clinton, but the pause was owing to the scarcity of powder, of which the little that remained to Moultrie was reserved for the musketry as a defense against an expected attack from the land forces. Lee should have replenished his stock, but in the heat of the action Moultrie received from him this letter: "If you should unfortunately expend your ammunition without beating off the enemy or driving them on ground, spike your guns and retreat." A little later, a better gift and a better message came from Rutledge, now at Charleston. "I send you 500 pounds of powder. You know our collection is not very great. Honor and victory to you and our worthy countrymen with you. Do not make too free with your cannon. Be cool and do mischief." These 500 pounds of powder, with 200 pounds from a schooner lying at the back of the fort, were all the supplies that Moultrie received. At 3 p.m, Lee, on a report from his aide-de-camp Byrd, sent Muhlenberg's Virginia riflemen to reinforce Thompson. A little before 5, Moultrie was able to renew his fire. At about 5, the Marines in the ship's tops, seeing a lieutenant with 8 or 10 men remove the heavy barricade from the gateway to the fort, thought that Moultrie and his party were about to retreat, but the gate was unbarred to receive a visit from Lee. The officers, half naked and begrimed with the day's work, respectfully laid down their pipes as he drew near. The general himself pointed 2 or 3 guns, after which he said to Moultrie, "Colonel, I see you are doing very well here. You have no occasion for me. I will go up to town again." And thus he left the fort. When, at a few minutes past 7, the sun went down in a blaze of light, the battle was still raging, though the British showed signs of weariness. The inhabitants of Charleston, whom the evening sea breeze collected on the battery, could behold the flag of Crescent Liberty still proudly waving, and they continued gazing anxiously till the short twilight was suddenly merged in the deep darkness of a southern night, when nothing was seen but continued flashes, followed by peals, as it were, of thunder coming out from a heavy cloud. Many thousand shot were fired from the shipping, and hardly a hut or a tree on the island remained unhurt. But the works were very little damaged, and only 1 gun was silenced. The firing from the fort continued slowly, and the few shot they were able to send were heard to strike against the ship's timbers. Just after 9 o'clock, a great part of his ammunition being expended in a cannonade of about 10 hours, his people fatigued, the Bristol and the Experiment nearly wrecks, the tide of ebb almost done, with no prospect of help from the army at the eastward, and no possibility of being of any further service, Sir Peter Parker resolved to withdraw. At 9:30 his ships slipped their cables and dropped down with the tide to their previous moorings. Of the 435 Americans in the fort who took part in this action, all but 11 remained alive, and of those but 26 were wounded. At so small a cost of life had Charleston been defended and a province saved. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 83 of the United States. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Defense of Fort Moultrie by E. Percy Moran, American artist, 1862. Painting, page 494. In the autumn of 1775, King George himself set to work to plan a campaign which Sir Henry Clinton was to carry out. It seemed very easy on paper. General Clinton was to issue a proclamation pardoning all but the leaders of the rebels, provided they did not refuse to give satisfactory tests of their obedience. He was to go from North Carolina to either South Carolina or Virginia, conquering as he went. He heard that the colonists were putting up some fortifications on Sullivan's Island, and he decided to attack these. It was written in the King's plan that the British land forces were to aid him, but they failed utterly, and the fleet was shattered. The defence of the fort was steady and brilliant, and the fort stood. The story of the illustration, the exploit of Sergeant William Jasper, is told in the following selection. The value to the colonists of this repulse of the British was very great. As Bancroft says, it kept 7 regiments away from New York for 2 months, it gave security to Georgia and 3 years' peace to Carolina. It dispelled throughout the South the dread of British superiority. It drove the Loyalists into shameful obscurity. It was an announcement to the other colonies of the existence of South Carolina as a self-directing republic, a message of brotherhood and union. End of section 83. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 84 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 12. the United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 84, The Declaration of Independence, 1776, by Thomas Wentworth Higginson. When the patriots in Congress looked back upon the few battles that had yet taken place, they could feel that the Americans had begun well. Dr. Franklin, who was always cheerful and hopeful, described their situation in this way, in a letter to a friend in England. Britain, at the expense of 3 millions, has killed 150 Yankees in this campaign, which is 20,000 pounds a head. And then at Bunker Hill she gained a mile of ground, half of which she lost again by our taking post on Ploughed Hill. During the same time 60,000 children have been born in America. From these data, Dr. Price's mathematical head will easily calculate the time and expense necessary to kill us all, and conquer our whole territory. This remark was printed in all the American papers, and was very encouraging. But Dr. Franklin and all the wise men knew in their hearts that the Americans were unaccustomed to military discipline, that there was great jealousy between the different colonies, and that many of the richest men and most influential men were entirely opposed to separating from the mother country. Washington himself said, "When I first took command of the army, I abhorred the idea of independence, but I am fully convinced that nothing else will save us." That was the feeling with which the Continental Congress came together to consider whether independence should be declared, and the people at large were becoming gradually prepared to support such a declaration, especially those who had read a book called Common Sense by Thomas Paine, which had been circulated very widely through the country and undoubtedly did more than any other book toward convincing the Americans that the time for separation had come. The leading colony at that time was Virginia, while Massachusetts and Pennsylvania came next in order. So it was thought best that the first proposal of independence should come from Virginia, and that it should be seconded from Massachusetts. On the 7th of June, 1776, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia moved these resolutions: that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all alliance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved. That is expedient forthwith to take the most effectual measures from forming foreign alliances. That a plan of confederation be prepared and transmitted to the respective colonies for their consideration and approbation. They were seconded by John Adams of Massachusetts. The first discussion of them showed that though the members generally were in favor of independence, yet there were some who thought the nation were not ready for it. So it was decided to postpone further discussion to the 1st of July. In the meanwhile, it was thought that the people of the colonies would show whether they were ready for independence or not, and show it very clearly they did. Before the end of that month, the people of every colony but one had either held meetings and voted that they wished for independence, or else had instructed their delegates to vote for it. And when the subject came up on the appointed day, New York was the only colony that did not vote to declare independence, and even New York did not vote against it. During this time of delay, a committee had been appointed to draw up a Declaration of Independence, to be used if necessary. This committee consisted of Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, John Adams of Massachusetts, Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania, Roger Sherman of Connecticut, and Robert R. Livingston of New York. The declaration was written by Thomas Jefferson, though a very few verbal changes were made by Adams and Franklin, which may still be seen, in their handwriting, on the original document. There was a long discussion in Congress, and the declaration was debated and criticized, word by word, and sometimes very severely attacked. During this attack, John Adams was its chief defender, while Jefferson, who had written it, did not say a word. He says in his journal, "During the debate I was sitting by Dr. Franklin, who observed that I was writhing a little under the acrimonious criticism of some of its parts. and it was on that occasion that, by way of comfort, he told me the story of John Thompson, the hatter, and his new sign. This was a story told also by Dr. Franklin in his autobiography, in regard to a man who was about opening a shop for hats, and who proposed to have a signboard with a hat painted on it, and the inscription, "John Thompson, hatter, makes and sells hats." But almost every word of this inscription met with objection from somebody, as being unnecessary, and at last it was reduced to John Thompson, with the figure of a hat. It was thus that Franklin amused Jefferson during the anxious hours when this most important measure was under discussion. The Declaration of Independence was adopted July 4th, 1776, though it was not signed until some weeks later. When the members of Congress came up to sign, Dr. Franklin was still ready with his cheerful wit. John Hancock, who headed it, said to the others, "We must be unanimous. There must be no pulling different ways. We must all hang together." "Yes," said Franklin, "we must all hang together, or else we shall all hang separately." We can imagine how they may have laughed at this, but it was really a dangerous responsibility that they were taking, and no doubt there were some anxious hearts even among those who laughed. But at last the great Declaration was adopted without being much altered. The principal change was in striking out a passage which condemned the King of England for his support, and of the slave trade more severely than some of the Southern members approved. In its final form it was adopted by 12 colonies, New York still declining to vote. It had been privately resolved that, when it was passed, the bell of the old State House should be rung. This was a bell which had been put up some 20 years before, and which bore the inscription, "Proclaim liberty throughout the land to all the inhabitants thereof." So the old bell ringer placed his little boy at the hall door to await the signal of the doorkeeper. And when independence was declared at last, the doorkeeper gave the signal, and the boy ran out exclaiming, "Ring, ring, ring!" Then the bell rang out joyfully, proclaiming liberty to all the land. There was rejoicings everywhere, and the Declaration was read to each brigade in the army. This is the way the Pennsylvania Journal described the excitement. This afternoon, July 10th, the Declaration of Independence was read at the head of each brigade of the Continental Army posted at and in the vicinity of New York. It was received everywhere with loud huzzas and the utmost demonstrations of joy, and tonight the equestrian statue of George III, which Tory pride and folly raised in the year 1770, has, by the Sons of Freedom, been laid prostrate in the dirt. The just desert of an ungrateful tyrant. This was the courageous feeling with which the Declaration of Independence was received. Yet at this very time the enterprise seemed so daring, and the condition of the American army was so poor, that Adjutant General Reed, who from his position knew the state of military affairs better than anyone else, had written this a few days before: "Every man from the general to the private, acquainted with our true situation, is exceedingly discouraged. Had I known the true position of affairs, no consideration would have tempted me to take an active part in this scene." End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 85 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Mapstone. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 85. Nathan Hale, 1776, by Francis Miles Finch. In September 1776, the British forces were encamped near Brooklyn, and it was of the utmost importance to Washington to get information about their numbers and the arrangement of their camp. Captain Nathan Hale, a young man of 21, volunteered to enter their lines. He disguised himself as a loyalist schoolmaster and got the information. but when about to return, he was captured and hanged under circumstances of peculiar cruelty. His last words were, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." The Editor. To drumbeat and heartbeat a soldier marches by. There is colour in his cheek, there is courage in his eye. Yet to drumbeat and heartbeat, in a moment he must die. By the starlight and moonlight he seeks the Briton's camp. He hears the rustling flag and the armed sentry's tramp, and the starlight and the moonlight his silent wanderings lamp. With slow tread and still tread he scans the tented line, and he counts the battery guns by the gaunt and shadowy pine, and his slow tread and still tread gives no warning sign. The dark wave, the plumed wave, it meets his eager glance, and it sparkles 'neath the stars like the glimmer of a lance, a dark wave, a plumed wave, on an emerald expanse. A sharp clang, a still clang, and terror in the sound, for the sentry falcon-eyed in the camp a spy hath found. With a sharp clang, a steel clang, the patriot is bound. With calm brow and steady brow he listens to his doom. In his look there is no fear, nor a shadow trace of gloom. But with calm brow and steady brow he robes him for the tomb. In the long night, the still night, he kneels upon the sod, and the brutal guards withhold e'en the solemn word of God. In the long night, the still night, he walks where Christ hath trod. 'Neath the blue morn, the sunny morn, he dies upon the tree, and he mourns that he can lose but one life for liberty. And in the blue morn, the sunny morn, his spirit wings are free. But his last words, his message words, they burn lest friendly eye should read how proud and calm a patriot could die. With his last words, his dying words, a soldier's battle cry. From fame leaf and angel leaf, from monument and urn, the sad of earth, the glad of heaven, his tragic fate shall learn. But on fame leaf and angel leaf, the name of Hale shall burn. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 86 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 86. How Lafayette Came to America. 1777. By Edward Everett. In the summer of 1776, and just after the American Declaration of Independence, Lafayette was stationed at Metz, a garrison town on the road from Paris to the German frontier, with the regiment to which he was attached, as a captain of dragoons, not then 19 years of age. The Duke of Gloucester, the brother of the King of England, happened to be on a visit to Metz, and a dinner was given to him by the commandant of the garrison. Lafayette was invited, with other officers, to the entertainment. Dispatches had just been received by the Duke from England, relating to the American affairs, the resistance of the colonists, and the strong measures adopted by the ministers to crush the rebellion. Among the details stated by the Duke of Gloucester was the extraordinary fact that these remote, scattered, and unprotected settlers of the wilderness had solemnly declared themselves an independent people. That word decided the fortunes of the enthusiastic listener, and not more distinctly was the great declaration a charter of political liberty to the rising states than it was a commission to their youthful champion to devote his life to the sacred cause. The details which he heard were new to him. The American contest was known to him before, but as a rebellion, a tumultuary affair in a remote transatlantic colony, he now, with a promptness of perception, which, even at this distance of time, strikes us as a little less than miraculous, addressed a multitude of inquiries to the Duke of Gloucester on the subject of the contest. His imagination was kindled at the idea of a civilized people struggling for political liberty. His heart was warmed with the possibility of drawing his sword in a good cause. Before he left the table, his course was mentally resolved on, and the brother of the King of England, unconsciously, no doubt, had the singular fortune to enlist from the French court and the French army this gallant and fortunate champion in the then unpromising cause of the Colonial Congress. He immediately repaired to Paris to make further inquiries and arrangements toward the execution of his great plan. He confided it to two young friends, officers like himself, the Count Ségur and Viscount de Noailles, and proposed to them to join him. They shared his enthusiasm and determined to accompany him, but on consulting their families, they were refused permission. But they faithfully kept Lafayette's secret. Happily, shall I say, he was an orphan, independent of control, and master of his own fortune, amounting to near $40,000 per annum. He next opened his heart to Count de Broglie, a marshal in the French army. To the experienced warrior, accustomed to the regular campaigns of European service, the project seemed rash and quixotic, and one which he could not countenance. Lafayette begged the Count at least not to betray him, as he was resolved, notwithstanding his disapproval of the project, to go to America. This the Count promised, adding, however, "I saw your uncle fall in Italy, and I witnessed your father's death at the Battle of Winden, and I would not be accessory to the ruin of the only remaining branch of the family." He then used all the powers of argument which his age and experience suggested to him to dissuade Lafayette from the enterprise, but in vain. Finding his determination unalterable, he made him acquainted with the Baron de Kalb, who, the Count knew, was about to embark for America, an officer of experience and merit, who, as is well known, fell at the Battle of Camden. The Baron de Kalb introduced Lafayette to Silas Deane, then agent of the United States in France, who explained to him the state of affairs in America, and encouraged him in his project. Deane was but imperfectly acquainted with the French language, and of matters somewhat repulsive. A less enthusiastic temper than that of Lafayette might have been somewhat chilled by the style of his intercourse. He had as yet not been acknowledged in any public capacity, and was beset by the spies of the British ambassador. For these reasons, it was judged expedient that the visit of Lafayette should not be repeated, and their further negotiations were conducted through the intervention of Mr. Carmichael, an American gentleman, at the time in Paris. The arrangement was at length concluded, in virtue of which Deane took upon himself, without authority, but by a happy exercise of discretion, to engage Lafayette to enter the American service with the rank of Major General. A vessel was about to be dispatched with arms and other supplies for the American army, and in this vessel it was settled that he should take passage. At this juncture, the news reached France of the evacuation of New York, the loss of Fort Washington, the calamitous retreat through New Jersey, and the other disasters of the campaign of 1776. The friends of America in France were in despair. The tidings, bad in themselves, were greatly exaggerated in the British gazettes. The plan of sending an armed vessel with munitions was abandoned. The cause, always doubtful, was now pronounced desperate, and Lafayette was urged by all who were privy to his project to give up an enterprise so wild and hopeless. Even our commissioners, for Deane had been joined by Dr. Franklin and Arthur Lee, told him they could not, in conscience, urge him to proceed. His answer was, My zeal and love of liberty have perhaps hitherto been the prevailing motive with me, but now I see a chance of usefulness which I had not anticipated. These supplies I know are greatly wanted by Congress. I have money. I will purchase a vessel to convey them to America, and in this vessel my companions and myself will take passage. Yes, fellow citizens, that I may repeat an exclamation uttered 10 years ago by him who has now the honor to address you, in the presence of an immense multitude, who welcomed the nation's guest to the academic shades of Harvard, and by them received with acclamations of approval and tears of gratitude. When he was told by our commissioners that they did not possess the means nor the credit of procuring a single vessel in all the ports of France, then exclaimed the gallant and generous youth, "I will provide my own." And it is a literal fact that when our beloved country was too poor to offer him so much as a passage to her shores, he left, in his tender youth, the bosom of home, of happiness, of wealth, and of rank, to plunge in the dust and blood of our inauspicious struggle. In pursuance of the generous purpose thus conceived, the secretary of the Count de Broglie was employed by Lafayette to purchase and fit out a vessel at Bordeaux. And while these preparations were in train, with a view of averting suspicion from his movements, and passing the tedious interval of delay, he made a visit with a relative to his kinsman, the Marquis de Noailles, then the French ambassador in London. During their stay in Great Britain, they were treated with kindness by the king and persons of rank. But having, after a lapse of 3 weeks, learned that his vessel was ready at Bordeaux, Lafayette suddenly returned to France. This visit was of service to the youthful adventurer, in furnishing him an opportunity to improve himself in English language. But beyond this, a nice sense of honor forbade him from making use of the opportunity, which it afforded, for obtaining military information that could be of utility to the American army. So far did he carry this scruple that he declined visiting the naval establishment at Portsmouth. On his return to France, he did not even visit Paris. But after 3 days passed at Passy, the residence of Dr. Franklin, he hastened to Bordeaux. Arrived at this place, he found that his vessel was not yet ready, and had the still greater mortification to learn that the spies of the British ambassador had penetrated his designs and made them known to the family of Lafayette and to the king, from whom an order for his arrest was daily expected. Unprepared as his ship was, he instantly sailed in her to Passage, the nearest port in Spain, where he proposed to wait for the vessel's papers. Scarcely had he arrived in that harbor when he was encountered by 2 officers, with letters from his family and from the ministers and the royal order, directing him to join his father-in-law at Marseille. The minister's letters reprimanded him for violating his oath of allegiance and failing in his duty to his king. Lafayette, in some of his letters to his friends about court, replied to this remark that the ministers might chide him with failing in his duty to the king when they learned to discharge theirs to the people. His family censured him for his desertion of his domestic duties, but his heroic wife, instead of joining in the reproach, shared his enthusiasm and encouraged his enterprise. He was obliged to return with the officers to Bordeaux and report himself to the commandant. While there, and engaged in communicating with his family and the court, in explanation and defense of his conduct, he learned from a friend at Paris that a positive prohibition of his departure might be expected from the king. No further time was to be lost, and no middle course pursued. He feigned a willingness to yield to the wishes of his family, and started as for Marseille, with one of the officers who was to accompany him to America. Scarcely had they left the city of Bordeaux, when he assumed the dress of a courier, mounted a horse, and rode forward to procure relays. They soon quitted the road to Marseille, and struck into that which leads to Spain. On reaching Bayonne, they were detained 2 or 3 hours. While the companion of Lafayette was employed in some important commission in the city, He himself lay on the straw in the stable. At Saint-Jean-de-Luz, he was recognized by the daughter of the person who kept the post-house. She had observed him a few days before, as he passed from Spain to Bordeaux. Perceiving that he was discovered, and not daring to speak to her, he made her a signal to keep silence. She complied with the intimation, and when, shortly after he had passed on, his pursuers came up, she gave them an answer which baffled their penetration, and enabled Lafayette to escape into Spain. He was instantly on board his ship and at sea, with 11 officers in his train. It would take one beyond the limits of the occasion to repeat the various casualties and exposures of his passage, which lasted 60 days. His vessel had cleared out for the West Indies, but Lafayette directed the captain to steer for the United States, which, especially as he had a large pecuniary adventure of his own on board, he declined doing. By threats to remove him from his command, and promises to indemnify him for the loss of his property, should they be captured, Lafayette prevailed upon the captain to steer his course for the American coast, where at least they happily arrived, having narrowly escaped 2 British vessels at war, which were cruising in that quarter. They made the coast near Georgetown, South Carolina. It was late in the day before they could approach so near land as to leave the vessel. Anxious to tread the American soil, Lafayette, with some of his fellow officers, entered the ship's boat and was rowed at nightfall to shore. A distant light guided them in their landing and advance into the country. Arriving near the house from which the light proceeded, an alarm was given by the watchdogs, and they were mistaken by those within for a marauding party, from the enemy's vessels hovering on the coast. The Baron de Kalb, however, had a good knowledge of the English language, acquired on a previous visit to America, and was soon able to make known who they were and what was their errand. On this they were of course readily admitted and cordially welcomed. The house in which they found themselves was that of Major Huger, a citizen of worth, hospitality, and patriotism, by whom every good office was performed to the adventurous strangers. He provided the next day the means of conveying Lafayette and his companions to Charleston, where they were received with enthusiasm by the magistrates and the people. As soon as possible, they proceeded by land to Philadelphia. On his arrival there, with the eagerness of a youth anxious to be employed upon his errand, he sent his letters to our townsman, Mr. Lovell, chairman of the Committee of Foreign Relations. He called the next day at the Hall of Congress and asked to see this gentleman. Mr. Lovell came up to him, stated that so many foreigners offered themselves for employment in the American army that Congress was greatly embarrassed to find them commands, that the finances of the country required the most rigid economy, and that he feared, in the present case, there was little hope of success. Lafayette perceived that the worthy chairman had made up his report without looking at the papers. He explained to him that his application, if granted, would lay no burden upon the finances of Congress, and addressed a letter to the President, in which he expressed a wish to enter the American army on the condition of serving without pay or emolument, and on the footing a volunteer. These conditions removed the chief obstacles alluded to in reference to the appointment of foreign officers. The letters brought by Lafayette made known to Congress his high connections and his large means of usefulness, and without an hour's delay he received from them a commission of Major General in the American Army, a month before he was 20 years of age. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090. California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 87. Why Cornwallis Failed to Bag the Old Fox, 1777, by John Fiske. In December 1776, Cornwallis thought the war was practically over, and had packed his baggage ready to sail for England, when he learned that Washington, who always made the move that no one expected, had crossed the Delaware River in the midst of floating ice, and had captured 1,000 Hessian soldiers at Trenton. The Editor. Cornwallis rode post-haste to Princeton, where he found Dunop throwing up earthworks. On the morning of January the 2nd, Cornwallis advanced with 8,000 men upon Trenton, but his march was slow and painful. He was exposed during most of the day to a galling fire from parties of riflemen hidden in the woods by the roadside, and Greene, with a force of 600 men and 2 field pieces, contrived so to harass and delay him that he did not reach Trenton till late in the afternoon. By that time Washington had withdrawn his whole force beyond the Assunpink, a small river which flows into the Delaware just south of Trenton, and had guarded the bridge and the fords by batteries admirably placed. The British made several attempts to cross, but were repulsed with some slaughter, and as their day's work had sorely fatigued them, Cornwallis thought best to wait until tomorrow, while he sent his messenger post-haste back to Princeton, to bring up a force of nearly 2,000 men, which he had left behind there. With this added strength he felt sure that he could force the passage of the stream above the American position, when by turning Washington's right flank he could fold him back against the Delaware, and thus compel him to surrender. Cornwallis accordingly went to bed in high spirits. "At last we have run down the old fox," said he, "and we will bag him in the morning." The situation was, indeed, a very dangerous one, but when the British general called his antagonist an old fox, he did him no more than justice. In its union of slyness with audacity, the movement which Washington now executed strongly reminds one of Stonewall Jackson. He understood perfectly well what Cornwallis intended to do, but he knew at the same time that detachments of the British army must have been left behind at Princeton and New Brunswick to guard the stores. From the size of the army before him he rightly judged that these rear detachments must be too small to withstand his own force. By overwhelming one or both of them, he could compel Cornwallis to retreat upon New York, while he himself might take up an impregnable position on the heights about Morristown, from which he might threaten the British line and hold their whole army in check. A most brilliant and daring scheme for a commander to entertain, while in such a perilous position as Washington was that night. But the manner in which he began by extricating himself was not the least brilliant part of the maneuver. All night long the American campfires were kept burning brightly, and small parties were busily engaging in throwing up entrenchments near the Assunpink, that the British sentinels could plainly hear the murmur of their voices and the thud of their spade and pickaxe. While this was going on, the whole American army marched swiftly up the south bank of the little stream, passed around Cornwallis's left wing to his rear, and gained the road to Princeton. Toward sunrise, as the British detachment was coming down the road from Princeton to Trenton, in obedience to Cornwallis's order, its van, under Colonel Mawhood, met the foremost column of Americans approaching under General Mercer. As he caught sight of the Americans, Mawhood thought that they must be a party of fugitives, and hastened to intercept them. But he was soon undeceived. The Americans attacked with vigor, and a sharp fight was sustained, with varying fortunes, until Mercer was pierced by a bayonet, and his men began to fall back in some confusion. Just at this critical moment Washington came galloping upon the field and rallied the troops, and as the entire forces on both sides had now come up, the fight became general. In a few minutes the British were routed, and their line was cut in two, one half fleeing toward Trenton, the other half toward New Brunswick. There was little slaughter, as the whole fight did not occupy more than 20 minutes. The British lost about 200 in killed and wounded, with 300 prisoners and their cannon. The American loss was less than 100. Shortly before sunrise, the men who had been left in the camp on the Assunpink to feed the fires and making noise, beat a hasty retreat, and found their way to Princeton by circuitous paths. When Cornwallis got up, he could hardly believe his eyes. Here was nothing before him but an empty camp. The American army had vanished, and whither it had gone he could not imagine. But his perplexity was soon relieved by the booming of distant cannon on the Princeton road, and the game which the old fox had played him all at once became apparent. Nothing was to be done but to retreat upon New Brunswick with all possible haste, and save the stores there. His road led back through Princeton, and from Mahood's fugitives he soon heard the story of the morning's disaster. His march was hindered by various impediments. A thaw had set in, so that the little streams had swelled into roaring torrents, difficult to ford, and the American army which had passed over the road before daybreak had not forgotten to destroy the bridges. By the time that Cornwallis and his men reached Princeton, wet and weary, the Americans had already left it, but they had not gone on to New Brunswick. Washington had hoped to seize the stores there, but the distance was 18 miles. His men were wretchedly shod and too tired to march rapidly, and it would not be prudent to risk a general engagement when his main purpose could be secured without one. For these reasons Washington turned northward to the heights of Morristown, while Cornwallis continued his retreat to New Brunswick. Frederick the Great felt a hearty admiration for Washington's maneuvers in New Jersey, and 3 years later sent his own portrait to the American soldier with the inscription, "From the oldest general in Europe to the greatest general on earth." End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 88 of the United States. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Marching Song of Stark's Men, 1777, by Edward Everett Hale. In August 1777, Burgoyne's advance from the north was stopped for want of horses and provisions. Hearing that the provincials had collected supplies at the little village of Bennington, Vermont, Burgoyne sent out a strong detachment of Germans to seize them. When Colonel Stark, a veteran of the 7 Years' War, heard of their advance, he hastily collected a body of farmers and backwoodsmen, and by forced marches caught and engaged the enemy at Bennington. Of the German force of 1,000 men, less than 100 escaped to tell their comrades of their disastrous encounter with the Yankee farmers. The Editor. March, 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 from sunrise till it's dark, and let no man straggle on the way. March, 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 as we follow old John Stark, for the old man needs us all today. Load, 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 3 buckshot and a ball, with the hymn tune for a wad to make them stay. But let no man dare to fire till he gives the word to all. Let no man let the buckshot go astray. Fire, 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 fire all along the line. When we meet those bloody Hessians in array, they shall have every grain from this powder horn of mine, unless the cowards turn and run away. Home, 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 when the fight is fought and won, to the home where the women watch and pray, to tell them how John Stark finished what he had begun, and to hear them thank our God for the day. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 89 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 89. Burgoyne's Surrender, 1777, by John Fiske. On the morning of October 7, leaving the rest of his army in camp, Burgoyne advanced with 1,500 picked men to turn the American left. Small as the force was, its quality was superb, and with it were the best commanders, Phillips, Riedesel, Fraser, Balcarres, and Ackland. Such a compact force, so ably led, might maneuver quickly. If, on sounding the American position on the left, they should find it too strong to be forced, they might swiftly retreat. At all events, the movement would cover a foraging party which Burgoyne had sent out, and this was no small matter. Arnold, too, the fighting general, it was reported, held no command, and Gates was known to be a sluggard. Such thoughts may have helped to shape the conduct of the British commander on this critical morning. But the scheme was swiftly overturned. As the British came on, their right was suddenly attacked by Morgan, while the New England regulars with 3,000 New York militia assailed them in front. After a short, sharp fight, against overwhelming numbers, their whole line was broken, and Fraser sought to form a second line a little farther back on the west border of Freeman's Farm, though the ranks were badly disordered and all their cannon were lost. At this moment Arnold, who had been watching from the heights, saw that a well-directed blow might not only ruin this retreating column, but also shatter the whole British army. Quick as thought, he sprang upon his horse and galloped to the scene of action. He was greeted with deafening hurrahs, and the men, leaping with exultation at sight of their beloved commander, rushed upon Fraser's half-formed line. At the same moment, while Morgan was still pressing on the British right, one of his marksmen shot General Fraser, who fell, mortally wounded, just as Arnold charged with mad fury upon his line. The British, thus assailed in front and flank, were soon pushed off the field. Arnold next attacked Lord Balcarres, who had retired behind entrenchments at the north of Freeman's Farm, but finding the resistance here too strong, he swept by and charged upon the Canadian auxiliaries, who occupied a position just north of Balcarres, and covered the left wing of Breyman's forces at the extreme right of the British camp. The Canadians soon fled, leaving Breyman uncovered, and Arnold forthwith rushed against Breyman on the left, just as Morgan, who had prolonged his flanking march, assailed him on the right. Breyman was slain and his force routed. The British right wing was crushed, and their whole position taken in reverse and made untenable. Just at this moment a wounded German soldier, lying on the ground, took aim at Arnold and slew his horse, while the ball passed through the general's left leg that had been wounded at Quebec and fractured the bone a little above the knee. As Arnold fell, one of his men rushed up to bayonet the wounded soldier who had shot him, when the prostrate general cried, "For God's sake, don't hurt him. He's a fine fellow." The poor German was saved, and this was the hour when Benedict Arnold should have died. His fall and the gathering twilight stopped the progress of the battle, but the American victory was complete and decisive. Nothing was left for Burgoyne but to get the wreck of his army out of the way as quickly as possible, and the next day he did so, making a slow retreat upon Saratoga, in the course of which his soldiers burned General Schuyler's princely country house with its barns and granaries. As the British retreated, General Gates steadily closed in upon them with his overwhelming forces, which now numbered 20,000. Gates, to give him due credit, knew how to be active after the victory, although when fighting was going on he was a general of sedentary habits. When Arnold rushed down at the critical moment to complete the victory of Saratoga, Gates sent out Major Armstrong to stop him. "Call back that fellow," said Gates, "or he will be doing something rash." But the eager Arnold had out-galloped the messenger, and came back only when his leg was broken and the victory won. In the meantime Gates sat at his headquarters, forgetful of the battle that was raging below, while he argued the merits of the American Revolution with a wounded British officer, Sir Francis Clerke, who had been brought in and laid upon the commander's bed to die. And this seems to have been all that the commanding general contributed to the crowning victory of Saratoga. When Burgoyne reached the place where he had crossed the Hudson, he found a force of 3,000 Americans, with several batteries of cannon, occupying the hills on the other side, so that it was now impossible to cross. A council of war decided to abandon all the artillery and baggage, push through the woods by night, and effect a crossing higher up by Fort Edward, where the great river begins to be fordable. But no sooner had this plan been made than word was brought that the Americans were guarding all the fords and had also planted detachments in a strong position to the northward between Fort Edward and Fort George. The British army, in short, was surrounded. A brisk cannonade was opened upon it from the east and south, while Morgan's sharpshooters kept up a galling fire in the rear. Some of the women and wounded men were sent for safety to a large house in the neighborhood, where they took refuge in the cellar, and there the Baroness Riedesel tells us how she passed 6 dismal nights and days, crouching in a corner near the doorway with her 3 little children clinging about her, while every now and then, with hideous crashing, a heavy cannon-ball passed through the room overhead. The cellar became crowded with crippled and dying men, but little food could be obtained, and the suffering from thirst was dreadful. It was only a few steps to the river, but every man who ventured out with a bucket was shot dead by Virginia rifles that never missed their aim. At last the brave wife of a British soldier volunteered to go, and thus the water was brought again and again, for the Americans would not fire at a woman. And now, while Burgoyne's last ray of hope was dying, and while the veteran Phillips declared himself heartbroken at the misery which he could not relieve, where was Sir Henry Clinton? He had not thought it prudent to leave New York until after the arrival of 3,000 soldiers, whom he expected from England. These men arrived on the 29th of September, but 6 days more elapsed before Sir Henry had taken them up the river and landed them near Putnam's headquarters at Peekskill. In a campaign of 3 days he outwitted that general, carried 2 of the forts after obstinate resistance, and compelled the Americans to abandon the others, and thus laid open the river so that British ships might go up to Albany. On the 8th of October, Sir Henry wrote to Burgoyne from Fort Montgomery, "Nous y voici, and nothing between us and Gates. I sincerely hope this little success of ours will facilitate your operations." This dispatch was written on a scrap of very thin paper, and encased in an oval silver bullet, which opened with a tiny screw in the middle. Sir Henry then sent General Vaughan, with several frigates and the greater part of his force, to make all haste for Albany. As they passed up the river the next day, they could not resist the temptation to land and set fire to the pretty village of Kingston, then the seat of the state legislature. George Clinton, governor of the state, just retreating from his able defense of the captured forts, hastened to protect the village, but came up only in time to see it in flames from one end to the other. Just then Sir Henry's messenger, as he skulked by the roadside, was caught and taken to the governor. He had been seen swallowing something, so they gave him an emetic and obtained the silver bullet. The dispatch was read, the bearer was hanged to an apple tree, and Burgoyne, weary with waiting for the news that never came, at last sent a flag of truce to General Gates, inquiring what terms of surrender would be accepted. Gates first demanded an unconditional surrender, but on Burgoyne's indignant refusal he consented to make terms, and the more readily, no doubt, since he knew what had just happened in the Highlands, though his adversary did not. After 3 days of discussion, the terms of surrender were agreed upon. Just as Burgoyne was about to sign the articles, a Tory made his way into camp with hearsay news that part of Clinton's army was approaching Albany. The subject was then anxiously reconsidered by the British officers, and an interesting discussion ensued as to whether they had so far pledged their faith to the surrender that they could not in honor draw back. The majority of the council decided that their faith was irrevocably pledged, and Burgoyne yielded to this opinion, though he did not share it, for he did not feel quite clear that the rumored advance of Clinton could now avail to save him in any case. In this he was undoubtedly right. The American army, with its daily accretions of militia, had now grown to more than 20,000, and armed yeomanry were still pouring in by the hundred. A diversion, threatened by less than 3,000 men who were still more than 50 miles distant, could hardly have averted the doom of the British army. The only effect which it did produce was perhaps to work upon the timid Gates and induce him to offer easy terms in order to hasten the surrender. On the 17th of October, accordingly, the articles were signed, exchanged, and put in execution. It was agreed that the British army should march out of camp with the honors of war and pile their arms at an appointed place. They should then march through Massachusetts to Boston, from which port they might sail for Europe, it being understood that none of them should serve again in America during the war. All the officers might retain their small arms, and no one's private luggage should be searched or molested. At Burgoyne's earnest solicitation, the American general consented that these proceedings should be styled a convention instead of a surrender, in imitation of the famous convention of Gloucester 7, by which the Duke of Cumberland, 20 years before, had sought to save his feelings while losing his army, beleaguered by the French in Hanover. The soothing phrase has been well remembered by British historians, who to this day continue to speak of Burgoyne's surrender as the Convention of Saratoga. In carrying out the terms of the convention, both Gates and his soldiers showed praiseworthy delicacy. As the British marched off to a meadow by the river's side and laid down their arms, the Americans remained within their lines, refusing to add to the humiliation of a gallant enemy by standing and looking on. As the disarmed soldiers then passed by the American lines, says Lieutenant Anbury, one of the captured officers, I did not observe the least disrespect or even a taunting look, but all was mute astonishment and pity. Burgoyne stepped up and handed his sword to Gates, simply saying, "The fortune of war, General Gates has made me your prisoner." The American general instantly returned the sword, replying, "I shall always be ready to testify that it has not been through any fault of your Excellency." When Baron Riedesel had been presented to Gates and the other generals, he sent for his wife and children. Set free at last from the dreadful cellar, the Baroness came with some trepidation into the enemy's camp, but the only look she saw upon any face was one of sympathy. As I approached the tents, she says, a noble-looking gentleman came toward me and took the children out of the wagon, embraced and kissed them, and then with tears in his eyes helped me also to alight. Presently he said, "It may be embarrassing to you to dine with so many gentlemen. If you will come with your children to my tent, I will give you a frugal meal, but one that will at least be seasoned with good wishes." "Oh, sir," I cried, "you must surely be a husband and a father, since you show me so much kindness." I then learned that it was General Schuyler. Schuyler had indeed come with unruffled soul to look on while the fruit which he had sown, with the gallant aid of Stark and Herkimer, Arnold and Morgan, was plucked by an unworthy rival. He now met Burgoyne, who was naturally pained and embarrassed at the recollection of the beautiful house which his men had burned a few days before. In a speech in the House of Commons some months later, Burgoyne told how Schuyler received him. "I expressed to General Schuyler," says Burgoyne, "my regret at the event which had happened, and the reasons which had occasioned it. He desired me to think no more of it, saying that the occasion justified it according to the rules of war. He did more. He sent an aide-de-camp to conduct me to Albany, in order, as he expressed it, to procure me better quarters than a stranger might be able to find. This gentleman conducted me to a very elegant house, and to my great surprise presented me to Mrs. Schuyler and her family, and in this general's house I remained during my whole stay at Albany, with a table of more than 20 covers for me and my friends, and every other possible demonstration of hospitality." Madame Riedesel was also invited to stay with the Schuylers, and when first she arrived in the house, one of her little girls exclaimed, "Oh, mamma, is this the palace that papa was to have when he came to America?" As the Schuylers understood German, the Baroness colored, but all laughed pleasantly and put her at ease. The captured army was never sent home. The officers were treated as prisoners of war, and from time to time were exchanged. Burgoyne was allowed to go to England in the spring, and while still a prisoner on parole, he took his seat in Parliament and became conspicuous among the defenders of the American cause. The troops were detained in the neighborhood of Boston until the autumn of 1778, when they were all transferred to Charlottesville in Virginia. Here a rude village was built on the brow of a pleasant ridge of hills, and gardens were laid out and planted. Much kind assistance was rendered in all this work by Thomas Jefferson, who was then living close by on his estate at Monticello. and did everything in his power to make things comfortable for soldiers and officers. 2 years afterward, when Virginia became the seat of war, some of them were removed to Winchester in the Shenandoah Valley, to Frederick in Maryland, and to Lancaster in Pennsylvania. Those who wished to return to Europe were exchanged or allowed to escape. The greater number, especially of the Germans, preferred to stay in this country and become American citizens. Before the end of 1783, they dispersed in all directions. Such was the strange sequel of a campaign which, whether we consider the picturesqueness of its incidents or the magnitude of its results, was one of the most memorable in the history of mankind. Its varied scenes, framed in landscapes of grand and stirring beauty, had brought together such types of manhood as the feathered Mohawk sachem, the helmeted Brunswick dragoon, and the blue-frocked yeoman of New England, types of ancient barbarism, of the militancy bequeathed from the Middle Ages, and of the industrial democracy that is to possess and control the future of the world. These men had mingled in a deadly struggle for the strategic center of the Atlantic coast of North America, and now the fight had ended in the complete and overwhelming defeat of the forces of George III. 4 years indeed, 4 years of sore distress and hope deferred, were yet to pass before the fruits of this great victory could be gathered. The independence of the United States was not yet won, but the triumph at Saratoga set in motion a train of events from which the winning of independence was destined surely to follow. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 90 of the United States, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The United States, Part 13, War in the West and on the Ocean. Historical note. During the Revolution, the border warfare in the West was constant and pitiless, and from Kentucky to the Great Lakes, the outlying settlements were devastated by the Tories and their Indian allies. In 1778, the border villages of New York and Pennsylvania were so cruelly harried by Chief Brant and Colonel Butler that in the following year General Sullivan led an army into the country of the Six Nations, the most powerful of the Indian tribes, and avenged the massacres so sternly that this great tribe never recovered its former position. In 1778, the British planned to unite the Indian tribes and destroy the little settlements in what was then the Far West, or what is now Indiana and Illinois. This might well have come to pass if, through the efforts of a young Virginian surveyor named George Rogers Clark, they had not been driven back, and Vincennes and other places captured. This one man saved the vast expanse of country between the Ohio and the Great Lakes, and as far west as the Mississippi. At the time of the Revolution, the colonies had, of course, no navy of their own, and in consequence the coast was practically at the mercy of the English. Congress felt this handicap early in the war, but little was done except the equipment of privateers and cruisers for the destruction of British commerce. During the first half of the war, more than 600 British vessels were taken by these privateers, but during the same period 900 American vessels were captured by British cruisers, and the fisheries and coasting trade of New England were almost destroyed. There was one captain who, more than all others, terrorized British shipping and spread the fame of American seamen throughout Europe, John Paul Jones, a Scotch sailor who had settled in Virginia shortly before the outbreak of hostilities. As commander of the Ranger in 1778 and the Bonhomme Richard in 1779, he wrought havoc along the British coast, burned the shipping in British ports, and finally captured the man-of-war Serapis after one of the most desperate sea fights in history. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 91 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 91, How Daniel Boone Saved Boonesboro, 1775, by Charles C. B. Seymour. In the spring of the year 1775, Boone was employed by a company of land speculators who imagined they had secured a valid title to the land in Kentucky by virtue of a deed of purchase from the Cherokees, to survey and lay out roads in Kentucky. He was placed at the head of a body of well-armed men, and proceeded to his work with great willingness. The party had arrived within 15 miles of Boonesboro when they were fired on by Indians, and suffered a loss of 2 killed and 2 wounded. 3 days later they were again attacked, and had 2 killed and 3 wounded. Boone was not the sort of man to be deterred by a calamity, even of this severe kind. He pressed forward, and on a favorable site erected a fort called Boonesboro, sufficiently strong and large to afford protection against any further attack. He was so well satisfied with its security that shortly afterward he returned to Clinch River for his wife and family. They arrived safely, his wife and daughters being the first white women that ever stood on the banks of the Kentucky River. A number of families followed their example, and the little place soon became cheerful and populated. The Indians did not venture to attack the settlers so long as they remained within sight of the fort, but it was very well known that they hovered about the outskirts, ready for a descent on any unhappy white who might expose himself unguardedly to their vengeance. The men were suspicious and careful, and never went out without their rifles. In spite of these precautions, a most thrilling and tragic incident occurred. On the 14th of July, 1776, 3 young girls belonging to the fort, one of them was Boone's daughter, heedlessly crossed the river in a canoe late in the afternoon. When they got to the other side, they commenced playing and splashing with the paddles, as gay young girls, unconscious of danger, might naturally do, until the canoe, floating with the current, drifted close to the shore, which at this part was thickly covered with trees and shrubs. Concealed in this natural ambuscade lay 3 savage Indians. They had been watching every motion of the girls, and were prepared now to seize their opportunity. One of the coppery rascals dropped stealthily into the stream, caught hold of the rope that hung from the bow of the canoe, and drew it out of view of the fort. The girls, aroused to a sense of their danger, screamed as loud as they could, and were heard at the fort, but before assistance could come, their captors hurried them on shore and bore them to the interior. Next morning by daylight, says Colonel Floyd, who was one of the actors in what he describes, we were on the track, but found they had totally prevented our following them by walking some distance apart through the thickest canes they could find. We observed their course, and on which side they had left their sign, and travelled upward of 30 miles. We then imagined that they would be less cautious in travelling, and made a turn in order to cross their trace, and had gone but a few miles before we found their tracks in a buffalo path, pursued and overtook them on going about 10 miles, just as they were kindling a fire to cook. Our study had been more to get the prisoners, without giving the Indians time to murder them after they discovered us, than to kill them. We discovered each other nearly at the same time. 4 of us fired, and all rushed on them, which prevented them from carrying away anything except 1 shotgun without ammunition. Mr. Boone and myself had a pretty fair shot just as they began to move off. I'm well convinced I shot 1 through, and the one he shot dropped his gun. Mine had none. The place was very thick with canes, and being so much elated on recovering the 3 little broken-hearted girls, prevented our making further search. We sent them off without their moccasins, and not one of them with so much as a knife or a tomahawk. The simplicity of this narrative exceeds its clearness, but with all its involutions, is it not graphic, and does it not convey an excellent idea of the rough indifference to danger so characteristic of true pioneer life? After this it was necessary to be doubly watchful, for the Indians became more aggressive, and apprehensions were felt that a general attack would be made on the fortified stations. These fears appeared to be so well founded that it was only the oldest and bravest of the pioneers who could withstand their influence. The land speculators and other adventurers, to the number of nearly 300, left the country, and newcomers, although prepared for danger, were with difficulty prevailed upon to remain. The year 1777 passed in this gloomy way, marked only by frequent attacks on the various stations by the Indians. 2 attempts were made on the fort, but each time the besiegers were beaten off. The brave little garrison lost 2 men, killed and 5 wounded. With all means of transit cut off by their wary foes, great privations were necessarily suffered by the little band. The immediate necessaries of life they could of course procure, but some articles which were essential to the preservation of health they were without. This was especially the case with regard to salt. Boone, while in the wilderness, could do without this article of luxury, but the families in the fort sorely felt its need, and all kinds of efforts were made to obtain a supply. At length it was determined to fit out an expedition consisting of 30 men, with Boone at its head, to effect this desirable object. It was necessary to proceed to the lower Blue Licks on Licking River, and there manufacture the article, which in due course was to be forwarded by pack horses to the fort. The enterprise, which seemed at first to promise success, cost Boone and his companions their liberty. One day, while hunting a short distance from his comrades, he was surprised by a party of Indians, 102 in number. He attempted to escape, but their swiftest runners were put on his trail, and he soon abandoned all idea of doing so. The sagacity and presence of mind of the old hunter had now to be exercised. He parleyed with the Indians, professed all sorts of friendship for them, succeeded in gaining their confidence, and finally made honorable terms for the surrender of his men, who became prisoners of war. Boone has been blamed for not offering resistance, but a moment's reflection will demonstrate that the course he pursued was the wisest and safest. Had he offered resistance, his little band would have been overpowered, and the next point of attack would have been the fort, which, from the absence of the garrison, would have been entirely at the mercy of the savages. To avert a certain massacre, he surrendered his men, after having made excellent conditions for the safety of their lives. The generous usage the Indians had promised before, in my capitulation, says Boone, was afterward fully complied with, and we proceeded with them as prisoners to Old Chillicothe, the principal Indian town on Little Miami, where we arrived after an uncomfortable journey in very severe weather on the 18th of February, and received as good treatment as prisoners could expect from savages. On the 10th day of March following, I and 10 of my men were conducted by 40 Indians to Detroit, where we arrived on the 30th day, and were treated by Governor Hamilton, the British commander at that post, with great humanity. The governor endeavored to obtain Boone's liberation by purchase, but his captors were not willing to part with him. He had so ingratiated himself in their good graces that they were determined to have him for a chief, and insisted on carrying him back to their town for the purpose of adoption. He bade farewell to his friends in Detroit, and under the friendly escort of his pertinacious admirers, returned to Chillicothe, where he was adopted by an illustrious individual of the name of Blackfish, to supply the place of a deceased son and warrior. He was treated with great kindness, and in a short time became universally popular. He was careful to avoid all cause for suspicion, and to appear constantly happy, although, of course, he was forever dreaming of his wife and family, and praying for the happy day that should enable him to escape to them. Early in the following June he was taken to the salt springs on the Scioto to assist in making salt. On his return he was alarmed to see a fearful array of 450 warriors, and still more so when he discovered that they were bound on an expedition against Boonesborough. He determined to effect his escape, and on the following morning, the 16th of June, 1778, he arose and went forth as usual, without exciting suspicion. He never returned, and Blackfish had to adopt another son. Boone succeeded in reaching the fort in safety. His sudden appearance greatly astonished the people there, for they had given him up, and his wife, with some of the children, had actually departed for North Carolina. Not a moment was to be lost in making the necessary preparations for the defense of the settlement. The fort, which had fallen into a very rickety condition, was put in thorough repair, and the garrison mustered and drilled so as to be in perfect readiness. The Indians, however, changed their minds. Alarmed, probably, at the escape of Boone, they postponed their expedition for 3 weeks, but in the meantime they made some additions to their strength in the shape of French and Canadian officers. On the 7th of September the Indian army, numbering 444 with Captain Duquesne and 11 other Canadians, appeared before Boonesborough. The Indians were commanded by Boone's would-be adopted father, Mr. Blackfish, and the Canadians by Captain Duquesne. When this alarming foe had assembled before the unhappy little fort, a summons was issued to surrender in the name of His Britannic Majesty. The garrison consisted of between 60 and 70 men, and a large number of women and children. If they had surrendered, it would have been nothing remarkable, but they did not even think of doing such a thing. Boone expected reinforcements from Holston, and it became necessary, therefore, to procure as much delay as possible. For this purpose he desired that he might have 2 days to consider the proposition of His Britannic Majesty. Strange as it may appear, this proposition was acceded to. About 5 minutes were sufficient for the garrison to arrive at a determination, and this was that they would fight it out to the last. All the cows and horses were collected within the fort, and every vessel filled with water from the spring, the latter task being performed by the ladies. When the hour arrived for giving an answer to bold Captain Duquesne, it was done in this wise by Boone. We laugh at your formidable preparations, but thank you for giving notice and time to prepare for defense. Captain Duquesne was not incensed at this reply, but still insisted on a capitulation. He declared his orders from Colonel Hamilton were to take the garrison captives, to treat them as prisoners of war, and not to injure, much less to murder them, and that they had horses to take the women and children and all others who could not bear the fatigue of traveling on foot. He then proposed that if the garrison would depute 9 persons to come out of the fort and hold a treaty, the terms should be liberal. It is impossible at this time, after the demise of every person concerned in the affair, to account for the singular course of Captain Duquesne and his Indian allies. Although Duquesne's affectionate course savoured of treachery, Boone thought it desirable to accede to his proposition, as it would at least secure a little more delay. 9 commissioners were selected for the purpose of discussing the treaty, Boone being one of the number. A plot of ground in front of the fort was selected for the conference, all parties to go unarmed. Before leaving for this hazardous interview, Boone took the precaution to place a number of experienced riflemen in advantageous positions, so that if the commissioners retreated hastily they might be protected. The parties met, and the treaty proposed was of the most liberal kind. It simply demanded that the residents and garrison of the fort should acknowledge the British authorities and take the oath of allegiance to the king, in return for which they were to remain unmolested. After these points had been settled, the Indians proposed that, as a commemoration of the joyous occasion, they should revive an ancient custom of their tribe, which consisted of 2 Indians shaking hands with one white man at the same moment. Boone and his companions knew exactly what this meant, but they did not betray any uneasiness. 18 stalwart, muscular Indians now advanced, and in the way prescribed by the very ancient custom before mentioned, endeavored to drag off the white men. But the iron frames of the pioneers were braced for a struggle. Being without weapons, they appealed to their Anglo-Saxon knowledge of fisticuffs, and in a very little while had tumbled the red villains in the dust. In the excitement which followed, they made good their retreat to the fort, and the riflemen immediately opened a murderous fire to keep off the pursuers. Hostilities now commenced on both sides. The Indians kept up a brisk fire at the fort, but owing to its favorable situation could not effect much mischief. The garrison, on the contrary, never fired a charge without an especial object. A regular siege, conducted in the usual Indian style, was kept up for 9 days, but with no result. The Kentuckians never flinched for a moment. Even the women assisted in the defense, for they loaded the rifles, molded bullets, and supplied refreshments. On one occasion the fort was fired by the enemy, but a heroic young man extinguished the flames in spite of a shower of bullets, which greeted his appearance with the buckets on the roof. Foiled in this, the Indians, under the direction of the Canadians, commenced digging a mine, but Boone was equal to this emergency. He began a countermine, and threw all the dirt into their works, so that they had the pleasure of shoveling it away before they could make the slightest progress. On the 20th of September they raised the siege and took their departure, after having suffered a loss of 37 killed and many more wounded. The loss on the pioneer side was 2 killed and 4 wounded. It would not have been so great but for the desertion of a vagabond negro, who went over to the enemy, carrying with him an excellent rifle. During the siege this rascal placed himself in a tree on the other side of the river, and was able, owing to the excellence of his weapon, to fire into the fort. He had killed one and wounded another. When Boone caught a glimpse of his woolly head, it was sufficient. The next moment Sambo rolled from the tree. After the retreat his body was found, and in the center of the forehead an explanatory hole told the story of his death. The old hunter brought him down at a distance of 175 yards. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92. A Campaign Through the Water, 1778, by George Rogers Clark. By means of the 2 bold campaigns of George Rogers Clark, the United States was, at the close of the Revolution, in possession of the land west of the Ohio and so was able to secure the Mississippi instead of the Ohio as a western boundary. The Editor. Everything being ready, on the 5th of February, after receiving a lecture and absolution from the priest, we crossed the Kaskaskia River with 170 men, marched about 3 miles and encamped, where we lay until the 7th and set out. The weather wet, but fortunately not cold for the season, and a great part of the plains under water several inches deep. It was difficult and very fatiguing marching. My object was now to keep the men in spirits. I suffered them to shoot game on all occasions, and feast on it like Indian war dancers, each company by turns inviting the others to their feasts, which was the case every night, as the company that was to give the feast was always supplied with horses to lay up a sufficient store of wild meat in the course of the day, myself and principal officers putting on the woodsmen, shouting now and then, and running as much through the mud and water as any of them. Thus insensibly, without a murmur, were those men led on to the banks of the Little Wabash, which we reached on the 13th, through incredible difficulties, far surpassing anything that any of us had ever experienced. Frequently the diversions of the night wore off the thoughts of the preceding day. We formed a camp on a height which we found on the bank of the river, and suffered our troops to amuse themselves. I viewed this sheet of water for some time with distrust, but accusing myself of doubting, I immediately set to work, without holding any consultation about it, or suffering anybody else to do so in my presence. Ordered a pirogue to be built immediately, and acted as though crossing the water would be only a piece of diversion. As but few could work at the pirogue at the time, pains were taken to find diversion for the rest, to keep them in high spirits. In the evening of the 14th, our vessel was finished, manned, and sent to explore the drowned lands on the opposite side of the Little Wabash, with private instructions what report to make, and if possible to find some spot of dry land. They found about half an acre, and marked the trees from thence back to the camp, and made a very favourable report. Fortunately the 15th happened to be a warm, moist day for the season. The channel of the river where we lay was about 30 yards wide. A scaffold was built on the opposite shore, which was about 3 feet under water, and our baggage ferried across and put on it. Our horses swam across and received their loads at the scaffold, by which time the troops were also brought across, and we began our march through the water. By evening we found ourselves encamped on a pretty height, in high spirits, each party laughing at the other, in consequence of something that had happened in the course of this ferrying business, as they called it. A little antic drummer afforded them great diversion by floating on his drum, etc. All this was greatly encouraged, and they really began to think themselves superior to other men, and that neither the rivers nor the seasons could stop their progress. Their whole conversation now was concerning what they would do when they got about the enemy. They now began to view the main Wabash as a creek, and made no doubt, but such men as they were, could find a way to cross it. They wound themselves up to such a pitch that they soon took post-wind census, divided the spoil, and before bedtime were far advanced on the route to Detroit. All this was no doubt pleasing to those of us who had more serious thoughts. We were now convinced that the whole of the low country on the Wabash was drowned, and that the enemy could easily get to us if they discovered us, and wished to risk an action. If they did not, we made no doubt of crossing the river by some means or other. Even if Captain Rogers, with our galley, did not get to his station agreeable to his appointment, we flattered ourselves that all would be well, and marched on in high spirits. The last day's march through the water was far superior to anything the Frenchmen had an idea of. They were backward in speaking, said that the nearest land to us was a small league called the Sugar Camp, on the bank of the river. a canoe was sent off and returned without finding that we could pass. I went in her myself and sounded the water, found it deep as to my neck. I returned with a design to have the men transported on board the canoes to the sugar camp, which I knew would spend the whole day and ensuing night, as the vessels would pass slowly through the bushes. The loss of so much time, to men half starved, was a matter of consequence. I would have given now a great deal for a day's provision, or for one of our horses. I returned but slowly to the troops, giving myself time to think. On our arrival all ran to hear what was the report. Every eye was fixed on me. I unfortunately spoke in a serious manner to one of the officers. The whole were alarmed without knowing what I said. I viewed their confusion for about 1 minute, whispered to those near me to do as I did, immediately put some water in my hand, poured on powder, blackened my face, gave the war whoop, and marched into the water without saying a word. The party gazed and fell in, one after another, without saying a word, like a flock of sheep. I ordered those near me to begin a favourite song of theirs. It soon passed through the line, and the whole went on cheerfully. I now intended to have them transported across the deepest part of the water. But when about waist deep, one of the men informed me that he thought he felt a path. We examined and found it so, and concluded that it kept on the highest ground, which it did, and by taking pains to follow it, we got to the sugar camp without the least difficulty, where there was about half an acre of dry ground, at least not under water, where we took up our lodging. The Frenchmen that we had taken on the river appeared to be uneasy at our situation. They begged that they might be permitted to go in the 2 canoes to town in the night. They said that they would bring from their own houses provisions, without the possibility of any person's knowing it, that some of our men should go with them as a surety of their good conduct, that it was impossible we could march from that place till the water fell, for the plain was too deep to march. Some of the officers believed that it might be done. I would not suffer it. I never could well account for this piece of obstinacy, and give satisfactory reasons to myself or anybody else why I denied a proposition apparently so easy to execute and of so much advantage, but something seemed to tell me that it should not be done, and it was not done. The most of the weather that we had on this march was moist and warm for the season. This was the coldest night we had. The ice in the morning was from 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch thick near the shores and in still water. The morning was the finest we had on our march. A little after sunrise I lectured the whole. What I said to them I forget, but it may easily be imagined by a person that could possess my affections for them at that time. I concluded by informing them that passing the plain that was then in full view and reaching the opposite woods would put an end to their fatigue, that in a few hours they would have a sight of their long-wished-for object, and immediately stepped into the water without waiting for any reply. A huzzah took place. As we generally marched through the water in a line, before the third entered I halted, and called to Major Bowman, ordering him to fall to the rear with 25 men, and put to death any man who refused to march, as we wished to have no such person among us. The whole gave a cry of approbation, and on we went. This was the most trying of all the difficulties we had experienced. I generally kept 15 or 20 of the strongest men next myself, and judged from my own feelings what must be that of others. Getting about the middle of the plain, the water about mid-deep, I found myself sensibly failing, and as there were no trees nor bushes for the men to support themselves by, I feared that many of the most weak would be drowned. I ordered the canoes to make the land, discharge their loading, and play backward and forward with all diligence, and pick up the men, and to encourage the party, sent some of the strongest men forward, with orders, when they got to a certain distance, to pass the word back that the water was getting shallow, and when getting near the woods to cry out land. This stratagem had its desired effect. The men, encouraged by it, exerted themselves almost beyond their abilities, the weak holding by the stronger. The water never got shallower, but continued deepening. Getting to the woods, where the men expected land, the water was up to my shoulders, but gaining the woods was of great consequence. All the low men and the weakly hung to the trees, and floated on the old logs until they were taken off by the canoes. The strong and tall got ashore and built fires. Many would reach the shore and fall with their bodies half in the water, not being able to support themselves without it. This was a delightful dry spot of ground of about 10 acres. We soon found that the fires answered no purpose, but that 2 strong men taking a weaker one by the arms was the only way to recover him, and being a delightful day it soon did. But fortunately, as if designed by Providence, a canoe of Indian squaws and children was coming up to town, and took through part of this plain as a nigh way. It was discovered by our canoes as they were out after the men. They gave chase and took the Indian canoe, on board of which was near half a quarter of a buffalo, some corn, tallow, kettles, etc. This was a grand prize and was invaluable. Broth was immediately made and served out to the most weakly with great care. Most of the whole got a little, but a great many gave their part to the weakly, jocosely saying something cheering to their comrades. This little refreshment and fine weather by the afternoon gave new life to the whole. Crossing a narrow deep lake in the canoes, and marching some distance, we came to a copse of timber called the Warrior's Island. We were now in full view of the fort and town, not a shrub between us, at about 2 miles distance. Every man now feasted his eyes and forgot that he had suffered anything, saying that all that had passed was owing to good policy and nothing but what a man could bear, and that the soldier had no right to think, etc., passing from one extreme to another, which is common in such cases. It was now we had to display our abilities. The plain between us and the town was not a perfect level. The sunken grounds were covered with water full of ducks. We observed several men out on horseback, shooting them within a half-mile of us, and sent out as many of our active young Frenchmen to decoy and take one of these men prisoner, in such a manner as not to alarm the others, which they did. The information we got from this person was similar to that which we got from those we took on the river, except that of the British having that evening completed the wall of the fort, and that there were a good many Indians in town. Our situation was now truly critical, no possibility of retreating in case of defeat, and in full view of a town that had, at this time, upward of 600 men in it, troops, inhabitants, and Indians. The crew of the galley, though not 50 men, would have been now a reinforcement of immense magnitude to our little army, if I may so call it. But we would not think of them. We were now in the situation that I had labored to get ourselves in. The idea of being made prisoner was foreign to almost every man, as they expected nothing but torture from the savages, if they fell into their hands. Our fate was now to be determined, probably in a few hours. We knew that nothing but the most daring conduct would ensure success. I knew that a number of the inhabitants wished us well, that many were lukewarm to the interest of either, and I also learned that the Grand Chief, the Tobacco's son, had but a few days before openly declared, in council with the British, that he was a brother and friend to the Big Knives. These were favourable circumstances, and, as there was but little probability of our remaining until dark undiscovered, I determined to begin the career immediately, and wrote the following placard to the inhabitants. To the inhabitants of Fort Vincennes. Gentlemen, being now within 2 miles of your village with my army, determined to take your fort this night, and not being willing to surprise you, I take this method to request such of you as are true citizens and willing to enjoy the liberty I bring you, to remain still in your houses, and those, if any there be, that are friends to the king, will instantly repair to the fort and join the hair-buyer general. Footnote. Hamilton offered rewards for American scalps, end footnote, and fight like men. And if any such as do not go to the fort shall be discovered afterward, they may depend on severe punishment. On the contrary, those who are true friends to liberty may depend on being well treated, and I once more request them to keep out of the streets. For every one I find in arms on my arrival, I shall treat him as an enemy. Signed, G. R. Clarke. I had various ideas on the supposed result of this letter. I knew that it would do us no damage, but that it would cause the lukewarm to be decided, encourage our friends, and astonish our enemies. We anxiously viewed this messenger until he entered the town, and in a few minutes could discover by our glasses some stir in every street that we could penetrate into, and great numbers running or riding out into the commons, we supposed to view us, which was the case. But what surprised us was that nothing had yet happened that had the appearance of the garrison being alarmed, no drum nor gun. We began to suppose that the information we got from our prisoners was false, and that the enemy already knew of us and were prepared. A little before sunset we moved, and displayed ourselves in full view of the town, crowds gazing at us. We were plunging ourselves into certain destruction, or success. There was no midway thought of. We had but little to say to our men, except inculcating an idea of the necessity of obedience, etc. We knew they did not want encouraging, and that anything might be attempted with them that was possible for such a number. Perfectly cool, under proper subordination, pleased with the prospect before them, and much attached to their officers. They all declared that they were convinced that an implicit obedience to orders was the only thing that would ensure success, and hoped that no mercy would be shown the person that should violate them. Such language as this from soldiers to persons in our station must have been exceedingly agreeable. We moved on slowly in full view of the town, but as it was a point of some consequence to us to make ourselves appear as formidable, we, in leaving the covert that we were in, marched and countermarched in such a manner that we appeared numerous. In raising volunteers in the Illinois, every person that set about the business had a set of colors given him, which they brought with them to the amount of 10 or 12 pairs. These were displayed to the best advantage, and, as the low plain we marched through was not a perfect level, but had frequent risings in it, 7 or 8 feet higher than the common level, which was covered with water, and as these risings generally ran in an oblique direction to the town, we took the advantage of one of them, marching through the water under it, which completely prevented our being numbered. But our colors showed considerably above the heights, as they were fixed on long poles procured for the purpose, and at a distance made no despicable appearance. And as our young Frenchmen had, while we lay on the Warriors' Island, decoyed and taken several fowlers with their horses, officers were mounted on these horses and rode about, more completely to deceive the enemy. In this manner we moved, and directed our march in such a way as to suffer it to be dark before we had advanced more than halfway to the town. We then suddenly altered our direction, and crossed ponds where they could not have suspected us, and about 8 o'clock gained the heights back of the town. As there was yet no hostile appearance, we were impatient to have the cause unriddled. Lieutenant Bailey was ordered, with 14 men, to march and fire on the fort. The main body moved in a different direction, and took possession of the strongest part of the town. The attack upon the town continued for some 36 hours. Then the audacious young leader sent a demand for surrender. It was promptly refused. Nevertheless, the surrender took place before the close of the day. End of section 92.
Section 93 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 93, How the Women Brought Water to Bryan Station, 1782, by Cyrus Townsend Brady. There had been terrible doings on the frontier during the spring and summer of 1782. The British and Indians had made raid after raid through the land. 2 years before, a certain Colonel William Byrd of Westover, Virginia, a Tory, who seems to have been a gentleman and a soldier, led some 800 Indians with a detachment of soldiers and some artillery into Kentucky. None of the forts was proof against artillery, nor was there any in the territory except that in the possession of George Rogers Clark, which was not available. 2 stations, Martin's and Ruddle's, were attacked in succession and easily captured. Their garrisons and inhabitants were murdered and tortured with shocking barbarity. It is to the eternal credit of Colonel Byrd that, finding himself unable to control the Indians, he abandoned his expedition and withdrew. Otherwise the whole land would have been desolated. The bulk of the invading Indians were Wyandots, who were easily first among the savages of the Northwest for ferocious valor and military skill. The opposing forces being exactly equal, a detachment of them defeated a certain Captain Estill by a series of brilliant military maneuvers which would have done credit to a great captain, being indeed upon a small scale Napoleonic in their conception and execution. 2 years after Byrd had withdrawn, William Campbell and Alexander McKee, notorious renegades, with the infamous Simon Girty, whose name has been a hissing and a byword ever since he lived, led a formidable war party consisting of a few Canadians and 400 Indians into Kentucky. The first place they attacked was Bryan Station. Another place called Hoy's Station was menaced by a different party of Indians, and express messengers had ridden to Bryan Station to seek aid, which the settlers were ready to grant. The American party was being made up to go to Hoy's Station early in the morning of the 16th of August, 1782, when, as they approached the gate to ride out of it, a party of Indians was discovered on the edge of the woods in full view. The party was small in number, comparatively speaking, yet its members exposed themselves out of rifle range, of course, with such careless indifference to consequences or to a possible attack as inevitably to suggest to the mind of Captain John Craig, who commanded the fort at the time, that they were desirous of attracting the attention of the garrison in the hope that their small numbers might induce the men of the station to leave the fort and pursue them. Craig was an old Indian fighter who had been trained in Daniel Boone's own school. He was suspicious of any maneuver of that kind. Checking the departure of the relief party, he called his brother and the principal men of the station into a council, and they concluded at once that the demonstration in the front of the fort was a mere feint, that the Indians were anxious to be pursued, and that the main attack would come from the other direction. The surmise was correct. With cunning adroitness, Campbell had massed the main body of his forces in the woods back of the fort, with strict instructions for them to remain concealed and not show themselves on any account until they heard the fire coming from the front of the station, which would convince them that their ruse had succeeded. Then they were to break from cover and rush for the back wall of the fort, which they supposed would be undefended, scale it, and have the little garrison at their mercy. It so happened that the spring from which the fort got its water supply lay within a short distance of the main body, concealed in the thick woods which surrounded the clearing, with the fort in the center. The situation was perfectly plain to Craig and his men. They determined to meet ruse with ruse, and if possible to defeat the Indians at their own game. Before they could do anything, however, they must have a supply of water. On that hot August day, life in that stockade, especially when engaged in furious battle, would become unsupportable without water. Only the ordinary amount sufficient for the night had been brought in the day before. The receptacles were now empty. After swift deliberations, the commandant turned to the women and children crowded around the officers and explained the situation plainly to them. He proposed that the women and children who were large enough to carry water should go down to the spring with every vessel they could carry and bring back the water upon which their lives depended. He also explained to them that the spring was probably covered by concealed masses of the enemy who were waiting for the success of the demonstration in front of the fort to begin the attack. He said further that it was the opinion of those in command that if the women would go to the spring as they did under ordinary circumstances, as was their custom every morning, that is, the Indians would not molest them. not being desirous of breaking up the plan by which they hoped to take the fort and have everything at their mercy. The men in the fort would cover the women with their rifles so far as they could. It would be impossible for them to go and get water, as it was not the habit of the men to do that. The unusual proceeding would awaken the suspicions of the Indians, and the men would be shot down in the fort, and all its inmates would be at the mercy of the savages. Every woman there was able to see the situation. The theory upon which they were proceeding might be all wrong. The Indians might be satisfied with the certainty of capturing the women thus presented, and the women and children might be taken away under the very eyes of the helpless men. On the other hand, it was probable, though by no means certain, that Craig's reasoning was correct, and that the Indians would not discover themselves, and the women and children would be allowed to return unmolested. Still, nobody could tell what the Indians would do, and the situation was a terrible one. Capture at the very best meant death by torture. The women in the fort had not lived on the frontier in vain. They realized the dilemma instantly. A shudder of terror and apprehension went through the crowd. What would they do? They must have the water. The men could not get it. The women did. Mrs. Jemima Suggett Johnson, the wife of an intrepid pioneer and the daughter and sister of others, instantly volunteered for the task. She was the mother of 5 little children, and her husband happened to be away in Virginia at the time. Leaving her 2 little boys and her daughter Sally to look after the baby in his dugout cradle, she offered to go for the water. This baby was that Richard Mentor Johnson, who afterward became so celebrated at the Battle of the Thames, where Tecumseh was killed, and who was subsequently Vice President of the United States. Taking her little daughter, Betsy, aged 10, her eldest child, by the hand, the fearless woman headed a little band of 12 women and 16 children who had agreed to follow where she led. Among them were the wives and children of the Craig brothers. The little ones carried wooden piggins, and the women noggins and buckets. The piggin was a small bucket with 1 upright stave for a handle, a large wooden dipper, as it were, while the larger noggin had 2 upright staves for handles. Carefully avoiding any suspicious demonstration of force on the part of his men, Captain Craig opened the gate, and the women marched out. Chatting and laughing in spite of the fact that they were nearly perishing from apprehension and terror, they tramped down the hill to the spring near the creek some 60 yards away, with as much coolness and indifference as they could muster. It was indeed a fearful moment for the women, and no wonder that some of the younger ones and the older children found it difficult to control their agitation. But the composed manner of those valiant and heroic matrons, like Mrs. Johnson, somewhat reassured the others and completely deluded the Indians. Probably the younger children did not realize their frightful danger, and their unconsciousness helped to deceive the foes in ambush. It took some time to fill the various receptacles from the small spring, but by the direction of Mrs. Johnson no one left the vicinity until all were ready to return. This little party then marched deliberately back to the fort as they had come. Not a shot was fired. The Indians, concealed within a stone's throw in the underbrush, had looked at them with covetous eyes, but such was the unwonted discipline in which they were held that they refrained from betraying themselves in the hope of afterward carrying out their stratagem. As they neared the gate, some of the younger ones broke into a run, crowding into the door of the stockade, which never looked so hospitable as on that sunny summer morning, and some of the precious water was spilled, but most of it was carried safe into the enclosure. With what feelings of relief the 50-odd men in the station saw their wives and children come back again can scarcely be imagined. Dispatching 2 daring men on horseback to break through the besiegers and rouse the country, Craig immediately laid a trap for the Indians. Selecting a small body, he sent them out to the front of the fort to engage the Indians there, instructing them to make as much noise and confusion as possible. Then he posted the main body of his men at the loopholes back of the fort, instructing them not to make a move nor fire a gun until he gave the order. The ruse was completely successful. Deceived by the hullabaloo in front, the Indians in the rear, imagining that their plan had succeeded, broke from cover and instantly dashed up to the stockade, shouting their war cries and expecting an easy victory. What was their surprise to find it suddenly bristling with rifles as Craig and his men poured a steady withering fire into the mass crowded before them, fairly decimating them. They ran back instantly, and concealment being at an end, returned the fire ineffectually. Immediately thereafter, from every side a furious fire from 400 rifles burst upon the defenders. All day long the siege was maintained. Once in a while a bullet ploughing through a crevice in the stockade struck down one of the brave garrison, but the casualties in the station were very few. On the other hand, when an Indian exposed himself, he was sure to be killed by a shot from some unerring rifle. 1 or 2 Indians climbed a tree seeking to command the fort therefrom, but they were quickly detected and shot before they had time to descend. At last they attempted to burn the fort by shooting flaming arrows up in the air to fall perpendicularly upon the buildings. The children, the little boys that is, and some of the older girls were lifted up on the inclined roofs, where they were safe from direct rifle fire, though in imminent danger of being pierced by the dropping arrows, with instructions to put out the fires as fast as the arrows kindled them, which they succeeded in doing. Meanwhile the women were busy molding bullets and loading rifles for the men, and many of them took their places on the walls and aided in the defence. The mothers of our forest land, their bosoms pillowed men, and proud were they by such to stand in hammock, fort, or glen, to load the sure old rifle, to run the leaden ball, to watch a battling husband's place, and fill it should he fall. Finding their efforts unavailing, the Indians ravaged the surrounding country. They killed all the cattle belonging to the pioneers, burned and destroyed the fields of grain, and turned the environment into a bloody desert. In the afternoon a succoring party from Boone's station appeared, but without Boone, for he was absent at the time, and succeeded in entering the fort. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain. Section 94 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 94. The First Salute to the Flag, 1778, by Sarah Orne Jewett. In midwinter, something happened that lifted every true heart on board. There had been dull and dreary weeks on board the Ranger, with plots for desertion among the crew, and a general look of surliness and reproach on all faces. The captain was eagerly impatient in sending his messengers to Nantes, when the Paris post might be expected, and was ever disappointed at their return. The discipline of the ship became more strict than before, now that there was little else to command or insist upon. The officers grew tired of one another's company, and kept to their own quarters, or passed each other without speaking. It was easy indeed to be displeased with such a situation, and to fret at such an apparently needless loss of time, even if there were nothing else to fret about. At last there was some comfort in leaving Nantes, and making even so short a voyage as to the neighboring port of Lorient, where the Ranger was overhauled and refitted for sea. Yet even here the men grumbled at their temporary discomforts, and above all regretted Nantes, where they could amuse themselves better ashore. It was a hard, stormy winter, but there were plenty of rich English ships almost within hand's reach. Nobody could well understand why they had done nothing, while such easy prey came and went in those waters from Bordeaux and the coast of Spain, even from Nantes itself. On a certain Friday, orders were given to set sail, and the Ranger made her way along the coast to Quiberon, and anchored there at sunset, before the bay's entrance facing the great curve of the shores. She had much shipping for company. Farther in, there lay a fine show of French frigates with a convoy, and 4 ships of the line. The captain scanned these through his glass, and welcomed a great opportunity. He had come upon a division of the French navy, and one of the frigates flew the flag of a Rear Admiral La Motte Piquet. The wind had not fallen at sundown. All night the Ranger tossed about, and tugged at her anchor chains, as if she were impatient to continue her adventures like the men between her sides. All the next day she rowed uneasily, and clapped her sailcloth, and thrummed her rigging in the squally winter blast, until the sea grew quieter towards sundown. Then Captain Paul Jones sent a boat to the King's fleet to carry a letter. The boat was long gone. The distance was little but difficult in such a sea, yet some of the boats of the country came out in hope of trading with the Ranger's men. The poor peasants would venture anything, and a strange-looking, swarthy little man, who got aboard nobody knew how, suddenly approached the captain, where he stood ablaze with impatience on the quarter. At his first word Paul Jones burst with startling readiness into Spanish invective, and then with a look of pity at the man's poverty of dress in that icy weather, took a bit of gold from his pocket. "Barcelona," said he. "I have had good days in Barcelona myself," and bade the Spaniard begone. Then he called him back and asked a few questions, and summoning a quartermaster, gave orders that he should take the sailor's poor gear and give him a warm coat and cap from the slop chests. "He has lost his ship and got stranded here," said the captain with compassion, and then turned again to watch for the boat. "You may roll the coat and cap into a bundle. They are quaint fashioned things," he added carelessly, as the quartermaster went away. The bay was now alive with small Breton traders, and at a short distance away there was a droll little potato fleet, making hopefully for the Ranger. The headmost boat, however, was the Ranger's own, with an answer to the captain's letter. He gave an anxious sigh and laid down his glass. He had sent to say frankly to the rear admiral that he flew the new American flag, and that no foreign power had yet saluted it, and to ask if his own salute to the Royal Navy of France would be properly returned. It was already in the last fluster of the February wind, and the sea was going down. There was no time to be lost. He broke the great seal of his answer with a trembling hand, and at the first glance pressed the letter to his breast. The French frigates were a little apart from their convoy, and rolled sullenly in a solemn company, their tall masts swaying like timekeepers against the pale winter sky. The low land lay behind them, its line broken here and there by strange mounds and by ancient altars of the Druids, like clumsy, heavy-legged beasts standing against the winter sunset. The captain gave orders to hoist the anchor, nobody knew why, and to spread the sails when it was no time to put to sea. He stood like a king until all was done, and then passed the word for his gunners to be ready, and steered straight in toward the French fleet. They all understood now. The little Ranger ran slowly between the frowning ships, looking as warlike as they. Her men swarmed like bees into the rigging. Her colours ran up to salute the flag of His Most Christian Majesty of France, and she fired one by one her salute of 13 guns. There was a moment of suspense. The wind was very light now. The powder smoke drifted away, and the flapping sails sounded loud overhead. Would the admiral answer, or would he treat this bold challenge like a handkerchief waved at him from a pleasure boat? Some of the officers on the Ranger looked incredulous, but Paul Jones still held his letter in his hand. There was a puff of white smoke, and the great guns of the French flagship began to shake the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then were still, save for their echoes from the low hills about Carnac and the great Druid Mount of St. Michael. Gardner, you may tell the men that this was the salute of the King of France to our Republic, and the first high honour to our colours, said the captain proudly to his steersmen. But they were all huzzaing now along the Ranger's decks, that little ship whose name shall never be forgotten while her country lives. "We hardly know what this day means, gentlemen," he said soberly to his officers who came about him. "I believe that we are at the christening of the greatest nation that was ever born into the world." He lifted his hat and stood looking up at the flag. End of section 94. Chapter 95 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 95. John Paul Jones in the Revolution, 1775 to 1781, by Joel Tyler Headley. In 1775, when the American Revolution broke out, the young Scotchman commenced his brilliant career. His offer to Congress to serve in the Navy was accepted, and he was appointed first lieutenant in the Alfred. As the commander-in-chief of the squadron came on board, Jones unfurled the national flag, the first time its folds were ever given to the breeze. What that flag was, strange as it may seem, no record or tradition can certainly tell. It was not the Stars and the Stripes, for they were not generally adopted till 2 years after. The generally received opinion is that it was a pine tree with a rattlesnake coiled at the roots, as if about to spring, and underneath the motto, "Don't tread on me." At all events, it unrolled to the breeze, and waved over as gallant a young officer as ever trod a quarter-deck. If the flag bore such a symbol, it was most appropriate to Jones, for no serpent was ever more ready to strike than he. Fairly afloat, 29 years of age, healthy, well-knit, though of light and slender frame, a commissioned officer in the American Navy, the young Gardiner saw with joy the shores receding as the fleet steered for the Bahama Isles. A skilful seaman, at home on the deck, and a bold and daring man, he could not but distinguish himself in whatever circumstances he might be placed. The result of this expedition was the capture of New Providence with 100 cannon and an abundance of military stores. It came near failing through the bungling management of the commander-in-chief, and would have done so but for the perseverance and daring of Paul Jones. As the fleet was returning home, he had an opportunity to try himself in battle. The Glasgow, an English ship, was chased by the whole squadron, yet escaped. During the running fight, Jones commanded the lower battery of the Alfred, and exhibited that coolness and daring which afterwards so characterized him. Soon after he was transferred to the sloop Providence, and ordered to put to sea on a 6 weeks' cruise. It required no ordinary skill or boldness to keep this little sloop hovering amid the enemy's cruisers and yet avoid capture. Indeed, his short career seemed about to end, for he found himself one day chased by the English frigate Soulabay, and despite of every exertion overhauled, so that at the end of 4 hours his vessel was brought within musket shot of the enemy, whose heavy cannon kept thundering against him. Gallantly returning the fire with his light guns, Jones, though there seemed no chance of escape, still kept his flag flying, and saved himself by his extraordinary seamanship. Finding himself lost in the course he was pursuing, he gradually worked his little vessel off till he got the Soulabay on his weather quarter, when he suddenly exclaimed, "Up helm!" to the steersman, and, setting every sail that would draw, stood dead before the wind, bearing straight down on the English frigate, and passing within pistol shot of her. Before the enemy could recover his surprise at this bold and unexpected manoeuvre, or bring his ship into the same position, Jones was showing him a clean pair of heels. His little sloop could outsail the frigate before the wind, and he bore proudly away. He soon after had another encounter with the English frigate Milford. He was lying to near the Isle of Sable fishing, when the Milford hove in sight. Immediately putting his ship in trim, he tried the relative speed of the two vessels, and finding that he could outsail his antagonist, let him approach. The Englishman kept rounding to as he advanced, and pouring his broadsides on the sloop, but at such a distance that not a shot told. Thus Jones kept irritating his more powerful enemy, keeping him at just such a distance as to make his firing ridiculous. Still it was a hazardous experiment, for a single chance shot crashing through his rigging might have reduced his speed so much as to prevent his escape. But to provoke the Englishman still more, Jones, as he walked quietly away, ordered one of his men to return each of the enemy's broadsides with a single musket shot. This insulting treatment made a perfect farce of the whole chase, and must have enraged the commander of the Milford beyond measure. He continued cruising about, and at the end of 47 days sailed into Newport with 16 prizes. He next planned an expedition against Cape Breton to break up the fisheries, and though he did not wholly succeed, he returned to Boston in about a month with 4 prizes and 150 prisoners. The clothing on its way to the Canada troops which he captured came very opportunely for the destitute soldiers of the American army. During this expedition Jones had command of the Alfred, but was superseded on his return and put on board his old sloop, the Providence. This was the commencement of a series of unjust acts on the part of our government towards him, which as yet could not break away from English example and make brave deeds the only road to rank. It insisted, according to the old continental rule with which Bonaparte made such wild work, on giving the places of trust to the sons of distinguished gentlemen. Jones remonstrated against this injustice, and pressed the government so closely with his importunities and complaints that to get rid of him it sent him to Boston to select and fit out a ship for himself. In the meantime he recommended measures to the government respecting the organizing and strengthening of the navy, which show him to have been the most enlightened naval officer in our service, and that his sound and comprehensive views were equal to his bravery. Most of his suggestions were adopted, and the foundation of the American Navy laid. Soon after, June 1777, he was given command of the Ranger, and informed in his commission that the flag of the United States was to be 13 stripes, and the Union 13 stars on a blue field, representing a new constellation in the heavens. With joy he hoisted this new flag and put to sea in his badly equipped vessel, steering for France, where he was, by order of his government, to take charge of a large vessel, there to be purchased for him by the American commissioners. Failing in this enterprise, he again set sail in the Ranger and steered for Quiberon Bay. Here, passing through the French fleet with his brig, he obtained a national salute, the first ever given our colors. Having had the honor first to hoist our flag on the water, and the first to hear the guns of a powerful nation thunder forth their recognition of it, he again put to sea and boldly entered the Irish Channel, capturing several prizes. Steering for the Isle of Man, he planned an expedition which illustrates the boldness and daring that characterized him. He determined to burn the shipping in Whitehaven in retaliation for the injuries inflicted on our coast by English ships. More than 300 vessels lay in this port, protected by 2 batteries, composed of 30 pieces of artillery, while 80 rods distant was a strong fort. To enter a port so protected and filled with shipping, with a single brig, and apply the torch under the very muzzles of the cannon, was an act unrivalled in daring. But Jones seemed to delight in these reckless deeds. There appeared to be a sort of witchery about danger to him, and the greater it was, the more enticing it became. Once, when government was making arrangements to furnish him with a ship, he urged the necessity of giving him a good one, for, said he, "I intend to go in harm's way." This was true, and he generally managed to carry out his intentions. It was about midnight on the 22nd of April, 1778, when Jones stood boldly in to the port of Whitehaven. Having got sufficiently near, he took 2 boats and 31 men, and rowed noiselessly away from his gallant little ship. He commanded 1 boat in person, and took upon himself the task of securing the batteries. With a mere handful of men, he scaled the breastwork, seized the sentinel on duty before he could give the alarm, and rushing forward took the astonished soldiers prisoners and spiked the cannon. Then, leaving Lieutenant Wallingford to fire the shipping, he hastened forward with only 1 man to take the fort. All was silent as he approached, and boldly entering, he spiked every cannon, and then hurried back to his little band. He was surprised as he approached not to see the shipping in a blaze, and demanded of his lieutenant why he had not fulfilled his orders. The latter replied that his light had gone out, but he evidently did not like his mission and purposely neglected to obey orders. Everything had been managed badly, and to his mortification he saw the day beginning to dawn, and his whole plan, at the moment when it promised complete success, overturned. The people, rousing from their slumbers, saw with alarm a band of men with half-burnt candles in their hands standing on the pier, and assembled in crowds. Jones, however, refused to depart, and, indignant at the failure of the expedition, entered alone a large ship, and coolly sat down and kindled a fire in the steerage. He then hunted about for a barrel of tar, which having found, he poured it over the flames. The blaze shot up around the lofty spars and wreathed the rigging in their spiral folds, casting a baleful light over the town. The terrified inhabitants, seeing the flames shoot heavenward, rushed toward the wharves, but Jones posted himself by the entrance to the ship with a cocked pistol in his hand, threatening to shoot the first who should approach. They hesitated a moment and then turned and fled. Gazing a moment on the burning ship and the panic-struck multitude, he entered his boat and leisurely rowed back to the Ranger that sat like a seagull on the water. The bright sun had now risen and was bathing the land and sea in its light, revealing to the inhabitants the little craft that had so boldly entered their waters, and they hastened to their fort to open their cannon upon it. To their astonishment they found them spiked. They, however, got possession of 2 guns, which they began to fire, but the shot fell so wide of the mark that the sailors in contempt fired back their pistols. The expedition had failed through the inefficiency of his men, and especially one deserter who remained behind to be called the savior of Whitehaven, but it showed to England that her own coast was not safe from the hands of the spoiler, and that the torch she carried into our ports might be hurled into hers also. In carrying it out, Jones exhibited a daring and coolness never surpassed by any man. The only drawback to it was that it occurred in the neighborhood of his birthplace and amid the hallowed associations of his childhood. One would think that the familiar hilltops and mountain ranges and the thronging memories they would bring back on the bold rover would have sent him to other portions of the coast to inflict distress. It speaks badly for the man's sensibilities, though so well for his courage. He next entered Kirkcudbright Bay in a single boat for the purpose of taking Lord Selkirk prisoner. The absence of the nobleman alone prevented his success. The next day, as he was off Carrickfergus, he saw the Drake, an English ship of war, working slowly out of harbour to go in pursuit of his vessel that was sending such consternation along the Scottish coast. 5 small vessels filled with citizens accompanied her part of the way. A heavy tide was setting landward, and the vessel made feeble headway, but at length she made her last tack and stretched boldly out into the channel. The Ranger, when she first saw the Drake coming out of the harbour, ran down to meet her, and then lay to till the latter had cleared the port. She then filled away and stood out into the centre of the channel. The Drake had, in volunteers and all, a crew of 160 men, besides carrying 2 guns more than the Ranger. She also belonged to the regular British Navy, while Jones had a crew imperfectly organized and but partially used to the discipline of a vessel of war. He, however, saw with delight his formidable enemy approach, and when the latter hailed him, asking what ship it was, he replied, "The American continental ship Ranger. We are waiting for you. Come on." Alarm fires were burning along both shores, and the hilltops were covered with spectators witnessing the meeting of these 2 ships. The sun was only an hour high, and as the blazing fireball stooped to the western wave, Jones commenced the attack. Steering directly across the enemy's bow, he poured in a deadly broadside, which was promptly returned. The 2 ships moved gallantly away side by side, while broadside after broadside thundered over the deep. Within close musket shot, they continued to sweep slowly and sternly onward for an hour, wreathed in smoke, while the incessant crash of timbers on board the Drake told how terrible was the Americans' fire. First her fore and main topsails were carried away, then the yards began to tumble one after another, until at length her ensign, fallen also, draggled in the water. Jones kept pouring in his destructive broadsides, which the Drake answered, but with less effect, while the topmen of the Ranger made fearful havoc amid the dense crew of the enemy. As the last sunlight was leaving its farewell on the distant mountain tops, the commander of the Drake fell, shot through the head with a musket ball, and the British flag was lowered to the stripes and stars, a ceremony which in after years became quite common. Jones returned with his prizes to Paris, and offered his services to France. In hopes of getting command of a larger vessel, he gave up the Ranger, but soon had cause to regret it, for he was left for a long time without employment. He had been promised the Indian, and the Prince of Nassau, pleased by the daring of Jones, had promised to accompany him as a volunteer. But this fell through, together with many other projects. But for the firm friendship of Franklin, he would have fared but poorly in the French capital. After a long series of annoyances and disappointments, he at length obtained command of a vessel which, out of respect to Franklin, he named the Bonhomme Richard, the Poor Richard. With 7 ships in all, a snug little squadron for Jones, had the different commanders been subordinate, he set sail from France and steered for the coast of Ireland. The want of proper subordination was soon made manifest, for in a week's time the vessels, one after another, parted company to cruise by themselves, till Jones had with him but the Alliance, Pallas, and Vengeance. In a tremendous storm he bore away, and after several days of gales and heavy seas, approached the shore of Scotland. Taking several prizes near the Firth of Forth, he ascertained that a 24-gun ship and 2 cutters were in the roads. These he determined to cut out, and landing at Leith, lay the town under contribution. The inhabitants supposed his little fleet to be English vessels in pursuit of Paul Jones, and a member of Parliament, a wealthy man in the place, sent off a boat, requesting powder and balls to defend himself, as he said, against the pirate Paul Jones. Jones very politely sent back the bearer with a barrel of powder, expressing his regrets that he had no shot to spare. Soon after, in his pompous, inflated manner, he summoned the town to surrender, but the wind blowing steadily off the land, he could not approach with his vessel. At length, however, the wind changed, and the Richard stood boldly in for the shore. The inhabitants, as they saw her bearing steadily up towards the place, were filled with terror, and ran hither and thither in affright. But the good minister, Reverend Mr. Shirra, assembled his flock on the beach to pray the Lord to deliver them from their enemies. He was an eccentric man, one of the quaintest of the quaint Scotch divines, so that his prayers, even in those days, were often quoted for their oddity and even roughness. Whether the following prayer is literally true or not, it is difficult to tell, but there is little doubt that the invocation of the excited, eccentric old man was sufficiently odd. It is said that, having gathered his congregation on the beach, in full sight of the vessel, which under a press of canvas was making a long tack that brought her close to the town, he knelt down on the sand and thus began, "Now, dear Lord, dinna ye think it a shame for ye to send this vile pirate to rob our folk of Kirkcaldy, for ye ken they are puir enow already and hae naething to spare. The way the wind blaws, he'll be here in a jiffy, and wha kens what he may do. He's nae too good for onything. Mickle's the mischief he has done already. He'll burn their houses, tak their very clays, and tirl them to the sark. And wae's me, wha kens but the bloody villain might take their lives. The poor weemen are maist frightened out of their wits, and the bairns skirling after them. I canna think of it. I canna think of it. I hae been long a faithful servant to ye, Lord, but gin ye dinna turn the wind about and blaw the scandal out of our gate, I'll nae stir a foot, but we'll just sit here till the tide comes. Say, take yer will on't." To the no little astonishment of the good people, a fierce gale at that moment began to blow, which sent one of Jones's prizes ashore, and forced him to stand out to sea. This fixed forever the reputation of good Mr. Shirra, and he did not himself wholly deny that he believed his intercessions brought on the gale, for whenever his parishioners spoke of it to him, he always replied, "I prayed, but the Lord sent the wind." Stretching from thence along the English coast, Jones cruised about for a while, and at length fell in with the Alliance, which had parted company with him a short time previous. With this vessel, the Pallas and Vengeance, making with the Richard 4 ships, he stood to the north, when on the afternoon of September the 23rd, 1779, he saw a fleet of 41 sail hugging the coast. This was the Baltic fleet, under the convoy of the Serapis of 41 guns and the Countess of Scarborough of 20 guns. Jones immediately issued his orders to form line of battle, while with his ship he gave chase. The convoy scattered like wild pigeons and ran for the shore to place themselves under the protection of a fort, but the 2 warships advanced to the conflict. It was a beautiful day. The wind was light, so that not a wave broke the smooth surface of the sea, and all was smiling and tranquil on land as the hostile forces slowly approached each other. The piers of Scarborough were crowded with spectators, and the old promontory of Flamborough, over 3 miles distant, was black with the multitude assembled to witness the engagement. The breeze was so light that the vessels approached each other slowly, as if reluctant to come to the mortal struggle, and mar that placid scene and that beautiful evening with the sound of battle. It was a thrilling spectacle, those bold ships with their sails all set, moving sternly up to each other. At length the cloudless sun sank behind the hills, and twilight deepened over the waters. The next moment the full round moon pushed its broad disk over the tranquil waters, bathing in her soft beams the white sails that now seemed like gentle moving clouds on the deep. The palace stood for the Countess of Scarborough, while the Alliance, after having also come within range, withdrew and took up a position where she could safely contemplate the fight. Paul Jones, now in his element, paced the deck to and fro, impatient for the contest, and at length approached within pistol shot of the Serapis. The latter was a new ship with an excellent crew, and throwing with every broadside 75 pounds more than the Richard. Jones, however, rated this lightly, and with his old half-worn-out merchantman closed fearlessly with his powerful antagonist. As he approached the latter, Captain Pearson hailed him with, "What ship is that?" "I can't hear what you say," was the reply. "What ship is that?" rang back. "Answer immediately, or I shall fire into you." A shot from the Richard was the significant answer, and immediately both vessels opened their broadsides. Two of the three old 18-pounders of the Richard burst at the first fire, and Jones was compelled to close the lower deck ports, which were not opened again during the action. This was an ominous beginning, for it reduced the force of the Richard to 1/3 below that of the Serapis. The broadsides now became more rapid, presenting a strange spectacle to the people on shore. The flashes of the guns amid the cloud of smoke, followed by the roar that shook the coast, the dim moonlight serving to but half reveal the struggling vessels, conspired to render it one of terror and of dread. The two vessels kept moving alongside, constantly crossing each other's track, now passing each other's bow, and now the stern, pouring in such terrific broadsides as made both friend and foe stagger. Thus fighting and manoeuvring, they swept onward, until at length the Richard got foul of the Serapis, and Jones gave the orders to board. His men were repulsed, and Captain Pearson hailed him to know if he had struck. "I have not yet begun to fight," was the short and stern reply of Jones, and backing his topsails, while the Serapis kept full, the vessels parted and again came alongside, and broadside answered broadside with fearful effect. But Jones soon saw that this mode of fighting would not answer. The superiority in weight of metal gave them great advantage in this heavy cannonading, especially as his vessel was old and rotten, while every timber in that of his antagonist was new and stanch. And so he determined to throw himself aboard of the enemy. In doing this he fell farther than he intended, and his vessel, catching a moment by the jib boom of the Serapis, carried it away, and the two ships swung close alongside of each other, head and stern, the muzzles of the guns touching. Jones immediately ordered them to be lashed together, and in his eagerness to secure them, helped with his own hands to tie the lashings. Captain Pearson did not like this close fighting, for it destroyed all the advantage his superior sailing and heavier guns gave him, and so let drop an anchor to swing his ship apart. But the two vessels were firmly clenched in the embrace of death, for added to all the lashings, a spare anchor of the Serapis had hooked the quarter of the Richard, so that when the former obeyed her cable and swung round to the tide, the latter swung also. Finding that he could not unlock the desperate embrace in which his foe had clasped him, the Englishman again opened his broadsides. The action then became terrific. The guns touched muzzles, and the gunners, in ramming home their cartridges, were compelled frequently to thrust their ramrods into the enemy's ports. Never before had an English commander met such a foeman, nor fought such a battle. The timbers rent at every explosion, and huge gaps opened in the sides of each vessel, while they trembled at each discharge as if in the mouth of a volcano. With his heaviest guns burst and part of his deck blown up, Jones still kept up this unequal fight with a bravery unparalleled in naval warfare. He with his own hands helped to work the guns, and blackened with powder and smoke moved about among his men with the stern expression, "Never to yield," written on his delicate features in lines not to be mistaken. To compensate for the superiority of the enemy's guns, he had to discharge his own with greater rapidity, so that after a short time they became so hot that they bounded like mad creatures in their fastenings, and at every discharge the gallant ship trembled like a smitten ox from kelson to cross trees, and heeled over till her yardarms almost swept the water. In the meantime His topmen did terrible execution. Hanging amid the rigging, they dropped hand grenades on the enemy's decks with fatal precision. One daring fellow walked out on the end of the yard with a bucket full of these missiles in his hand, and hurling them below, finally set fire to a heap of cartridges. The blaze and explosion which followed were terrific. Arms and legs went heavenward together, and nearly 60 men were killed or wounded by this sudden blow. They succeeded at length in driving most of the enemy below decks. The battle then presented a singular aspect. Jones made the upper deck of the Serapis too hot for her crew, while the latter tore his lower deck so dreadfully with her broadsides that his men could not remain there a moment. Thus they fought, one above and the other beneath, the blood in the meantime flowing in rills over the decks of both. 10 times was the Serapis on fire, and as often were the flames extinguished. Never did a man struggle braver than the English commander, but a still braver heart opposed him. At this juncture the Alliance came up, and instead of pouring her broadsides into the Serapis, hurled them against the Poor Richard. Now poor indeed. Jones was in a transport of rage, but he could not help himself. In this awful crisis, fighting by the light of the guns, for the smoke had shut out that of the moon, the gunner and carpenter both rushed up, declaring the ship was sinking. The shot holes which had pierced the hull of the Richard between wind and water had already sunk below the surface, and the water was pouring in like a torrent. The carpenter ran to pull down the colours, which were still flying amid the smoke of battle, while the gunner cried, "Quarter, for God's sake, quarter." Still keeping up this cry, Jones hurled a pistol, which he had just fired at the enemy, at his head, which fractured his skull and sent him headlong down the hatchway. Captain Pearson hailed to know if he had struck, and was answered by Jones with a "No," accompanied by an oath that told that, if he could do no better, he would go down with his colours flying. The master-at-arms, hearing the gunner's cry and thinking the ship was going to the bottom, released 100 English prisoners into the midst of the confusion. One of these, passing through the fire to his own ship, told Captain Pearson that the Richard was sinking, and if he would hold out a few moments longer, she must go down. Imagine the condition of Jones at this moment. With every battery silenced except the one at which he still stood unshaken, his ship gradually settling beneath him, 100 prisoners swarming his deck, and his own consort raking him with her broadsides, his last hope seemed about to expire. Still he would not yield. His officers urged him to surrender, while cries of quarter arose on every side. Undismayed and resolute to the last, he ordered the prisoners to the pumps, declaring if they refused to work he would take them to the bottom with him. Thus making fight panic, he continued the conflict. The spectacle of this moment was awful. Both vessels looked like wrecks, and both were on fire. The flames shot heavenward around the mast of the Serapis, and at length, at 10:30, she struck. For a time the inferior officers did not know which had yielded. Such a perfect tumult had the fight become. For 3 hours and a half had this incessant cannonade within yardarm and yardarm of each other continued, piling 300 dead and wounded men on those shattered decks. Nothing but the courage and stern resolution of Jones never to surrender saved him from defeat. When the morning dawned, the Bonne Homme Richard presented a most deplorable appearance. She lay a complete wreck on the sea, riddled through and literally stove to pieces. There were 6 feet of water in the hold, while above she was on fire in 2 places. Jones had put forth every effort to save the vessel in which he had won such renown, but in vain. He kept her afloat all the following day and night, but next morning she was found to be going. The waves rolled through her. She swayed from side to side like a dying man, then gave a lurch forward and went down head foremost. Jones stood on the deck of the English ship and watched her as he would a dying friend, and finally with a swelling heart saw her last mast disappear and the eddying waves close with a rushing sound over her as she sank with the dead who had so nobly fallen on her decks. They could have wished no better coffin or burial. Captain Pearson was made a knight for the bravery with which he had defended his ship. When it was told to Jones, he wittily remarked that if he ever caught him at sea again, he would make a lord of him. Landais of the Alliance, who had evidently designed to destroy Jones, then take the English vessel and claim the honour of the victory, was disgraced for his conduct. Franklin could not conceal his joy at the result of the action, and received the heroic Jones with transport. The remainder of this year was one of annoyance to Jones. Landais continued to give him trouble, and the French government constantly put him off in his request to be furnished with a ship. But at length the Alliance, which had borne such a disgraceful part in the engagement, with the Serapis was placed under his command, and he determined to return to America. But he lay windbound for some time in the Texel, while an English squadron guarded the entrance of the port. During this delay he was subject to constant annoyances from the Dutch admiral of the port. The latter inquired whether his vessel was French or American, and demanded if it was French that he should hoist the national colors, and if American that he should leave immediately. Jones would bear no flag but that of his adopted country, and promised to depart, notwithstanding the presence of the English squadron watching for him, the moment the wind would permit. At length, losing all patience with the conduct of the Dutch admiral, he coolly sent word to him that although he commanded a 64, if the two vessels were out to sea, his insolence would not be tolerated a moment. The wind finally shifting, he hoisted sail, and with the stripes floating in the breeze, stood fearlessly out of the harbor. With his usual good luck, he escaped the vigilance of the English squadron, cleared the channel, and with all his sails set, and under a staggering breeze, stretched away toward the Spanish coast. Nothing of consequence occurred during this cruise, and the next year we find him again in Paris, and in hot water respecting the infamous Landais, whom Arthur Lee, one of the American commissioners at Paris, presumed to favor. At length, however, he was appointed to the Ariel, and ordered to leave for America with military stores. In the meantime, however, the French king had presented him with a magnificent sword, and bestowed on him the Cross of Military Merit. On the 7th of September he finally put to sea, but had hardly left the coast when the wind changed and began to blow a hurricane. Jones attempted to stretch northward and clear the land, but in vain. He found himself close on a reef of rocks, and unable to carry a rag of canvas. So fierce was the wind that, although blowing simply on the naked spars and deck, it buried the ship waist deep in the sea, and she rolled so heavily that her yards would frequently be under water. Added to all the horrors of his position, she began to leak badly, while the pumps would not work. Jones heaved the lead with his own hand, and found that he was rapidly shoaling water. There seemed now no way of escape, yet as a last feeble hope he let go an anchor, but so fierce and wild were the wind and sea that it did not even bring the ship's head to, and she kept driving broadside toward the rocks. Cable after cable was spliced on, yet still she surged heavily landward. He then cut away the foremast, when the anchor, probably catching in a rock, brought the ship round. That good anchor held like the hand of fate, and though the vessel jerked at every blow of the billows, as if she would wrench everything apart, yet still she lay chained amid the chaos of waters. At length the mainmast fell with a crash against the mizzenmast, carrying that away also, and the poor Ariel, swept to her decks, lay a complete wreck on the waves. In this position she acted like a mad creature chained by the head to a ring that no power can sunder. She leaped and plunged and rolled from side to side, as if striving with all her untamed energy to rend the link that bound her, and madly rush on the rocks, over which the foam rose like the spray from the foot of a cataract. For 2 days and 3 nights did Jones thus meet the full terror of the tempest. At last it abated, and he was enabled to return to port. The coast was strewed with wrecks, and the escape of the Ariel seemed almost a miracle. But Jones was one of those fortunate beings who, though ever seeking the storm and the tumult, are destined finally to die in their beds. Early the next year he reached Philadelphia, and received a vote of thanks from Congress. After vexatious delays in his attempts to get the command of a large vessel, he at length joined the French fleet in its expedition to the West Indies. Peace soon after being proclaimed, he returned to France, and failing in a projected expedition to the northwest coast, sailed again for the United States. Congress voted him a gold medal, and he was treated with distinction wherever he went. Failing again in his efforts to get command of a large vessel, he returned to France. Years had now passed away, and Jones was 40 years of age. He had won an imperishable name, and the renown of his deeds been spread throughout the world. The title of Chevalier had been given him by the French king, and he was at an age when it might be supposed he would repose on his laurels. But Russia, then at war with Turkey, sought his services, and made brilliant offers, which he at last accepted, and prepared to depart for St. Petersburg. On reaching Stockholm he found the Gulf of Bothnia so blocked with ice that it was impossible to cross it. But impatient to be on his way, he determined to sail round the ice to the southward in the open Baltic. Hiring an open boat about 30 feet long, he started on his perilous expedition. Knowing that the boatmen would refuse to accompany him if made acquainted with his desperate plan, he kept them in ignorance until he got fairly out to sea, then drew his pistol and told them to stretch away into the Baltic. The poor fellows, placed between Scylla and Charybdis, obeyed, and the frail craft was soon tossing in the darkness. Escaping every danger, he at length on the 4th day reached Revel, and set off for St. Petersburg amid the astonishment of the people, who looked upon his escape as almost miraculous. He was received with honor by the Empress, who immediately conferred on him the rank of Rear Admiral. A brilliant career now seen before him. Nobles and foreign ambassadors thronged his residence, and there appeared no end to the wonder his adventurous life had created. He soon after departed for the Black Sea and took command of a squadron under the direction of Prince Potemkin, the former lover of the Empress and the real Tsar of Russia. Jones fought gallantly under this haughty prince, but at length, disgusted with the annoyances to which he was subjected, he came to an open quarrel and finally returned to St. Petersburg. Here he for a while fell into disgrace on account of some unjust accusations against his moral character, but finally, through Count Ségur, the French ambassador, was restored to favor. In 1792 he was taken sick at Paris and gradually declined. He had been making strenuous efforts in behalf of the American prisoners in Algiers, but never lived to see his benevolent plans carried out. On the 18th of July, 1792, he made his will, and his friends, after witnessing it, bade him good evening and departed. His physician, coming soon after, perceived his chair vacant, and going to his bed, found him stretched upon it dead. A few days after, a dispatch was received from the United States, appointing him commissioner to treat with Algiers for the ransom of the American prisoners in captivity there. The National Assembly of France decreed that 12 of its members should assist at the funeral ceremonies of Admiral Paul Jones. An eulogium was pronounced over his tomb. Thus died Paul Jones at the age of 45, leaving a name that shall live as long as the American Navy rides the sea. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of the United States. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Fight Between the Serapis and the Bonhomme Richard by Walt Whitman. From an old engraving, painting page 588. 10 o'clock at night, and the full moon shining, and the leaks on the gain, and 5 feet of water reported. The master-at-arms loosing the prisoners confined in the afterhold, to give them a chance for themselves. The transit to and from the magazine was now stopped by the sentinels. They saw so many strange faces, they did not know whom to trust. Our frigate was afire. The other asked if we demanded quarter, if our colours were struck and the fighting done. I laughed content when I heard the voice of my little captain. "We have not struck," he composedly cried. "We have just begun our part of the fighting." Only 3 guns were in use. One was directed by the captain himself against the enemy's mainmast. 2, well served with grape and canister, silenced his musketry and cleared his decks. The tops alone seconded the fire of this little battery, especially the maintop. They all held out bravely during the whole of the action. Not a moment's cease. The leaks gained fast on the pumps. The fire eat toward the powder magazine. One of the pumps was shot away. It was generally thought we were sinking. Serene stood the little captain. He was not hurried. His voice was neither high nor low. His eyes gave more light to us than our battle lanterns. Toward 12 at night, there in the beams of the moon, they surrendered to us. Walt Whitman. End of section 96. End of The World Story, A History of the World in Story, Song and Art, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan.